I crossed over to the Dou Qi Continent. There was no so-called destined mission, no system's favor. What accompanied him were only endless disdain and bullying, along with the greatest challenge of all, language barrier. I thought hopeless, how to live in this life. Chapter 1. Farewell Letter from the Future. Xiao Yan, First Stage, Dou Disciple. Following a loud and excited voice, a noisy commotion ensued. Even though separated by tall walls, one could feel the astonishment of the Xiao family members. Imagining the scene was not difficult. However, with half the sky clear and the other half rainy, the joys and sorrows of different people did not align. Chen Guan only felt that they were being noisy. Because it was the happiness of the Xiao family, with which Chen Guan had no connection whatsoever. Taking out a cold and hard bread from his pocket, he closed his eyes and forced himself to eat it. Although it was hard to swallow, at least it could fill his stomach and prevent him from starving to death in this familiar yet unfamiliar world. Each time he reminisced about the past and compared it to the present, Chen Guan truly experienced the unpredictable nature of life and its mix of fortune and misfortune. Indeed, Chen Guan was not originally from the Dou Qi Continent. 2 months ago, it was just an accidental fall that brought him to this world. Unlike the protagonists in novels, he was still wearing clothes. However, strangely enough, upon arriving in the Dou Qi Continent, he had transformed into his appearance at the age of 4. There was no so-called destined mission, no system's favor. What accompanied him were only endless disdain and bullying, along with the greatest challenge of all, language barrier. A 4-year-old kid with no strength, no background, and unable to communicate, one could imagine how agonizing his past 2 months had been. From initially being seen as a little madman to becoming silent, brainstorming to ensure the next meal, this was no longer life, it was purely about survival. 2 months of time were enough to change a person, especially in such an extremely difficult environment. Chen Guan, who had never passed a foreign language exam before, was now able to understand some simple common phrases and words in the Dou Qi Continent after just 2 months of earnest listening, observation, and speculation. That was a considerable progress. It was also during that time that he first learned that this place was actually a famous checkpoint in the Dou Qi Continent. The Empire of Jia Ma, the city of Wuden. Afterward, he came to survive near the Xiao family. After all, compared to the other big families in the city, the atmosphere here was relatively better, at least, since he arrived here, instead of being bullied 3 times a day, it became once every 3 days. As for entering the Xiao family, that was impossible. The Xiao family wasn't a charitable organization and didn't have any goodwill towards him. Half a month ago, there was a time when Chen Guan went without food for 2 days, feeling weak from hunger. He even considered clinging onto Xiao Yan's leg, thinking that perhaps a fellow countryman could lend him a hand. But seeing Xiao Yan's arrogant and confident appearance from a distance, he gave up. Currently, Xiao Yan had yet to experience major ups and downs, he was still a brat. Leaning against a corner of the Xiao family's courtyard wall, Chen Guan began contemplating his future. Now he can engage in simple communication and gradually integrate into the Dou Qi Continent, which means he can try to strive for something. 2 months of arduous survival had made Chen Guan extremely eager to become stronger. He wanted power. Taking a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in his heart, Chen Guan cleared his mind and focused on thinking. The matter of intercepting various opportunities from Xiao Yan was too distant. The immediate problem before him was that he had not yet started cultivating. He needed a guide, someone to teach him how to sense Dou Qi energy and the techniques that a practitioner would need. Even if it was just a low-level yellow rank technique, as long as it could get him started, there would be hope for everything. However, as an orphan, in the Dou Qi Continent, he had no background, no support, no connections, no power, and not even a single coin. How could he easily obtain a set of techniques? Should he seek shelter with the Xiao family? Or some other power? But that would require others' willingness to take him in. Throughout the whole day, Chen Guan pondered over this matter. He came up with countless ideas and even considered targeting those solitary mercenaries. However, no matter which method he considered, the feasibility was not very high. He could only suppress his impulses, continue to integrate into the Dou Qi Continent, and plan slowly. Late at night, a cold wind woke Chen Guan up. He wrapped his thin clothes tightly around himself and was about to find a sheltered spot to continue sleeping when suddenly, he stopped. In that instant, he distinctly felt that something had entered his mind. After carefully examining it, Chen Guan hesitated. It was actually a letter. No, to be precise, it was a farewell letter. A farewell letter written by his future self on the brink of death. In this letter, he left behind a brief account of his life. My name is Chen Guan, a mercenary, a 6-star Dou practitioner. I have just turned 20. Because I took on a mission and entered the Magic Beast Mountain with a few teammates to find medicinal herbs for the employer, I unfortunately encountered a 3rd-rank magic beast. With severe injuries, it seems that I won't survive. I can clearly feel my life force slipping away. At this moment, memories of the past rush before my eyes like a galloping horse. I am actually not from the Dou Qi Continent. This is the biggest secret buried deep in my heart. Unless forced to, I will never reveal it to anyone. I regret it. Thinking back to my childhood, at the age of 4, I started planning in order to cultivate. It took me half a month to find an opportunity, and under the cover of darkness, I killed a severely injured mercenary in the Magic Beast Mountain. I had been waiting for this opportunity for so long. Even though I recognized this mercenary, whom I had been scolded and beaten by before, when I stood by his bed, I hesitated several times and couldn't bring myself to strike. However, in the end, the desire to become stronger and survive prevailed, and I did it. It was my first time killing someone. It took me 2 days to recover. On this person, I found some coins in a low-level yellow rank technique called the Flame Control Art, but unfortunately, there were no valuable medicinal herbs left as he had used them all. After much hesitation, I decided to record this down, just in case. In just 2 days, relying on the insights into sensing Dou Qi energy mentioned in the technique, I explored on my own and felt the surrounding Dou Qi energy. It was during that time that I discovered my talent seemed to be quite good. Now, here's the lucky part, I have the fire attribute. Half a year later, when I returned to Wuen City, I happened to come across a prominent figure one night. He possessed the ability to transform his Dou Qi into wings and appeared quite old. Throughout the entire Jia Ma Empire, there are only 2 or 3 people who match that description. Out of curiosity, I followed him from a distance. Although the old man noticed and scolded me, I learned of his identity. Surprisingly, he is Jia Xingtian, a member of the imperial family of the Jia Ma Empire. When Xiao Zuner first arrived at the Xiao family, he received news and secretly came to take a look, bringing along several homeless children with him, intending to groom them for the royal family. This time, he passed by again because of Xiao Yan's growing fame, and he brought along a few more children. While this may not be a secret matter, he actually told me about it. I couldn't believe it. He said that when he first came to Wuen City, I was also a target. Unfortunately, due to my impulsive actions in mistakenly consuming a potential destroying poisonous herb, he gave up. Knowing this, I deeply regretted it. I remembered that poisonous herb. I encountered a life-threatening situation when I first entered the Warcraft Mountains, where I found it in a cave. Back then, I thought it was a stroke of luck. How ridiculous. Now, looking back, if I had patiently waited for some time, perhaps I could have been taken to the royal family by Jia Xingtian, even if it meant being used as a tool. At least it would be better than my current situation. 3 years have passed, and my old acquaintance, Xiao Yan, has lost his Dou Qi. The fallen genius. In Wuen City, I overheard mercenaries discussing it. I'm not surprised by this, just deeply moved. The plot is unfolding. I know about many opportunities and have considered exchanging that information for resources to cultivate. However, I never expected that I would be tricked the first time I cooperated with someone, nearly losing my life. This made me realize that without strength, there's no point in desiring anything. It's beyond my reach. At the age of 14, I advanced to the level of a Dou practitioner. It was the result of my step-by-step cultivation. Many mercenaries called me a genius, but I would smile and brush it off, feeling bitter in my heart. I know that my talent is good, but it has been wasted. If I had better resources, more profound techniques, and someone to guide me, I could have achieved so much more. Another year passed, and I went to the Xiao family with a plan. Maybe I could benefit from Xiao Yan's reputation. However, due to the obvious traces left by my stimulated potential, the treatment offered by the Xiao family didn't satisfy me, so I politely declined. As for the other 2 major families and even the Misty Sect in the imperial capital, I have no interest. I have made up my mind to cultivate on my own. I have lived on the Dou Qi continent for 16 years, all alone. I have never truly integrated into this world, and now, I don't even have someone to take care of my body after death. It's truly pathetic. Meeting someone here is fate. If anyone finds this, and if there's still time, I give you sincere advice, go and latch onto Xiao Yan's leg. He is destined to become the Flame Emperor in the future. Everything is for the sake of becoming stronger. Don't be embarrassed, haha. Chapter 2, Jia Xingtian. After carefully reading his farewell letter 3 times, Chen Guan fell into contemplation. He couldn't determine whether these experiences were true or false, but deep down, he believed about 80% of it. The descriptions in the letter indeed matched his temperament in many ways. His drowsiness completely dissipated, and Chen Guan couldn't help but start considering that this farewell letter could be considered his cheat code. Although it didn't possess earth-shattering abilities, it provided him with valuable information about the future. Of course, the specific details still needed to be verified. After much thought, Chen Guan decided to believe it once and temporarily set aside his thoughts of obtaining techniques through extreme means. He patiently waited for the first crucial person who could change his fate. Jia Xingtian. According to the letter, Jia Xingtian first appeared in Wuen City when Xiao Xuaner arrived, which was half a month later. Half a month's time was something Chen Guan could wait for. With his decision made and carefully calculating the potential benefits the information in the letter could bring him, Chen Guan glimpsed the dawn of becoming stronger. He felt a bit excited and drifted off to sleep, still in a daze, only after the eastern sky began to brighten. Half a month later, on this day, Chen Guan, who was surviving in his old hiding spot, clearly felt that the atmosphere in the Xiao family had become tense. His heart stirred, and he immediately got up and moved closer to the main gate. What's the identity of this distinguished guest? The clan leader and the elders all went to welcome them. Who knows? It's definitely a big shot. It's not something we should be concerned about. Quote. After eavesdropping for more than a few hours, Chen Guan finally heard 2 members of the Xiao family discussing what he wanted to know. As expected, it was Xiao Xuaner who had arrived. Having obtained the information he desired, Chen Guan began to look forward to meeting Jia Xingtian and quietly waited for him to appear. 1 day passed, then 2 days. 5 days passed, and just as Chen Guan couldn't help but start doubting, that night, as he closed his eyes to prepare for sleep, a figure appeared before him like a ghost. With a weathered face, yet sharp eyes that were far from cloudy, emitting an invisible aura, Jia Xingtian gave Chen Guan the feeling of standing at the foot of Mount Tai. It was him, it had to be him. With 90% certainty in his heart, Chen Guan's face froze, revealing a look of astonishment. You, kid, do you want to eat your fill every day from now on? Jia Xingtian towered above, stroking his beard as he asked. He was never worried about being rejected. As a member of the Jia Ma Empire's royal family, he often brought back homeless children he encountered while traveling, those struggling to survive at the bottom, to serve as reserves for trusted guards and assassins. As a result, although these children had simple backgrounds, they were still subjected to some investigation. He understood Chen Guan's current situation well. For a child, it was more tempting to ask if he wanted to become an admired and powerful individual or simply have enough to eat. Without any surprises, the child in front of him nodded, his eyes filled with longing. In that case, come with me. Chen Guan, feeling apprehensive, stood up and responded with practical action. Child, what is your name? Chen Guan. His response wasn't very fluent, but it was the best he could do for now. It would have been smoother if he had written it down. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else, directly leading him to the city lord's mansion. Here, there were 7 other children of similar age to Chen Guan, 4 boys and 3 girls, who had yet to begin practicing cultivation. Jia Xingtian couldn't bring them all back to the imperial capital, so the task naturally fell to the city lord of Wuen City. After a brief explanation, Jia Xingtian immediately departed. The next day, the 8 well-fed children squeezed onto a carriage. This was the first proper meal Chen Guan had enjoyed since arriving in the world of martial qi. It was truly tear-jerking. A soldier was in charge of driving the carriage, displaying an attitude that was neither good nor bad, simply carrying out his duty. The children in the carriage remained quiet. During the first 5 days of the journey, the total conversation among them didn't exceed 5 sentences. They were all children with tragic fates, or else they wouldn't be here. Such children were bound to be insecure and shy, so it wasn't surprising. If a chatterbox who was too familiar with strangers suddenly appeared, that would be strange. Chen Guan didn't have the mood to discuss with them either. Rarely having to worry about the next meal, he had enough time to plan his future. This was the world of Dou Qi, where everything spoke through strength. Chen Guan was ambitious. He wanted to control his own destiny and, if possible, reach the great thousand worlds or even higher realms. But to achieve that, he needed sufficient strength. His cheat code wasn't significant. So far, it was only a farewell letter that provided extremely limited information about the future. Now that he had boarded the ship of the Jia royal family, one could even say that the farewell letter had become useless and no longer served any purpose. As a result, the paths available to him to ascend in the world of martial qi were very limited. Thinking about this, Chen Guan envied those colleagues who had systems or simulators, effortlessly obtaining countless other dimensional resources, even easily acquiring source energy. They had countless choices to become Dou emperors. As for him, there were only two possible paths. One was the inheritance origin of the ancient Dou Qi emperor. The second path was the half-finished emperor pill. Although it appeared to be two options, in reality, the latter was not suitable for him. He wasn't a sole heavenly emperor and didn't have the capital to manipulate half of the Dou Qi continent to completely refine the emperor pill. As a result, the inheritance origin of the ancient Dou Qi emperor became his only hope. Otherwise, his only option would be to rely on Xiao Yan's ascension to become an emperor and open a pathway to the great thousand worlds. The burning technique. That's the key. Thinking of Yao Chen's strength, Chen Guan couldn't help but sigh. T.N. Xiao Yan's master name in Pinyin is a system that spells Chinese names and words with the Latin alphabet based on their pronunciation, as Yao Lao, and in standard Mandarin Chinese it is Yao Chen. In the current timeline, Xiao Yan had just started cultivating, and there were still several years until Yao Chen absorbs the Dou Qi. But Chen Guan believed that there was a high probability that Yao Chen was aware of it. After all, Yao Chen had observed Xiao Yan for a long time before appearing and accepting him as his disciple. No one knew the exact duration of this long time. Since he couldn't be certain, Chen Guan planned for the worst-case scenario. Deceiving Xiao Yan for the ring was not a viable option. I can only hope for future opportunities to obtain it. Regarding Xiao Yan, Chen Guan didn't have many opinions. He only wished for peaceful coexistence. He could be certain that he would seize some of Xiao Yan's opportunities in the future, as the memories in his mind were his only advantage at the moment. The competition in cultivation was inherently cruel, and in his pursuit of becoming stronger, Chen Guan would never hesitate. However, it would be foolish to bear a grudge against someone specifically. For that reason, it was completely unnecessary. As for whether they would become enemies in the future, it all depended on the development of fate. Lost in thoughts about how to obtain the burning technique, Chen Guan didn't realize that a month had passed. The carriage finally arrived in the imperial capital. After a few exchanges, they entered the Jia Empire's imperial palace. We've arrived, everyone get off and stand in line. Chapter 3. The Chuyun Empire. On a square within the palace, nearly 50 children stood in a row, while a burly middle-aged man in armor stood in front, delivering a speech with a booming voice that made many of the children's faces pale. Do you know where you are? Silence fell, and no one dared to speak. Some were truly bewildered, some were fearful, and others pretended not to know. Let me tell you, this is the palace of the Jia Empire. Do you realize how lucky you are to be able to stand here as the emperor's favor? You must remember this. The emperor has given you hope. Of course, the palace is not a charity. It does not accommodate useless people. If you want to have a full meal every day, change your fate against the heavens, and no longer be bullied, you must show your worth and become a useful person. Now, in front of you is an unprecedented opportunity. By the emperor's grace, you are given half a year to prepare. In the next 6 months, all you need to do is practice. Practice hard. In the following 3 days, I will teach you a set of techniques. Memorize it slowly, but remember not to practice it. Your meridians and physical strength are not strong enough to bear it. I will also teach you the tricks to feel the energy of martial qi. After that, it will depend on your own fortune. There will be a unified assessment after 6 months, and the results will determine your future. After a long-winded speech that brainwashed everyone, the most important matter was also pointed out. Knowing the royal family's intentions, Chen Guan understood that what they said was true. In half a year, if they performed well in the assessment, they would undoubtedly receive better cultivation. Otherwise, they would probably only have the path of brainwashing to become dead soldiers. After babbling for half an hour, the man finally transmitted the technique to everyone. Each person received a copy, just like a textbook. What surprised Chen Guan was that the grade of the technique was unexpectedly high. Yellow rank advanced, attributeless technique, spirit empowerment technique. Yellow rank advanced. In Wuen City, it would have already attracted the attention of the 3 major clans, but here, everyone received a copy. It could only be said that they were truly worthy of being the royal family. However, Chen Guan also understood that the main reason the Gamma royal family was so generous was that everyone present would become loyal to the royal family in the future, so they naturally wouldn't be stingy. Once they arrived here, the possibility of leaving the royal family was extremely slim. Unless, of course, you could demonstrate sufficient talent. But if you were truly a peerless genius, a yellow rank advanced technique alone wouldn't matter to the royal family. At the very least, they would gain a favor from a future powerhouse. In all aspects, the royal family would never lose out. Put the technique down for now, sit cross-legged, and I will teach you the tricks to sense the energy of martial qi. Sensing martial qi energy is the prerequisite for cultivation. The tricks are not complicated. Concentrate your focus and empty your mind. Chen Guan acted quickly and was the first to sit down, following the instructions given by the man and focusing his spiritual energy on his brow, emptying himself and slowly feeling. The surrounding sounds completely disappeared, and Chen Guan felt as if he had entered a peculiar world where he was the only person. Gradually, after an unknown amount of time, a hint of crimson appeared in his line of sight, and it continued to gather and gradually engulf him. This should be the qi energy. Fire attribute. Chen Guan was not surprised by this point, as it had been mentioned in the letter. He opened his eyes and suppressed the joy in his heart as he glanced around. Many people had already finished their first attempt, but their confused expressions indicated that they had likely failed. He was the only one who successfully sensed the qi energy on his first try. Although he knew he had decent talent, this result still pleasantly surprised Chen Guan. In just a few minutes, everyone had finished their first attempt. Don't be discouraged. It's not easy to sense qi energy for the first time. Even in the entire empire of Jia Ma, there are only a few who can succeed on their first attempt. Those are talents with at least the potential to become a battle emperor. Take a short break and continue to sense, the man said casually, his expression unchanged as if he had anticipated this outcome. In his estimation, it would be considered extremely lucky if 2 or 3 people could succeed today. Sitting in the group, Chen Guan hesitated. Informing the man about his talent would undoubtedly attract attention and potentially result in receiving more and better resources. However, there would also be some risks associated with it. The proverb, "the tallest tree catches the most wind," applied everywhere. There were pros and cons, making it a difficult decision. In the end, Chen Guan chose the former. The strength of the Jia Ma Empire's royal family was still trustworthy within the empire. As long as there were no Dou masters, there was generally no need to worry. By the time Chen Guan broke through to the Dou master level, he should also have some ability to protect himself. To become stronger faster, some risks could not be avoided. However, just as he was about to raise his hand to inform the man, something suddenly appeared in his mind. Familiar feeling. Chen Guan already guessed what it was. After carefully examining it, there were no surprises, it was another letter. However, compared to the previous one, this letter was extremely short and lacked many details. I didn't expect that after learning about my talent, Jia Xingtian would actually consider taking me as his disciple. I know he wants to bind me completely to the Jia Ma royal family, but I agreed. I do need a guide and the resources that the royal family can provide. My talent is slightly better than imagined. In just 2 years, I have reached the 6th stage of Dou disciple. But it was at this time that something unexpected happened. On this day, I was on my way to consult my teacher about cultivation issues, and I encountered a group of guards. I didn't pay much attention to them. Afterward, a tragedy occurred. I was pierced from behind by the captain of the guard, with no chance of survival. My enraged teacher arrived, but it was too late. In my final moments, I learned that news of my teacher accepting me as his disciple had already spread. It makes sense when I think about it. After all, it's not a small matter with my teacher's identity. I heard the assassin laugh and reveal himself. He was from the empire of Chu Yun. After 2 years, they had finally infiltrated the palace and waited for this opportunity. It turns out they had been targeting me all along. After reading this letter, Chen Guan placed his restless right hand under control with his left hand. Indeed, the tallest tree catches the most wind. He realized that he had thought about the threats within the Jia Ma Empire but neglected the ones outside the empire. The empire of Chu Yun was truly despicable. Silently, Chen Guan made a mental note of the other party. According to a certain hypocritical god king, there is a way to exact revenge on the empire of Chu Yun. However, this incident did serve as a wake-up call for Chen Guan. It would be better not to stand out too much. Stability is the way to go. After a brief rest of a few minutes, everyone continued to sense the qi energy. Meanwhile, Chen Guan contemplated other matters in his mind. The arrival of the second letter provided him with a better understanding of this golden finger. Although it couldn't bestow him with incredible opportunities, its effects were not insignificant. It could help him avoid deadly situations, and that alone was valuable. Chapter 4. Aptitude determines treatment. Both letters arrived when Chen Guan was about to make a decision that could influence his future. If his speculation was correct, the greatest utility of this golden finger was to help him avoid pitfalls. While meditating cross-legged, he pondered for nearly half a day, and in the late afternoon, a young boy who had made over 100 attempts finally excitedly stood up. I did it. I sensed the qi energy. I succeeded. The young boy was so excited that it startled everyone around him. If it weren't for the man in front still observing, he might have danced with joy. The man didn't blame him. Instead, he wore a satisfied smile, abandoning his previous serious demeanor. What's your name? Zhao Zonggang. Very good. You come forward and memorize the path of the cultivation technique. I am Yan Hongtao, the captain of the Royal Guard's 3rd Squad, a 6-star Do Grandmaster. If you have any questions in the following days, you can ask me. Yes. Listening to their conversation, the group of children showed envious expressions. This was the first time Yan Hongtao had asked for their names. Without exceptional talent, their names were not worth remembering. Chen Guan sat among the crowd, calm and composed. Another hour passed, and it was already dark when he finally followed Zhao Zonggang's lead, excitedly informing Yan Hongtao that he had sensed the qi energy. Very good. What's your name? Chen Guan. After a simple inquiry, Chen Guan stood beside Zhao Zonggang. In this remote place like the Jia Empire, there really weren't many geniuses. Throughout the entire day, apart from Chen Guan and Zhao Zonggang, no one else succeeded. Yan Hongtao was quite satisfied with this outcome. With 2 little geniuses, as long as they were properly nurtured, there was a great hope for them to break through to spirit fighters in the future. They would become the pillars of the Jia Empire. Alright, we'll stop here for today. After dinner, someone will arrange your accommodations. Rest well and continue tomorrow. As Chen Guan looked at the disappointed and envious gazes on the faces of the dozens of children, he remained unaffected. Zhao Zonggang, on the other hand, was extremely satisfied. Standing tall with his small frame, his face was filled with pride. After eating their fill, a soldier arranged their accommodations. Unlike the 7 to 8 children crowded in a room with others, both Chen Guan and Zhao Zonggang received special treatment and were assigned single rooms. Aptitude determines treatment. This world is so damn realistic. Sighing softly, just as Chen Guan finished washing up and was about to go to bed to cultivate, Zhao Zonggang from the next room suddenly knocked on his door. You're Chen Guan, right? I'm Zhao Zonggang, the first person today who sensed the qi energy. You should remember that, right? In the future, if you have any questions, you can ask me. I will definitely cultivate quickly. Blah blah blah, Zhao Zonggang said a lot, his face unable to conceal his arrogance. The past was already gone like smoke. Today, after experiencing the qi energy, in his heart, he had already labeled himself as the first genius among this group of children. Those who couldn't even sense the qi energy were not worthy of playing with him. Chen Guan barely met the standard, but still couldn't compare to him. The vanity of children is simple and ridiculous. Chen Guan vaguely dealt with it and sent the other boy away. He had no intention of competing with a little brat. That would be too childish. Mentalities don't align across age groups, and it's difficult to play together. Back in bed, Chen Guan took out the cultivation technique he obtained today, with eager eyes. In the end, he reluctantly put it down. For him, the key now was to advance to the Dou disciple rank as soon as possible. Putting away the cultivation technique, Chen Guan began to practice following the tips taught by Yan Hongtao, absorbing the qi energy between heaven and earth to accommodate himself. Although this process was tedious and boring, he firmly believed that one reaps what one sows. Curiosity about new things and the urgent desire to become stronger provided him with abundant motivation, enabling him to persist throughout the night. But miraculously, despite not sleeping a wink, Chen Guan didn't feel particularly tired. The benefits of cultivation seemed to have already begun to manifest. Or perhaps it was psychological. Today, like yesterday, the group of children sat on the plaza to sense the qi energy. Yan Hongtao, on the other hand, pulled Chen Guan and Zhao Zonggang to the side to openly teach them how to absorb the energy and shared some points to pay attention to, mentioning not to focus too much on the cultivation technique. Perhaps stimulated by the two of them, the children today were more serious. 4 more individuals sensed the qi energy and joined the group being taught separately. On the 3rd day, 6 people succeeded again. On the 4th day, 8 people succeeded. On the 5th day, 2 people succeeded. On the 6th day, 11 people succeeded. In the blink of an eye, it had been a month since Chen Guan arrived at this secret base. Among the nearly 50 children of the same batch, only 7 failed to sense the qi energy. Chen Guan keenly perceived the look of pity in Yan Hongtao's eyes toward those 7 individuals. It was not surprising that their fate would be training as cannon fodder in the future. Once again, Chen Guan sighed. In this world, talent truly mattered. Then he dismissed the matter from his mind. He had to be cautious in his own life. How could he manage others? However, in this past month, Chen Guan had been diligently cultivating without wasting any time. He only rested for 2 hours each night, but the gains were significant. Now, he had reached the stage of a fighter. Just 7 days ago, when Yan Hongtao asked him and Zhao Zonggang to test their fighter qi on a stone monument, Chen Guan secretly tested it and found out. Starting from scratch, within a month, he had reached the stage of a fighter. This speed was already quite fast. After all, he was still in the stage of refining the basics. In general knowledge, only after reaching the fighter rank could one use elixirs and various precious materials, greatly accelerating the rate of advancement. In addition to improving his strength, Chen Guan had also made progress in other areas. For example, in terms of communication, he could now hold normal conversations with others, albeit slightly slower in speech. Recently, Zhao Zonggang had noticeably decreased the frequency of seeking superiority from him. It seemed he sensed that Chen Guan did not hold the same respect for him as other peers, which caused some dissatisfaction. Chen Guan was highly satisfied with this. It couldn't be better. He hoped no one would bother him and that he could spend all his time on cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed since he started practicing. The assessment that Yan Hongtao had mentioned finally arrived. Chapter 5. Achievements reached, tying with Xiao Yan. Zhao Gang, 2-stage Dou disciple, qualified. Once again, at the same plaza, accompanied by the loud announcement of Yan Hongtao, a commotion swept through the square. The children who were waiting for the test in the same batch showed envy in their eyes, and several children, led by Zhao Gang, exaggeratedly praised him. Outside the square, many other children of different batches watched with various expressions, yearning to become the next Zhao Gang. Not bad, even Yan Hongtao nodded and praised. Next, Chen Guan. As his name was called, Chen Guan walked to the front of the magic stone tablet under the gaze of everyone. Soon, the result appeared and caused another stir. Chen Guan, 2-stage Dou disciple, qualified. Chen Guan is also amazing, actually on par with Big Brother Zhao. What do you know? Big Brother Zhao just practiced casually, but he worked hard to keep up. Can they be compared? Yeah, it seems that Big Brother Zhao has better talent. Over the past 6 months, everyone had witnessed Chen Guan's diligence. Even Yan Hongtao often used him as an example to admonish others, which made his peers less inclined to play with him. Whispers and discussions reached Chen Guan's ears, but he remained unperturbed and even felt a little amused. Although they both had reached the 2-stage Dou Qi, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Chen Guan and Zhao Gang were responsible for cleaning the room where the magic stone tablet was placed. This allowed them to test their own progress regularly. Zhao Gang had only broken through to the 2-stage Dou Qi 10 days ago. He deliberately came to test himself while Chen Guan was cleaning, satisfying his childish vanity. On the other hand, Chen Guan had already reached the 2-stage Dou disciple 3 months ago. Recently, he felt that he could advance further at any time. If he didn't want to attract too much attention during this test, he would already be at the 3-stage Dou disciple. Chen Guan was satisfied with his progress and speed. It was important to note that the requirement for qualification set by Yan Hongtao was merely 1 stage of Dou disciple in half a year, which was an average level. The difficulty of accumulating the subsequent stages of Dou disciple would gradually increase, requiring more time. The test continued at a fast pace and was completed in less than 2 hours. Only Chen Guan and Zhao Gang reached the 2-stage Dou Qi, while 17 people failed to even reach the 1-stage Dou Qi. The rest of them passed the qualification line. As I told you half a year ago, this test will greatly determine your future destiny. Congratulations to those who have reached the 1-stage Dou disciple. You have passed the first hurdle. In the next 5 years, as long as you don't make mistakes, you can continue to focus on cultivation. His Majesty will bestow some spirit medicines to strengthen your physique. This is the grace bestowed upon you by His Majesty and the royal family. You should be grateful and work even harder in your cultivation. Strength is the best reward, understood? Understood. Yan Hongtao, representing the royal family, spoke his usual words. After receiving the enthusiastic response from everyone, he nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the dejected group on the left. Talent is innate, but it is not the sole factor that determines destiny. Although you did not pass the test this time, it doesn't mean you are useless. The vast Jia Ma Empire needs talents from all walks of life. At certain specific times and places, your role may not be smaller than theirs. As long as you are willing to learn, the royal family will spare no effort in nurturing you. The words of inspiration truly motivated people, especially when they were used to influence a group of blank slates like children. Their sense of belonging and loyalty to the royal family soared. Not only the children, even Chen Guan had to admit that regardless of the original intention of the Jia Ma royal family, they had indeed shown kindness to everyone present. If they hadn't been brought to the imperial capital, many people would have starved to death, suffered humiliation, and never come into contact with Dou Qi. They would have lived their whole lives at the bottom. Compared to those miserable and bleak days, things were now infinitely better. Chen Guan had his own thoughts and plans, so he naturally wouldn't be brainwashed by the royal family. But he had to remember this favor. Return the favor and repay the grudges. His idea was just that simple. After a few bowls of chicken soup for the soul, those who didn't qualify were taken away by a guard. Where they went and what their future held, no one knew. From that day on, they were never seen again. After the test, life returned to its normal track. However, compared to the previous 6 months, everyone's cultivation became noticeably more diligent. Clearly, the 17 people who were taken away had given them quite an impact. Only Zhao Gang secretly competed with Chen Guan. In his mind, Chen Guan's talent wasn't as good as his own, yet he managed to keep up with him. This was difficult for him to accept. He had to widen the gap to consolidate his position as the number 1 genius. Unfortunately, the gap widened, but not in the way Zhao Gang wanted. That very night, Chen Guan quietly broke through to the 3-stage Dou disciple. In the following days, the royal family would occasionally distribute a low-grade spirit fruit called the Qingling fruit. It had a mild medicinal effect that enhanced physical fitness. Its effectiveness didn't need to be explained. It was certainly far inferior to the foundation elixir that Yao Lao had refined for Xiaoyan. However, it could deepen the foundation before reaching the Dou practitioner stage, which was still quite good. It was evident that there was still some gap between the empire and the major clans in terms of resources. Thanks to his exceptional talent, Zhao Gang and Chen Guan received double the resources each time. Having a strong physique was beneficial to cultivation. As a result, Chen Guan's absorption and assimilation speed of Dou Qi energy became slightly faster. For the next 5 years, there would be no unified test, and Chen Guan no longer needed to worry about the gaze of others. He could completely let go, focus on cultivation, and widen the gap between himself and the talented Zhao Gang. It's worth mentioning that during this time, the reputation of Xiaoyan, the genius of the Shao family in Yutan City, gradually spread. Even the imperial capital had heard occasional rumors. Yan Hongtao had used this as inspiration to motivate Zhao Gang and Chen Guan, encouraging them to aspire to be like Xiaoyan. From him, Chen Guan learned of Xiaoyan's current progress. Like him, Xiaoyan had also reached the 3-stage Dou Qi. When they left, Zhao Gang was still in shock, but Chen Guan was in a great mood and showed a long-lost smile. Achieving success, tying with Xiao Yan. What made him even more satisfied was that his talent was even stronger than Xiao Yan's. After all, the latter had started cultivation earlier. When Xiao Yan reached the one-stage Dou Qi, Chen Guan was still pondering in a corner, wondering where to find his next meal. But now he had surpassed him. Even for Chen Guan, there was a sense of achievement. A certain milk tea emperor once said, "Those who are defeated by me are never considered opponents. I give you time to catch up until you can no longer see me." Chen Guan felt that he could learn from that as well. He struck a thumbs-up kid meme. GIF pose. Chapter 6. Yao Yi. 5 years later, in the Jia royal family's training arena, two young men engaged in a one-on-one solo battle, exchanging blows and displaying a splendid performance. However, even the discerning could see that their states were completely different. The more sturdy-looking youth was already on the verge of exhaustion, having exerted all his strength. On the other hand, the slender and handsome youth displayed grace in his movements, stepping back and forth with ease. It was evident that he didn't feel any pressure from his opponent. Bang! Another punch landed, causing Zhao Gang to stagger back several steps, nearly falling off the platform. Gasping for breath, he waved his hand repeatedly, signaling the end of the match. "That's enough, that's enough. You're a monster. I've already put in so much effort, and my talent is even better than yours, but I'm still slightly behind you." "It's truly strange," Zhao Gang said, panting. "Haha, that only shows that your efforts are still not enough," Chen Guan replied with a smile. 5 years was enough to change many things. Just like Zhao Gang on the opposite side, driven by his stimulation and with the sole aim of surpassing Chen Guan, he had worked several times harder than before. Every time he made progress, he would seek Chen Guan's guidance. After countless exchanges, his opinions about Chen Guan had long disappeared, and he regarded him as a true rival. As a result, Zhao Gang had made great progress in these years. He had already reached the 6th stage of Dou Disciple, making him a small genius in the entire Jia Empire. While his progress was not slow, there was still a significant gap between him and Chen Guan. "You have to be honest, what's your current strength? Are you about to break through to the 7th stage of Dou Disciple?" Zhao Gang asked. "You're thinking too much, I'm just slightly ahead of you. If I work harder, I'll catch up soon," Chen Guan replied. "Hey," Zhao Gang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, "if I believe that, I'm an idiot." He had heard this kind of statement from Chen Guan at least 10 times already. Not only Zhao Gang, but the onlookers of the same age were also curious. Because Chen Guan had been completely focused on his cultivation for the past few years, he had never tested his abilities in public. His life was always the same monotonous routine. Seeing how calmly Chen Guan approached every exchange, Zhao Gang and their peers tried to emulate him, but very few could persevere for more than 3 months. It was just too dull and boring. After personally experiencing his lifestyle and routine, many precocious individuals couldn't help but sigh. They felt that someone like him deserved to be powerful, and it was only fair. They were envious, but not particularly jealous. The two young men stepped off the stage side by side, unaware that their sparring had caught the attention of someone. On the city tower in the distance, Yan Hongtao stood respectfully behind Jia Xingtian, with a slender young girl in embroidered attire by their side. He reported the training results of the past 6 months. The young girl's name was Yao Yi, the crown princess of the Jia royal family. She was accompanying her grandfather and happened to pass by the training grounds today. As her strength wasn't very high, she listened to Yan Hongtao's report with satisfaction, unaware of anything special. However, Jia Xingtian, an old powerhouse of the Jia Empire, was currently feeling an immense shock. Just over 9 years old, and already at the 9th stage of Dou Disciple. Moreover, judging by his aura, she wasn't a beginner at this stage. He was just a step away from becoming a Dou practitioner. He had never imagined that such a genius was hidden within the imperial palace. "Who is that young man in black clothes on the stage, the handsome one? What's his name?" "Chen Guan. He is one of the 2 geniuses that you mentioned earlier. His talent is quite remarkable. He was the second one to sense the Dou Qi energy. Moreover, this kid is extremely diligent in his cultivation. When he's not cultivating, he's on the path of cultivation. Because of his influence, the others in this group have also worked hard." Yan Hongtao truthfully replied. "Chen Guan." Jia Xingtian pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity. After thinking for a while, He remembered that this was the boy he had brought back from the Wuen City. Well, very good. I thought that the talent of Xiao Yan from the Xiao family in Wuen City was already outstanding enough, but I didn't expect someone to be even better. Hong Tao, bring him to me. Jia Xingtian was in a great mood. He had recently secretly observed Xiao Yan, who was already at the 8th stage of Dou disciple at the age of 9. Jia Xingtian was considering whether to find an opportunity to win him over. Unexpectedly, today brought a pleasant surprise. Yan Hongtao accepted the order and went to fetch Chen Guan. Yao Yi took a few more glances at the young man below, but due to her limited strength, she didn't feel anything particularly special about him other than his good looks and exceptional temperament. Grandpa, is he really stronger than the one from the Xiao family? Yao Yi asked. Haha, can Grandpa deceive you? Yao Yi, do you know his current strength? He's at the 9th stage of Dou disciple. He surpasses Xiao Yan, and I remember that he started cultivating Dou Qi several months later than Xiao Yan. You can imagine how high his talent is. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, his future achievements may even surpass mine. Yao Yi was taken aback, her red lips slightly parted. She understood very well what this meant. At that moment, various thoughts flooded her mind. Yao Yi, I know you're talented, possessing such a brilliant mind at such a young age. But don't complicate things too much, especially when it comes to geniuses like him. Remember the principle of not going too far. When you meet him later, just get to know him. Also, give him a gathering chi powder. When allocating resources in the future, we can prioritize him a bit. Grandpa, I understand. Yao Yi nodded in response, feeling a warm sensation in her heart from her grandfather's trust. She silently vowed not to disappoint her grandfather. Soon, Yan Hongtao brought Chen Guan, who was still uncertain, up to the city tower. He didn't ask why Jia Xingtian wasn't present and respectfully withdrew after bowing. Chen Guan also noticed the woman standing with her back to him on the city tower. Dressed in luxurious attire, her figure was outstanding. Even with her back turned, one could sense the unique aura that set her apart from ordinary women. Having gone through his mind, fitting the characteristics of this place and time, Chen Guan had already guessed the identity of the other party. Chen Guan greets the crown princess. Yao Yi turned around but didn't ask how he knew her identity, assuming that Yan Hongtao had mentioned it. She looked him up and down because she had learned about his talent, and at this moment, she couldn't help but scrutinize him with colored glasses. Her first impression was quite good. No need for excessive courtesy. Come over here and let's talk. Her attitude was very calm and devoid of the arrogance that her status would normally bring. This behavior already conveyed a lot of information. She didn't believe that a princess would be so amiable to everyone. Chen Guan, you're only 9 years old. Just over 9 years old. It's truly unbelievable. 9 years old and already at the 9th stage of Dou Qi. The Jia Ma Empire hasn't seen something like this in many years. I think I was only at the 7th stage when I was 9, far inferior to you. Chen Guan chuckled, finding it difficult to respond to her statement. No need to be nervous. My name is Yao Yi. You may have heard of me. The old man you met in Wuen City was my grandfather, Jia Xingtian, a Dou Emperor powerhouse. He just told me that you're at the 9th stage of Dou Qi, and I couldn't believe it at first. Yao Yi openly revealed her identity, which gave Chen Guan a more direct understanding of her. A girl in her early teens, still underage, achieving such a level was indeed impressive. She truly lived up to being the future of the Jia Ma Empire's royal family. A genius like you shouldn't be overlooked. My grandfather initially wanted to take you as his disciple, but he has spent most of his life secluded in the palace and lacks experience in teaching. He didn't want to mislead you. It's evident that my grandfather really likes you, and I also have high hopes for you. Whether from the perspective of the empire or personally, if you don't mind, you can call me, sister, in the future. Yao Yi told her first lie of the day, and strangely enough, Chen Guan believed it because it had been mentioned in the second letter that Jia Xingtian intended to take him as a disciple. Now he wasn't being taken as a disciple but acknowledged as a sister. Chen Guan purposely waited for a few seconds but didn't receive a third letter, indicating that this wasn't a life-threatening situation. He felt relieved. It's my honor, Sister Yao Yi. Chen Guan didn't overreact and immediately accepted the offer. He had leaned towards this answer himself. If he wanted to become stronger, resources were indispensable. In the entire Jia Ma Empire, Yao Yi was one of the top resources, second only to Xiao Zuner. Even the representative from the Misty Cloud sect was only on par with her. Besides, he had already accepted the favor of the royal family. A little more debt wouldn't make much of a difference. Moreover, since she had spoken so kindly, if he didn't show some respect, wouldn't it be needlessly offending her? Comparing the two options, the answer naturally became apparent. Hehe, you are even more mature than I expected. Come, since Sister Yao Yi is in a good mood today, I'll give you a welcoming gift. Chapter 7. Promoted to Dou Practitioner, Encountering a Pufferfish. It was night. Chen Guan sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the abundant power in his body. He opened his eyes satisfactorily and took out a jade green pill the size of a longan from the ring between his fingers. A strong medicinal fragrance wafted out, indicating that this pill was not ordinary. A grade 4 pill, Qi Gathering Pill. Yao Yi is indeed generous. If I fail to break through, I won't have the face to see her. For those at the 9th stage of Qi Gathering attempting to advance to Dou Practitioner, the failure rate was quite high. Once they failed, their strength would drop to the 8th stage of Qi Gathering. However, the Qi Gathering Pill in Chen Guan's hand could perfectly avoid this problem. The Qi Gathering Pill was a grade 4 pill that could help those at the 9th stage of Qi Gathering to condense their Qi to 100%. To this day, there had been no cases of failure. The 3 words, 100%, were enough to make countless people at the Qi Gathering stage drool, yearning for it day and night, and its value continued to rise. Chen Guan remembered clearly that in the original work, Nalan Yanran gave the Shao family a Qi Gathering Pill as compensation for breaking off the engagement, causing quite a stir in the Shao family. It was not an exaggeration to say that at any auction, the price of a Qi Gathering Pill would not be lower than 100,000 gold coins. Compared to that, the low-grade ring in his hand was somewhat inferior. And both of these things were just gifts from Yao Yi when they first met half a month ago. What an easy life. It's really great. Making a self-deprecating joke, Chen Guan kept the favor in his heart. He put aside all distractions, adjusted himself to the best state, and swallowed the Qi Gathering Pill in one gulp. Then, he proficiently formed the hand seal to absorb Qi. The Qi Gathering Pill dissolved in his mouth, and a massive medicinal force instantly spread out, surging through his meridians and converging in his dantian. At this moment, his dantian was like a container, already reaching its maximum capacity. Just as the surging Qi was about to overflow, Chen Guan quickly focused all his spirit, soul power into his dantian. It was like tilling the soil, repeatedly compressing and compacting the Qi, tirelessly. The Qi that was about to overflow gradually diminished in quantity but improved in quality. It was a process of qualitative change from quantity. Finally, after who knows how many repetitions, the Qi in his body transformed into a milky white vortex that kept rotating. The Qi vortex had formed. 9-year-old Chen Guan had advanced to become a Dou Practitioner, taking a solid step forward. Becoming a Dou Practitioner, Chen Guan could feel the surging power in his body. Dealing with 10 or 8 versions of himself from yesterday would be a piece of cake. In addition, he could now have internal vision, seeing the situation inside his body clearly. Suppressing the urge to find Zhao Gang for a sparring session, Chen Guan forcibly calmed down and began practicing the cultivation technique, spirit empowerment art, which he had long memorized. After several weeks of practice, he didn't feel any pressure. It's true that Dou practitioners on the Dou Qi continent start practicing cultivation techniques for a reason. The current strength of my body has increased significantly. In the future, I should also focus on tempering my body. Having a strong physique can be advantageous in battles. Overall, Chen Guan was very satisfied. He got up and freshened up again. Chen Guan changed into a new light blue outfit and felt that after breaking through to Dou practitioner, he seemed to have grown several centimeters taller. His body appeared more slender, resembling a 14 or 15-year-old, with a few traces of childishness gone. People are in good spirits when they encounter happy events. In a rare occurrence, Chen Guan didn't bury himself in cultivation. He pushed open the door and arrived at the martial arts training ground, enjoying the relaxing night breeze. Perhaps because the half-year assessment was approaching, even though it was already night, there were still many people sparring in the training ground. The urgency was palpable. Chen Guan was quite well known among his peers. Many people were taken aback when they saw him. They never expected that this bookworm would actually leave his room. It was simply unbelievable. Curiosity arose, but since they didn't have deep connections with him, no one approached to ask. A polite nod was sufficient as a greeting. Chen Guan didn't pay attention to them either. He strolled around the training ground, finding it somewhat amusing. In the past 5 years, this group of people no longer had to worry about food and drink, but their activities were limited to the nearby training area, making it quite monotonous. Except for Chen Guan, the others had probably explored every corner. Now, he was the only one who wanted to take a good look at the place. He leisurely roamed around until he was close to the entrance of the training ground, preparing to return. But it was at this moment that Chen Guan saw a little girl sitting on the steps in front of the entrance. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with her small hands propping up her chubby cheeks, resembling a puffed-up pufferfish. Looking at her attire and the guards behind her who were not paying attention, the little girl's identity was quite obvious. There was a 99% chance that she was the unfamiliar little princess. Just as he unconsciously revealed a smile while observing her, the little girl also noticed him. "Hey, you there, are you laughing at this princess?" Cough. "No, you've misunderstood. You're lying. I clearly saw you staring at me and laughing. Come here, this princess is in a bad mood. Tell me a joke, and I'll spare you." Chen Guan was in a good mood. Although this little pufferfish couldn't do anything to him with the backing of Yao Yi, he still walked over and sat beside her. At this moment, he didn't even notice it himself. Perhaps it was because of the favor from the royal family, or maybe it was because he referred to her as elder sister Yao Yi. Consequently, he felt quite close to this little princess whom he had just met. Subconsciously, he treated her like a younger sister. To reach this level, it must be said that the royal family had succeeded. The little pufferfish didn't mind his somewhat impolite action of sitting beside her. She asked, "Hey, what's your name?" "Chu Guan," the young man replied promptly. "What a weird name. You can tell a joke now. If it makes this princess happy, I'll overlook what happened earlier. But if I'm not happy after hearing it?" "What if you're not happy? Then I'll make you tell 10 jokes, no, until this princess is happy." Chen Guan couldn't help but laugh again. It was such a terrifying punishment that he was almost scared. He felt a bit frightened. "All right, you call the shots. But before that, you have to tell me why you're not happy. That way, I can tell a joke that suits the situation. I don't want to make things worse by stepping on a landmine." Yu put down her arm propping up her left cheek and looked at him with a hint of doubt. The little pufferfish cheeks instantly became asymmetrical, which was unbearable for someone with OCD. "To tell you a joke, I have to tell you the reason I'm not happy." "Well, that's right, it's like seeing a doctor. To make you happy, I need to know the cause, right? It seems to make sense. Actually, it's nothing. Today, I went to the Alchemist Guild, and Grandpa Fa Ma asked me to memorize the knowledge of medicine. If I didn't make any mistakes, he would accept me as his disciple. I had already practiced it at home and could recite it flawlessly. But when I went to the Alchemist Guild, I failed twice in a row. What's worse is that I had told my sister and Grandpa about it beforehand. Now, if I go back, what am I going to say to them?" It was a trivial matter, but Yu pursed her lips while talking and appeared quite distressed. The thoughts of children were simple, yet they could be incredibly unbelievable. Chen Guan also felt a momentary daze, not because he was stumped by the little pufferfish's distress, but because he thought of the highly regarded profession she mentioned. An alchemist. Chapter 8. Yao Yi's gift. Being an alchemist was undoubtedly the most sought-after profession on the Dou Qi Continent, with a level of prestige that bordered on the abnormal. A high-ranking alchemist possessed terrifying influence and was a welcomed guest in any power. For example, the Pil King Ji Yuhi within the Jia Ma Empire, who was only of the 6th grade, was highly regarded by the Misty Cloud Sect. His status was superior, and even the great elder Yun Ling and the Dou Emperor level Yun Yun treated him with great respect. Another example was Xiao Yan, the chosen one of destiny. If he hadn't become a disciple of Yao Chen and pursued the path of alchemy, his growth wouldn't have been as rapid. In short, Chen Guan was very intrigued. Having many skills was never a burden. Who would mind having such a prestigious skill? However, despite his interest, there were several issues before him. He didn't know if he possessed the wood attribute or if his soul strength met the requirements. Furthermore, becoming an alchemist required significant upfront investment, necessitating countless resources. Relying on his relationship with Yao Yi, the royal family might be willing to support him if he met the criteria. But in doing so, he would accumulate a debt of gratitude that would be difficult to repay. Recognizing his inner thoughts, Chen Guan temporarily suppressed the idea of immediately pursuing alchemy. There would be another opportunity in the future. Priorities must be clear. For now, he had to focus on improving his strength. Extraordinary talent was his advantage. Without raising his strength, he, without any background, would find it difficult to surpass Xiaoyan. The various foresight and opportunities would become nothing but a mirage. After all, they were both transmigrators. Who would be willing to be a background prop for someone else? Hey, why are you daydreaming? Are you even listening to me? Yao Yi's dissatisfied voice resounded. She herself hadn't realized that when she started explaining the reason, her frustration had already dissipated by more than half. Chen Guan came back to his senses, transforming into a caring elder brother with a warm smile on his face. Of course, I'm listening. Actually, I think your situation is quite simple. You failed the assessment today, but it's not because you lack the ability. On the contrary, I believe that within the Jia Ma Empire, you're definitely a little genius in alchemy. It's just a matter of underperforming, maybe due to nervousness during the assessment. I don't know how to explain it to your sister and grandpa. Well, let's not say anything for now. Your sister is so busy, whether she'll even remember is uncertain. Give it a couple of days, go for the assessment again and pass. Won't that solve the problem? It seemed like he was spoiling a child, but Yu believed him. No one knew better than her how busy Yao Yi was every day. Although she was only a few years older than her, she always behaved like an adult. She might really forget if she didn't say anything. Chen Guan thought to himself that she was an innocent child. In such a big city, when she walked out of the Alchemist Guild, Yao Yi probably would have already received a report. But he didn't burst her bubble. But can I really pass the assessment next time? Definitely. You need to have confidence in yourself. You're the little princess of the royal family, so you should be even more self-assured. A few failures are not scary, and they're not a shame either. Failing to face failure, being afraid of failure, that's the real failure. There's a saying that I really like, and I'll share it with you today. Life is like a star fruit, full of edges and corners, but we shouldn't only focus on its imperfections. If we change our perspective, we'll see the shining star within it. Do you understand? Being a few years older, Chen Guan felt it necessary to guide the little pufferfish in establishing the right outlook on life. He immediately gave her 2 bowls of soul-stirring chicken soup. The effect was remarkable. Yu completely lost her previous discouragement. Her big eyes shone brightly, and she clenched her little fists with great enthusiasm. If she were placed in an iPhone manufacturing factory, she could probably work tirelessly for 24 hours without taking a breath. I understand. Thank you, Chu Guan. I'm going to practice alchemy now. I'll come find you to play next time. Yao Yi became very happy and ran out of the gate without looking back, full of energy. Chen Guan found it amusing and was about to go back when he saw Yao Yi's little head poking out at the entrance. I have another question. Oh, what is a star fruit? A night passed without further conversation. The next day, Chen Guan finished his cultivation and left his room early. He went straight to the entrance of the training area and presented a token from his storage ring. Then, he headed towards Yao Yi's palace. As a special existence who could call Yao Yi sister, he naturally had some privileges. In fact, Yao Yi initially wanted him to live separately and arranged for a team leader of an 8-star Dou master to guide his cultivation and answer his questions. However, Chen Guan didn't want too much attention and politely declined the arrangement. Yan Hongtao, also a Dou master, was enough to solve any minor issues. The problems he couldn't solve would be beyond the capabilities of an 8-star Dou master. Therefore, it was unnecessary. In addition, Chen Guan asked Yao Yi to keep his matters confidential, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yao Yi readily agreed and even granted him an exemption from participating in the upcoming assessment. The royal family was pleased with Chen Guan's low-profile approach. After all, this reduced the chances of other powers trying to poach him. They had plenty of time to deepen their bond. Arriving at Yao Yi's palace, Chen Guan hadn't even shown his token when the guards at the entrance recognized him. Young Master Chen, no need to bother. The princess has already instructed that if you come, you can enter directly. Treat it like your own home. I will inform the princess. Treat it like his own home. Chen Guan felt a little sentimental. When he first arrived on the Dou Qi Continent, he didn't even have a place to seek shelter from the wind and rain. And now, he could treat the palace as his own home. Thank you, he politely responded and stepped into the magnificent palace. To be honest, the royal family was definitely more luxurious than the Misty Cloud sect in this aspect. However, comparing a sect with a nation was not fair as they had different natures. He stopped in front of an artificial mountain and admired the scenery for a moment. Soon, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Yao Yi. Tisk tisk, since I last saw a certain brat, I haven't seen him again. I thought that brat forgot about his big sister. Looking at the playful smile on Yao Yi's face, Chen Guan felt a bit awkward. Yao Yi, please don't tease me. I've been immersed in rigorous training lately. I just advanced to the rank of Dou practitioner last night, so I came early in the morning to share the good news with you. Hee, who would have known? Huh, you said you've already broken through. Yao Yi teased him, but when she realized what he said, her expression froze and her eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Guan nodded, releasing his qi and expanding his aura. Of course, I wouldn't deceive Yao Yi. The truth was right in front of them, and Yao Yi had no choice but to believe it. After taking a few deep breaths, Yao Yi fully accepted the reality and couldn't help but exclaim, "You truly are a little monster. You scared me." A Dou practitioner at the age of 9. She now truly believed what Jia Xingtian had said back then. She was also glad that Chen Guan entered the palace, and their relationship was quite good. Leading Chen Guan to stroll around the palace, Yao Yi contemplated in her heart and soon made a decision. Now that you've become a Dou practitioner, you can officially start practicing martial arts and techniques. The path of the strong begins from here. With your talent, it won't do to continue practicing the spirit empowerment art. If others find out, they might think I'm misleading the talented ones. You have the fire attribute, and the palace has many fire attribute martial arts and techniques in its collection. Wait here for a moment, my little brother. I'll prepare a gift for you. Yao Yi arranged for Chen Guan to wait in the pavilion and hurriedly left. She returned before the tea was even brewed, taking out 3 booklets from her storage ring and handing them to him. These 3 booklets contain nearly 90% of the palace's collection. They have brief introductions. One is about martial arts, another is about combat techniques, and the third one is about body techniques. You can choose one from each. It's not that I'm being stingy, but practicing combat techniques is not easy. It requires a lot of effort. If your mind is not focused, it's easy to be scattered. After you completely master them, I'll give you more. The 3 booklets were not heavy, but Chen Guan felt their weight in his hands. Yao Yi, yes, how about I call you, mother? Chapter 9. New Cultivation, Combat and Body Techniques, 10,000 Divine Tribulations Move. Watching the young man leave, Yao Yi's expression was complex, filled with anticipation, support, and a hint of indiscernible disappointment. Grandpa Tian, he won't disappoint us, right? A figure emerged from the shadows, and Jia Xingtian smiled confidently as he replied, he won't. When I first met him, this kid was very introverted, hardly communicating with anyone. After coming to the imperial city, he has changed a lot. He has become more polite, more mature, and treats everyone kindly. But deep down, he still prefers solitude and hasn't formed a deep bond with anyone, including you, his sister. He hasn't truly acknowledged anyone in his heart. A person like him, who can initiate jokes with you today, is enough to show that he genuinely accepts you from the bottom of his heart. That's sufficient. Let nature take its course. There's no need to forcefully pursue more. With him around, even if one day the old man here is gone, the imperial family will remain as stable as a mountain. Of course, my dear Yao, you're all grown up now, and it's time for you to consider marriage. If you can have a result with him, this old man would be pleased as well. Ha ha. Yao Yi rolled her eyes at this disrespectful grandpa. Although she was young, she was incredibly clear-headed. Shaking her head slightly, she rejected, no, things are fine the way they are now. If Chen Guan really had special feelings for her, he wouldn't have joked about calling her mother. Wouldn't it be better if he made a more serious commitment? The astute girl perceived his attitude from his words, so she trusted her own judgment. Unless, that boy is perverted. 2 flowers bloom, each on its own branch. On the other side, Chen Guan had already returned to his own room. Locking the door, Chen Guan temporarily ignored the additional training resources that Yao Yi had given him. He took out 3 scrolls from his storage ring and spread them out on the table. Intermediate Profound Level Cultivation Technique, Supreme Heavenly Heart Refining Technique. Intermediate Profound Level Combat Technique, Thousand Flames Sword Technique. Intermediate Profound Level Body Technique, Cloud Walking Steps. There was no doubt that they were all excellent items. These were carefully selected from nearly 100 cultivation techniques and combat techniques, and if placed in the Wuen City, they would likely cause a fierce battle among the three major families. This gave a glimpse of the empire's heritage. Moreover, Chen Guan was certain that the royal family must have even higher level cultivation techniques and combat techniques, but those were kept as closely guarded secrets. To be able to obtain intermediate profound level techniques was already a sincere gesture from the royal family, and it would be enough for him to use in the short term. There was not much to say about the Supreme Heavenly Heart Refining Technique. It sounded grand, but it was overestimating itself if it claimed to refine one's heart to a supreme level. The Cloud Walking Steps was a great companion for daily travel and killing. After mastering it, Chen Guan's combat power and survival ability would definitely soar. As the immortal Cloud Evil Supreme Heaven Opening True Jade God had said, in the world of martial arts, only speed matters. This saying also applied here. As for the Thousand Flame Sword Technique, it was Chen Guan's favorite. Although it was incomplete, with only 3 moves, it was enough to rival an intermediate profound level technique. This showed its value. What made it even more remarkable was its versatile ability. The first move, Fleeting Brilliance, was described in a fancy manner in the booklet. But in Chen Guan's eyes, it was a unique technique similar to the gathering of 1,000 swords. It could gather countless sword energies behind him and launch an area of effect attack, a typical AoE skill with wide-ranging damage. The only drawback was that its attack power was not very high. With this move, Mommy doesn't have to worry about me being ganged up on anymore, especially when facing weaker opponents. One skill can clear out a large group. The number of condensed sword energies depended on one's strength. The second move, Boundless Vast Sea, was a 1v1 divine skill. It unleashed attacks like surging waves, one strike after another, with each wave stronger than the previous. In theory, as long as one's chi was not exhausted, it could reach up to 33 waves. This move is somewhat similar to Xiao Yan's 8 extreme blasts, but unfortunately, it doesn't come with dark chi. The third move, 10,000 Divine Tribulations, condenses a pair of sword wings behind the back. When unleashed, it allows for a brief moment of fleeting flight, with extremely fast speed. The sword wings are exceptionally sharp, and if used unexpectedly, they can produce remarkable effects. As is well known, without flight combat techniques, only Dou Kings can transform their Dou Qi into wings. This ability makes it extremely difficult for Dou spirits to surpass their rank and kill Dou Kings. Many geniuses used to be able to easily defeat higher-ranked opponents, but once they reached the Dou King level, they couldn't. The ability to transform Dou Qi into wings was a major reason for this. However, if one masters the 10,000 Divine Tribulations, it becomes different. A Dou spirit suddenly strikes, and it is not impossible to assassinate a Dou King. Chen Guan's eyes burned with excitement. He couldn't wait to learn it and even pinched himself hard to calm down. With the small amount of Dou Qi in his body, he probably wouldn't be able to condense sword wings, let alone sword energy. The current priority was to proceed step by step, refine his cultivation technique, and elevate his strength. This way, he wouldn't embarrass himself during the process and become a fool on the spot. Putting away the body technique and combat technique, Chen Guan carefully read and memorized the meridian circulation and hand seals in the Supreme Heavenly Heart Refining Technique. Only when he thoroughly understood them did he assume a cross-legged position and begin practicing the hand seals. After making the initial changes, Chen Guan clearly felt the difference between the profound and yellow stages. The speed of absorbing and refining Dou Qi had more than doubled compared to before. After completing one cycle, Chen Guan stopped and took out a high-grade Qi pill, a special medicine provided by the royal family to assist in cultivation at the Dou practitioner stage. He swallowed it, and the speed of his cultivation accelerated even more. The joy of taking pills was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, immersing one in it uncontrollably. 1 month later, inside a single room, accompanied by a muffled sound of boom, the young man sitting cross-legged opened his eyes. He felt the abundant Dou Qi in his body, unable to conceal the joy on his face. I've reached the 4-star Dou practitioner level. It's about the time I predicted. Today seems to be the day of the 5-year test. Well, It's good to go out and get some fresh air. The martial arts practice field was particularly lively today. Almost everyone from Chen Guan's batch had to participate in the test. Even the latecomers wouldn't miss this rare event. As soon as the young man stepped out, he saw a solid wall of people surrounding the square-shaped practice field, making it impenetrable. Chen Guan, you finally came out. I thought you weren't interested in such a grand event. Although Captain Yan has exempted the two of us from the test, it's still interesting to watch the excitement. A familiar voice sounded. It was none other than Zhao Gang, who regarded him as his lifelong rival. Chen Guan smiled back, feeling that the arrangements made by the royal family were considerate. To avoid drawing attention by enjoying exclusive privileges, they exempted both him and Zhao Gang from the test. It seemed fair and just on the surface. After all, among their peers, they were both outstanding talents. If neither of them passed the test, then there was no need for anyone else to take it. It's good to combine work and leisure. Going out to get some fresh air is nice. You've made great progress recently. Hehe, I've reached the 7th stage of Dou Disciple. Brother, my talent is not just a reputation. After the test is over, let's have a friendly match and see. Chen Guan seriously doubted that Zhao Gang had been waiting at the door for half a day just to challenge and show off to him. But challenging a 4-star Dou practitioner with the strength of the 7th stage of Dou Disciple? Even Xiao Yan doesn't have your courage. Forget it, I have something to do later. We'll do it next time. Chen Guan politely declined. He didn't want to strike him too hard. After all, he was still a small genius. If he were to decline rapidly and cause the royal family to lose a talented individual, Chen Guan would feel guilty. Do you really have something to do? I do. Alright then, let's arrange it for another time. Chen Guan nodded and said they would do it another time. He patted Zhao Gang's arm and walked towards the gate of the training area. He had already seen Yao Yi waving at him from the opposite city tower. Chapter 10. Grand words only bring momentary pleasure. Without presenting their tokens, Chen Guan walked out of the training area. In the past month, 95% of his time was spent in diligent cultivation, excluding the usual eating and drinking, while the remaining 5% was dedicated to spending time with the little princess, Yu. Since they became acquainted, she would occasionally come over to play with him, and the two of them practically explored every corner of the imperial palace. As for beyond the palace, Yao Yu temporarily did not allow it. Chen Guan understood and cooperated with these restrictions. After all, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that his talent was quite astonishing within the Jia Ma Empire. If someone with ill intentions were to notice, it was highly likely that they would take a risk to eliminate him. The evidence was in the Chu Yun Imperial Empire's death note. And there was also the Misty Cloud Sect, which had done something similar in the original plot. So, it was better to avoid unnecessary wandering. It was for the best, both for her and for him, to not get into trouble in the short term. Standing atop the city wall, Chen Guan and Yao Yu stood side by side, gazing at the scene below. You finally decided to go out. Cultivation is not a one-day or one-night matter. It's good to come out and relax on ordinary days. Perhaps when your mood relaxes, you'll break through your bottleneck. So, how were the results this month? Yao Yu asked casually. Chen Guan nodded and replied, so, a 4-star Dou practitioner. Yao Yu, who was making some small movements next to him, suddenly fell silent. Her mind was filled with disbelief, but seeing the nonchalant expression on the young man's face, as if he were saying that having hands was sufficient, she silently changed the words that were about to spill out of her mouth. If she reacted too astonished, wouldn't it make me, as his older sister, appear ignorant? Well, that's good. You should continue with your diligent cultivation, she said, wanting to take back her previous words. Guiding this kind of monster is not something I am worthy of. Chen Guan found her changing expressions amusing. Yao Yu, you should smile more often. It's not good to have a serious face all the time. Yue even said that you seem a bit gloomy. Yao Yu responded with a slightly flirtatious eye roll, not in a good mood. Do you think I want to? But in my position, I have to establish authority. Yue and I both have to shoulder this responsibility. I can't just leave it to that little girl. Anyway, let's not talk about these troublesome matters. After all, I've invested in you for the future. When you become a Dou Emperor, or even a Dou Ancestor, my pressure will be relieved. So, focus on your cultivation. If you run out of resources, just let me know. Don't feel embarrassed about it. Haha, Then I'll have to work hard. Otherwise, if I fail, your investment in me will be in vain. That won't happen. At most, I'll sell you to the snake people tribe. The female snake people would adore a young boy like you. Are you sure that's a punishment and not a reward? Little Chenzi, you have a dangerous mindset. Yao Yu reached out to pinch Chen Guan's ear, pretending to be fierce. They truly felt like siblings in that moment. Chen Guan didn't dare to fight back and could only dodge around as he was no match for Yao Yu's skills. After playing around for a while, the battle without gunpowder ended with Yao Yu's victory. She held her head high like a triumphant female general returning from war. I'm done playing. Let's talk business. The annual autumn hunt of our royal family is coming up in half a month. Do you want to participate? I can reserve a spot for you, Yao Yu said. The autumn hunt, isn't that a game for the young masters and ladies in the capital? What does it have to do with me? Chen Guan was confused. Yu had mentioned this matter a few days ago, and even that little girl held a contemptuous attitude towards the autumn hunt, which made him even less interested. In the past, it was like that, but this time it's different. Last year, Yun, the junior sect master of the Misty Cloud Sect, emerged from the Gate of Life and Death and took over as the sect master of the Misty Cloud Sect. Narlan Su of the Nalan family intended for his precious daughter to apprentice under Yun. Yun didn't immediately agree and said he wanted to observe for a while. The autumn hunt this time will be the final assessment. With your strength as a 4-star practitioner, you don't need to display your full abilities to compete against a group of children at the fighter stage. Just using 30% of your strength is enough to win the championship. By then, your performance will certainly catch the attention of Yun and the others. Who knows, he might even accept you as his disciple. It not only blocks the closeness between the Nalan family and the Misty Cloud Sect but also allows you to find a good teacher. It's a win-win situation, Yao Yu explained. Aren't you afraid that I'll truly join the Misty Cloud Sect and then turn around and betray you? That would be quite a loss for you, Chen Guan replied. The plan was good, and it indeed had the potential to succeed. But was the royal family too trusting of him? Were they confident that he wouldn't bite the hand that fed him? Moreover, based on his understanding, even if he outperformed Narlan Yanran, the most likely outcome would be Yun accepting both of them. After all, Yun and Narlan Yanran had a good rapport in the original plot. I can arrange for you to infiltrate the Misty Cloud Sect with a reasonable identity. Safety is not a concern. As for betraying your sister, I'll stand in front of you. Would you dare to stab me from the front? Yao Yu said confidently. All right, Yao Yu was truly self-assured. Chen Guan didn't joke around anymore. He seriously weighed the pros and cons. Apprenticing under Yun would not only allow him to enjoy resources from both the Misty Cloud Sect and the royal family but would also give him an advantage in pursuing the Cloud Sect master. He could win her heart, achieve the dream of surpassing the ancestors, and even gain a little junior sister. Fulfilling the achievement of gathering a master and disciples was within reach. There were many benefits to consider, and just thinking about it made him quite excited. Unfortunately, Chen Guan still chose to refuse. Although there was no death note, indicating that this wasn't a matter of life and death, the absence of mortal danger didn't mean there was no danger at all. Even as an undercover agent, there was no good outcome. Hadn't he seen infernal affairs? Furthermore, he had a clear understanding of himself. He didn't like being bound. After spending several years together, what if he truly developed special feelings with Yun as master and disciple? In that case, caught between the royal family and the Misty Cloud Sect, how would he choose? Wasn't he just creating discomfort for himself? As for resources and similar things, the royal family was sufficient to provide. Going to the Misty Cloud Sect wouldn't bring many benefits to him in his current situation. No, Yao Yu, my heart is not as cold as ice yet. I can't withstand the test of such a great beauty. You also don't need to worry about the Misty Cloud Sect. Give me 10 years, and I'll snatch Yun back. I'll make them package the Misty Cloud Sect as a dowry and take it all. That way, all the problems will be solved, Chen Guan said. You're young, but you have so many schemes. Fine, I'll wait for that day. If you can truly achieve it, on your wedding night, I'll help push your back, Yao Yu said. Cough, sis, let's keep it elegant. This sudden bet shocked Chen Guan, leaving him to flee in a panic. Who would believe that such vulgar words came from the mouth of the Jia Ma Empire's crown princess, Yao Yu? It almost subverted Chen Guan's inherent impression of her. But it could also be seen that Yao Yu only dared to speak so boldly because she truly believed that this matter was impossible. A sense of rebellion suddenly arose in Chen Guan, who hadn't felt it in a long time. He couldn't help but think, could it really be that difficult? But what if he succeeded? Wouldn't the situation be awkward then? Chapter 11. The terrifying Dou King with a stern face. The tests in the training ground continued, and naturally, some were happy while others were worried. The results of 5 years of hard work were finally bearing fruit at this moment. Chen Guan didn't join in the excitement or show much interest in the results. He sat alone on the steps of the main gate, lost in thought. Nolan Yanran was about to apprentice, so was the breakup far away. At this point in time, Xiao Yan was slightly older than Chen Guan, probably around 10 years old. In other words, Xiao Yan's qi would gradually disappear in about a year, and after 3 more years of consolidation, he would officially rise. In just over 4 years, the plot would officially begin. I have to work harder in my cultivation, Chen Guan thought to himself. Originally, becoming a 3-star Dou practitioner in 1 month made him feel a bit proud, even bragging about it in front of Yao Yu. But now, as he calmed down, he realized that the road ahead was difficult and the task was arduous. Although he could gain a few years head start, he couldn't change the fact that Xiao Yan had an old grandfather in ring setup. It was unfair. Chen Guan strongly demanded a rematch. 1 year later, in a secluded cage, a young man in green clothes held a long sword and was engaged in a battle with 7 swift-winged wolves. Swift-winged wolves were second-tier low-level demonic beasts, equivalent to a human 2-star Dou master. Even ordinary 2-star Dou master who encountered them would only have a chance to escape because of the inherent advantages of the beast's physique. However, the scene in the cage at this moment broke the norm. 7 swift-winged wolves were attacking one person, and despite the fierce battle lasting for half an incense stick's time, the wolves were exhausted, panting heavily with saliva dripping, yet they hadn't even touched the corner of the young man's clothes. It made them doubt their existence as wolves. On the other side, the disappointment was evident on the young man's face as he witnessed his opponents lagging behind. Beating weaklings is so boring. Let's end it, he said. As soon as the words fell, the young man no longer held back. Stepping forward with the cloud-stepping stance, he launched an attack. After more than 10 breaths, he ended their agonizing lives. Clap, clap, clear applause sounded as Yao Yu stepped forward, opened the cage, and handed him a towel. You truly are a monster. I feel like in just a few months, you'll surpass even me, Yao Yu sighed. Even Nolan Yanran could at most reach a level similar to Chen Guan. Yao Yu had witnessed Chen Guan's growth. It was precisely because of this that she was even more amazed. When they first met, Chen Guan was a 9-stage Dou disciple while she was already a Dou practitioner. The second time they met, Chen Guan became a Dou practitioner, and she was still a Dou practitioner. It wasn't easy for her to become a Dou practitioner, but she hadn't taken the lead for a year yet and was caught up again. Yao Yu expressed that having a brother like him was too much pressure. You shouldn't be here at this time. Shouldn't you be on the training ground? Why did you come back? Can't I come to see you because I missed you? Do you think I believe you? How boring. Can't you pretend to be moved? I just received news that the Shao family you made me pay attention to is in trouble. The so-called once-in-a-century genius Xiao Yan has encountered problems in his cultivation. He dropped from a Dou practitioner to the 8th stage of Dou disciple. The Shao family wanted to hide this information, but unfortunately, you can't hide the truth. Chen Guan was momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of urgency rise within him. Okay, I got it. I don't need to pay attention anymore. Do you have a connection with the Shao family? Although Xiao Yan had decent talent before, he was far from your level. He shouldn't have been considered your rival, right? It's not related. I just find it interesting. Let's not talk about that. Yao Yu, I want to leave the palace and go on a journey of self-improvement. Don't reject me right away, listen to what I have to say. I know you're concerned about my safety, but now I'm a 3-star Dou master. With the 1000 flame sword technique and the cloud stepping stance, even below the Dou master, no one can threaten me. I won't go to dangerous places, just on the edge of the Magic Beast mountain range to train. I'll be fine for self-preservation. And even if things go wrong, I have your token to shake things up in the local lord's mansion. Chen Guan said seriously, It wasn't a sudden decision but a carefully considered one. Yao Yu knew him quite well and could tell that it would be difficult to persuade him any further, so she stopped joking around. You really have to go. Yao Yu, you understand me. Fighting against the beasts in these cages has never given me a sense of danger. I need to experience real bloodshed. You also don't want me to become the backdrop for other geniuses at the same level, right? Yao Yu pondered for a few seconds and nodded slightly, agreeing. After all, what Chen Guan said was true. A Dou master who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies and a pampered Dou master were two completely different beings. Fine, but I'll send a few people to follow you. They will always be one day behind you. If you encounter danger, you can go back and find them. No negotiation. They won't interfere with anything unless you actively seek them out. No problem. Also, write a letter every half month. If I don't receive it after half a month, I'll send people to bring you back. That's also fine. Try to come back as soon as possible. If you don't come back even for my coming of age ceremony, you can consider yourself dead. After being bound by Yao Yu to a series of unequal treaties, Chen Guan was finally released. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. He had been on the Dou Qi continent for so many years, but he had never truly experienced this world. He packed up the things he needed and put them in his storage ring before heading to Yao Yu's palace. He had intended to say goodbye in private to avoid being caught by that girl and not being able to leave, but unfortunately, he couldn't find her. Chen Guan could tell at a glance that she was probably called away by her teacher, the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Jia Ma Empire, Fa Ma, to study alchemy. It had been like this before, and every time the little girl came back, she would complain to him for a long time. Truly, she didn't know how fortunate she was. Since he didn't see her, Chen Guan didn't insist. He instructed the guards to inform her in the evening and immediately set off, encountering no obstacles along the way. The imperial capital was bustling and prosperous, a completely different world from the quietness of the palace. Experiencing the local customs and manners, Chen Guan walked towards the city gate. Although he had already decided where to go for his training, he chose to travel on foot, as it was a form of cultivation in itself. Winged Dou Qi, the strength of a Dou king. Hiss, who is this? Such strong power. It's obvious that he's from the imperial capital. It's Lord Nolan. You can't even recognize him. He's one of the top 10 powerhouses in the empire. Is he really that powerful? Why does he look so unsteady when flying, and his face is so dark? A sudden commotion broke out, and listening to the discussions of the people around him, Chen Guan quickly looked up and saw an old man with gray-white hair gliding through the air, his face cold and expressionless. And indeed, he was very dark. Nolan Jia, the strength of a Dou king, the grandfather of Nolan Yanran. Information about the old man flashed through Chen Guan's mind, and he quietly observed him. Seeing that even his flight was somewhat difficult to sustain, he couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the branding poison was activated today? This seemed to be a small opportunity, but the prerequisite was to have the heavenly flame. Chapter 12. Farewell, Shaoyan. Wuen City. It was originally an ordinary border town, but in recent years, it had become memorable to many people because of a genius who emerged, even making this small town well-known. Especially a few months ago, breaking through to the Dou practitioner realm at the age of 11, Wuen City and keywords like the Shao family became even more resounding. Unfortunately, overnight, Shaoyan's Dou Qi vanished into thin air, and now he had fallen to the 7th stage of Dou practitioner. The genius had fallen. Such explosive news made Shaoyan dominate the top of the topic list these days. Wherever one went, they could hear others discussing and speculating about the reasons for his fall from the Dou practitioner realm. Various bizarre versions abounded. The Ao Ba and Jia Lai families also subtly added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames. There were even rumors about whether Shaoyan would lose another stage of Dou Qi tomorrow, truly hitting people where it hurt. Shaoyan's popularity remained high, and no one could shake his position as the superstar of Wuen City. However, many people who went out today for a chat or idle gossip discovered that the topic list for the day had actually changed. Who was this hidden dragon that could generate such high popularity? They quickly gathered around to spectate. I knew it. Wang Ermazi is usually so arrogant. It was only a matter of time before something happened to him. If it weren't for his shameless connection with the Ao Ba family, why would we have to wait until today? Now, The Aoba family is probably in a panic, and who would still care about him? The person who made the move is really daring. So far, about 20 people have been disabled, including members of the Aoba and Jialai families. I haven't heard anything about the Shao family. Do you think it could be the Shao family's doing? Unlikely. The Shao family wouldn't have the guts to offend two major families at the same time. Besides, a captain of the Shao family's guards was also disabled. Evil people will eventually face evil consequences. I just want to say that these people are getting what they deserve. Quote. The mercenaries' speculations were not far off from the truth. At this time, the atmosphere among the three major families in Wuen City was tense. They each dispatched guards to investigate the city, and the Aoba and Jialai families even issued statements that they would spare no expense in finding the culprits. In just one day, more than 20 people had been disabled. They were furious but also harbored an unspoken fear because one unfortunate person from the Aoba family had the strength of a 2-star Dou master. To be able to quietly disable them without making a sound, it would be difficult without the strength of a high-level Dou master. With such a dangerous figure lurking in the shadows, they would be uneasy if he wasn't completely dealt with. Except for a few high-level individuals, everyone lived in constant fear. Therefore, a thorough investigation was necessary. The three major families had a rare unified front. The chaotic footsteps on the street came and went, repeating over and over. Meanwhile, Chen Guan in the inn was not affected at all. At this moment, he was engrossed in reading a book that recorded various spirit herbs and medicinal ingredients, absorbing knowledge without a trace of tension as the supposed mastermind. Yes, he was that ruthless perpetrator. After traveling for nearly half a month, Chen Guan arrived in Wuen City once again. It wasn't intentional, just passing by. After all, his destination required him to pass through here. Wearing a dusty appearance after half a month of travel, he originally planned to rest for a day. However, fate worked in mysterious ways. Just as he entered Wuen City, he saw a mercenary nicknamed Wang Ermazi. Chen Guan had a deep impression of this person. He had beaten him up and even generously gifted him a fist the size of a sandbag. Do you know the psychological damage caused to a 4-year-old child by a fist the size of a sandbag? The memories were awakened, and Chen Guan happily took action. He didn't hold grudges. He simply broke all 5 limbs of the other person and disabled his Dou Qi. The others, for the most part, had similar grievances. To meet so many acquaintances in just one day, one can imagine the plight he faced when he first arrived. It was truly miserable. Knock, knock, knock. An abrupt knocking sound came. Opening the rear window, Chen Guan then opened the door. Standing at the door was a young man dressed in black, with a cold expression but seeming somewhat absent-minded, as if he was holding back a great deal of anger. Behind the young man were 6 uniformed guards from the Shao family. Sorry to disturb you, I am Xiao Yan from the Shao family. Due to the disturbance by a hoodlum in the city yesterday, I am conducting a routine inquiry. If you happen to see anyone suspicious, please inform the Shao family. Xiao Yan, he had heard the name for a long time, but he didn't recognize him at first glance. It made sense, as when they had met years ago, they were just kids. At that time, the other party was an arrogant little tyrant. Now that he had been dealt a blow, his temperament had changed, so it wasn't surprising that Chen Guan didn't recognize him. But for him to ask about this matter, should I report myself? Oh, I see. Is there anything else? Chen Guan casually responded, assessing this fellow villager and unintentionally glancing at the dark ring on his neck. If it were Xiao Yan standing in front of him 6 years ago, he would probably have risked snatching it. But now, Chen Guan completely abandoned such thoughts, and Yao Chen woke up 100%. Sorry to disturb you. I'll also remind you that it's better not to go out unless necessary, especially at night. Xiao Yan shook his head slightly and then took his men to the next room. From beginning to end, Chen Guan didn't have the mood to seriously observe this young man who was even more handsome and outstanding than himself, nor did he have the slightest suspicion. In his opinion, Chen Guan was probably at a similar age and still in the Dou practitioner stage. He didn't have the strength to take action at all, so he was immediately excluded as a suspect. 6th stage of Dou practitioner. Watching Xiao Yan leave, Chen Guan muttered to himself. At this rate of losing levels, it wouldn't be long before he returned to his pre-liberation state. While Chen Guan lamented for Xiao Yan, he didn't know that inside Xiao Yan's ring, Yao Chen had also been startled by the minor disturbance caused by Chen Guan. Bone age is only around 10 years old, at the level of a 3-star Dou master. This is abnormal. Yao Chen couldn't help but think, would his future prospects be even greater if he teamed up with this kid? He felt tempted, but he ultimately gave up. Firstly, he had sucked Xiaoyan dry for so long, it wouldn't be right to run away without acknowledging it. Secondly, Yao Chen strongly suspected that Chen Guan might have some powerful force behind him in the Central Plains, and it would be better not to get involved with such forces in his current state. What, you say this kid is a native of the Jia Ma Empire? Yao Chen wouldn't believe it even if he were beaten to death. In the Jia Ma Empire, a backward land like that, if they could cultivate such a freak, he would do a handstand while sucking Xiaoyan at night. With Xiao Zuner and Chen Guan, two people he couldn't understand, appearing in Wuen City at the same time, Yao Chen's imagination ran wild, and he became even more eager. As he grew impatient and sucked harder, Xiaoyan was miserable. Feeling the sharp drop of Dou Qi in his body, from the 6th stage directly to the 4th stage, Xiaoyan broke down, cursing the heavens and wanting to compare himself with the gods. Damn it all. Chapter 13. First encounter with Little Fairy Doctor. Shockingly, the youth in his prime suddenly erupted, spewing out words without any regard for others' opinions. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? Chen Guan heard it from a distance, the sound of Xiaoyan's voice. Although he was slightly curious, it was simply the nature of people from the heavenly palace to enjoy watching a spectacle. Without wasting any time, Chen Guan closed the door and left in a grand manner, continuing his journey towards his destination. At the city gate, the people from the 3 major families were conducting inspections. 3 Dou practitioners led the team, and the scale was quite large. Even the mercenaries, who were used to living on the edge, felt a bit nervous and cooperated obediently. The 3 major families had a considerable authority in Wuen City. Not wanting to waste time with them, Chen Guan took out the royal token. The captains of the 3 families' guards respectfully escorted him out of the city, without ever thinking that he was the person they were desperately searching for. 2 days later, in Qingshan town. This was the town closest to the Magic Beast Mountain Range, also known as the Qingshan town. This was Chen Guan's destination. He arrived earlier than he had predicted. He thought he might encounter some troublemakers along the way, but surprisingly, everything went smoothly. Because of its geographical advantage, the shops on both sides of the streets in Qingshan town were bustling. Even though it was already nighttime, the lights were still brightly lit. There was a continuous flow of people, and their conversations were loud and filled with vulgar language, with women being a common topic. When they saw the unfamiliar face of the young man in the blue robe, many people showed meaningful expressions. Chen Guan ignored them and walked while observing. Finally, he stopped in front of a herbal medicine shop called 1000 Medicine House, and walked inside. 1000 Medicine House was quite large, occupying a wide area, with rows of counters displayed like a shopping mall. Finding a temporarily vacant counter, Chen Guan took out a bag of gold coins. Find someone in charge. The business I want to discuss is not small, and you probably don't have the authority to make decisions. The shop assistant felt somewhat displeased at being looked down upon, but seeing the bag of gold coins, he complied. Without saying a word, he left. I won't offend you, but I can ignore you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Guan carefully surveyed the shop but didn't find the little fairy doctor. Just as he thought his luck was bad, there was some movement at the staircase on the 2nd floor. A young girl in a white dress, supporting a mercenary with one hand and one foot, descended the stairs. The girl was young, only a few years older than Chen Guan. Her appearance was not stunning, but rather the type that was pleasant to look at, with a gentle smile on her lips. Fresh and ethereal, gentle as water, that was Chen Guan's first impression. His gaze involuntarily turned to the girl's waist, where a green ribbon perfectly outlined her slender waist. The little Dr. Fairy of Doupo, well-deserved reputation. There was no need to ask how he confirmed the girl's identity. At this moment, in this time and place, there would be no one else but her. Besides, Chen Guan wasn't deaf. Ah, it's little Dr. Fairy. I'm so lucky tonight, I'm going to the gambling den to dominate. Little Dr. Fairy, just look at me. Slap, you idiot, don't block my view. Quote. This was like a small-scale fan gathering. While Chen Guan was speechless, little Dr. Fairy was also drawn by the commotion and looked over. Their gazes met, and the contrast between the youth's attire and his calm composure clashed with the rough crowd. Chen Guan politely smiled in response, and little Dr. Fairy did the same before turning around and going upstairs. The woeful poison body. With a cheat-like physique, ordinary people become stronger through hard work and opportunities, but she only needs to ingest poison to rapidly increase her strength. However, there are many drawbacks to the woeful poison body. Once it erupts, it becomes a catastrophe, uncontrollable even by oneself. It seems destined to live a solitary and miserable life. If the method to control the poison body is not found, it will eventually erupt completely. During that time, with no rationality left, she would become a disaster to the continent, becoming a target of everyone. Therefore, describing the woeful poison body as an enemy to the world is not an exaggeration. Various thoughts flashed through Chen Guan's mind. The woeful poison body is very dangerous, but if handled properly, it can also be a great asset. Hehe, little Dr. Fairy is a specially appointed physician of our Thousand Medicine House. Although she just arrived not long ago, the people of Qingshan Town really like her, especially the mercenaries who come and go. Many have received her help, which has increased her reputation. If someone speaks ill of her, it's not uncommon for them to end up battered and bruised. While Chen Guan was thinking, a low laughter sounded beside him. It was an older man with a goatee explaining. Chen Guan nodded. He had already known all of this, so he didn't show any surprise. Seeing his reaction, the man assumed that he was not interested in little Dr. Fairy and didn't mention it further. After all, although little Dr. Fairy had a high reputation, she wasn't a pill or gold coins that everyone would like. Young master seems unfamiliar. I presume you are new to the Qingshan town. I am Chong Jinfu, honored to be the manager of Thousand Medicine House. May I ask what business the young master would like to discuss with us? Chong Jinfu had the strength of a 5-star Dou practitioner and couldn't see through Chen Guan. He behaved politely. Chen Guan also had no intention of beating around the bush and straightforwardly said, I need to purchase a batch of yellow lotus essence. I'll take as much as you have. I would like Thousand Medicine House's help in acquiring them. The market price is 100 gold coins per piece, but I'll offer 105. How about it? Yellow lotus essence, a low-grade herb. Chong Jinfu lacked enthusiasm, but his eyes lit up after listening. 1 or 10 pieces of yellow lotus essence were not worth mentioning, but if the quantity was large, the profit would be substantial. Especially since Chen Guan offered a higher price than the market, it was a simple and profitable deal, like winning a windfall from the sky. For a moment, Chong Jinfu took another look at the youth and silently labeled him as someone foolish but wealthy. Where did this spendthrift come from? Of course, he definitely wouldn't say it out loud. Thousand Medicine House is a place of business, and we don't refuse customers. Naturally, we won't decline. How much does the young master need? Don't worry, I won't shortchange you by a single gold coin. Here's 10,000 gold coins as a deposit. You can deliver the goods to the nearby City Lord Mansion of Qingshan City, and I will have the City Lord handle the exchange. When it's not needed, I will have someone notify you. Chen Guan directly threw the gold coins to him, feeling extremely at ease. Unless the other party was an idiot, they shouldn't be courting death. Understood, young master. You can rest assured that Thousand Medicine House conducts business with integrity. Hearing this assurance was enough. Both objectives had been achieved, so Chen Guan didn't linger and left in the gaze of Chong Jinfu, who thought he was a big fool. The visit to Thousand Medicine House was a spontaneous decision, mainly to meet little Dr. Fairy. As for the yellow lotus essence, it was just a casual arrangement. It would be best if he could stumbled upon blood lotus essence, but if he didn't find any, it wouldn't be a big loss. After finding an inn to stay, Chen Guan sat cross-legged on the bed. Little Dr. Fairy won't run away. There's no need to be anxious. I should focus on cultivation. Although I have the goal of acquiring treasures, experience is also necessary. Chapter 14, Crimson Ice Serpent King. The next day, Chen Guan wrote 2 letters, one to be sent to the imperial capital Holy City for Yaoyi, and the other, along with a token, to be sent to the nearby Wuen City. After dealing with miscellaneous matters, he bought 2 maps of the outskirts of the Magic Beast mountain range in Qingshan Town and ventured into it without hesitation. This was his first time entering the Magic Beast mountain range. Logically, it would have been more convenient to hire a mercenary as a guide, but considering the issue of strength, he gave up on that idea. Even the leaders of the major mercenary groups in Qingshan town were only at the Dou master level, let alone others. If they all entered together, they would only be a burden and have limited usefulness. For his first journey into the mountains, Chen Guan wasn't in a hurry. His main focus was to familiarize himself with the environment and, in the process, try to find the cave that the original little Dr. Fairy had discovered. Spending the entire morning, he couldn't find the cave, but he encountered over 10 first-order monster beasts, all of which posed no threat. Chen Guan seriously suspected that they were trying to provoke him. After enjoying a delicious roasted boar meat meal, Chen Guan got up and continued to venture deeper into the mountain. The matter of the cave wasn't urgent. He had plenty of time to search slowly. Each day, he would go in a different direction, conducting a thorough search. For now, his priority was gaining experience, with clear distinctions between primary and secondary goals. As Chen Guan ventured deeper, the strength of the encountered monster beasts also increased. First-order monster beasts became scarce, while second-order monster beasts became the primary encounters. A second-order monster beast was equivalent to a Dou master, and it was even more outstanding among the same rank. This area still belonged to the outskirts of the Magic Beast mountain range, but it was already the depth that mercenaries avoided. As a result, the mercenaries he had frequently encountered before seemed to have all disappeared at this moment. There wasn't a single person in sight. SSSSHHH. A stream of scorching venom suddenly attacked from behind. Danger approached, but Chen Guan seemed to have eyes on his back. He effortlessly evaded the attack by shifting his footsteps slightly, and with the Thousand Flame Sword technique, he condensed a crimson sword aura and swung it backhand accurately, hitting the monster beast that had attempted to ambush him in the mouth. The shrill scream accompanied the splattering of blood, sounding resounding. It was a venomfire lizard, a second-order monster beast. Recognizing the target at a glance, Chen Guan didn't hesitate and swiftly stepped forward, mounting the venomfire lizard. He punched it 3 times, killing it on the spot. Wiping off the blood on his hands, Chen Guan skillfully opened the corpse with his sword, and a dark red thumb-sized magic core came into view. Oh, not bad luck. This was his first magic core of the day. Carefully calculating, it seemed to be the first extra income he had earned in many years, which was truly tear-inducing. With the dual motivations of honing his strength and making money, Chen Guan became fully motivated in an instant. He put away the magic core and began searching for the next target. In his eyes, this area had turned into a gold mine. Swift Wind Wolf, Azure Wood Fox, Blazing Spirit Python. One second-order monster beast after another appeared, but without exception, they all received a beating. By the time evening approached, Chen Guan had already slain 14 second-order monster beasts. Slightly regrettable, he only obtained 4 magic cores. 4. It's an unlucky number. I'll find one more and then leave. Seeing that it was getting late, Chen Guan murmured and made a decision. At this moment, the youth seemed like a veteran general with flags planted all over the stage. After experiencing more than 10 battles in a row, he had won them all, but it had taken a toll. His energy was slightly depleted, as not every second-order monster beast was as easy to deal with as the Venomfire Lizard. Venomfire Lizard would have thought, "You're arrogant. You think you're great just because you took my magic core." Carefully searching for the next target, suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears. Chen Guan's expression changed slightly. He quickly retreated to a spacious area using the cloud stepping steps technique, holding his long sword in a vigilant manner. His Dou Qi garments appeared, and with one hand forming a seal, in the blink of an eye, he condensed a crimson sword aura that floated behind him. 1, 2, he condensed a total of 60 sword auras before he felt that only about half of his Dou Qi remained, and then he stopped. At that moment, the culprit making the unusual sound entered his line of sight. As Chen Guan had suspected, it was a group of nearly 100 pale-colored snakes. Crimson ice snakes, first-order monster beasts. They were quite common in the Magic Beast mountain range and had an ice attribute. The ice contained a poisonous chill. If someone was poisoned and not treated within half a day, their entire body's blood would be frozen by the poison, leading to death. Recognizing the target, Chen Guan felt a slight relief. Although this group of snakes looked eerie, even a top-tier second-order monster beast wouldn't want to provoke them. But for him, the threat wasn't too significant. Fighting against low-level opponents was his specialty. Go. Without hesitation, Chen Guan took the initiative to attack. The 60 sword auras behind him shot out, dazzling like a meteor shower, filling the sky with a red glow. In an instant, a magnificent and vibrant scene unfolded. SSSSHHH. The snake group was overwhelmed by the sword auras. Many were killed or injured, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. The smell of flesh filled the air. With a single strike, more than 70% of the snake group was wiped out, and even those that survived were all injured. The might of a profound stage combat technique was so terrifying. Chen Guan took advantage of the situation and, wielding the long sword, moved forward to kill. However, just as he was slaughtering and accumulating his achievements, a strong sense of danger surged in his heart. Without any hesitation, he pushed the cloud stepping steps technique to its limit, instantly moving more than 10 meters away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A pool of snake venom landed exactly where Chen Guan had been standing a moment ago. The intense toxicity corroded the land, creating a poisonous circle with a radius of 1.5 meters. The vegetation withered and turned yellow, and a thick layer of frost formed. Not far away, a gray snake measuring several meters in length stared at Chen Guan with its cold eyes. Third order, Chen Guan exclaimed in surprise. This was unexpectedly a mutated Crimson Ice Serpent King, with a mixture of intense corrosive properties in its poisonous chill. Just based on this, it was absolutely not a bottom-tier existence even among third-order monster beasts. Sorry to bother you, but I'll take my leave. Without even glancing at the 7 or 8 magic cores on the ground, Chen Guan threw his long sword at the Crimson Ice Serpent King and quickly turned around to escape. By the time the Serpent King shifted its gaze from the magic cores to the flying sword, Chen Guan had already fled dozens of meters away. The Serpent King had gained some intelligence and was completely infuriated by the cunningness of the youth. It hissed and launched a pursuit. Its massive body didn't hinder it much, and its speed was only slightly slower than the youth's. Chen Guan could feel the relentless pursuit of the Crimson Ice Serpent King. Without looking back, he fled toward an area densely populated with trees. Utilizing his agility advantage, he judged the distance between them based on the constant sound of trees breaking behind him. Although being chased, Chen Guan didn't lose his composure. He still had confidence in himself. The Serpent King posed no threat to his life. The reason he chose to escape was that activating the 10,000 Divine Tribulation move consumed a considerable amount of energy. With his current state, even facing a random second-order monster beast would be a threat after just one attack. Therefore, escape was the wise choice. Chen Guan remembered the route he had taken and knew that all the monster beasts along this path had been eliminated. Everything was under his control. However, what he never expected was that the speed at which the monster beasts took over territories was so fast. As he was about to pass by, a second-order fire fox that had just claimed a new territory extended its claws to defend its authority. Caught off guard, the Dou Qi garment was instantly pierced, leaving a deep claw mark on his left arm. This was only a flesh wound, but the more lethal aspect was that the interference from the fire fox disrupted Chen Guan's rhythm of escape, forcibly stopping him. Although only a few moments had passed, it was enough for the Crimson Ice Serpent King to catch up. Without time for further consideration, a broadsword appeared in Chen Guan's hand, and he instantly activated the Boundless Vast Sea technique, forcefully intercepting the snake's charge. A tremendous force struck him, and Chen Guan was sent flying. He even coughed up a mouthful of blood in midair. However, it was precisely because of this force that Chen Guan managed to create distance once again, further than before. He swiftly leapt into the forest, with the sound of trees constantly collapsing behind him. It seemed that the Serpent King's attempt to catch up again had become an impossible hope. Realizing that it had been fooled, the Crimson Ice Serpent King roared furiously. With icy cold eyes, it looked at the fire fox, preparing to vent its anger on it. However, the fire fox was filled with a strong will to survive. It immediately jumped onto a precipice, moving nimbly and leaving the Serpent King's massive body far behind. Easily shaking off the pursuit of the Crimson Ice Serpent King, the fire fox felt extremely proud. At this moment, it had no idea that it had become the source of trouble for the entire group and had left a lasting impression on someone. Chapter 15. Healing. Under the starry night sky, the road stretched on endlessly. The wind and smoke dissipated, leaving only a lonely figure. In the dark night, the young man with half of his green garment stained red swiftly made his way towards the Qingshan town. He looked quite miserable, but he was not seriously injured. It wasn't until he left the Magic Beast mountain range that he let out a sigh of relief and slowed down. Crimson Ice Serpent King, Fire Fox, I'll remember you. Although he had fought against monsters before, the nature of fighting inside and outside of a cage was completely different. Today's crisis had taught Chen Guan a lot. To survive in such a place, he had to constantly maintain his state, especially never losing his vigilance. Ignoring the strange gazes of the mercenaries on both sides of the street, Chen Guan walked towards the inn. But in a moment, he changed his mind and immediately turned around to head to the Thousand Medicine House. Since he was injured, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to meet the little Dr. Fairy? The Thousand Medicine House was still bustling with activity. As soon as he entered, all eyes turned towards him, some suspicious, some surprised, and even some envious gazes. Because only if you were truly injured, would you have the opportunity to go upstairs and receive treatment from the little Dr. Fairy. Otherwise, the other mercenaries wouldn't give you a chance. Not seeing the familiar face of the steward, Chen Guan didn't mind. He climbed up to the second floor while clutching his arm. He had learned about the rules from the mercenaries' discussions last night. The second floor was quite spacious, with a room dedicated to the little Dr. Fairy's medical consultations for the mercenaries, resembling a clinic. When Chen Guan arrived, the little Dr. Fairy was checking the pulse of a mercenary. He found a place to sit down, and in just a few minutes, the consultation ended. Chen Guan then got up and sat in front of the little Dr. Fairy. Sorry to trouble you, no need to be polite. Injured by a monster, you'll need to take off your shirt so I can properly bandage it. After a simple examination, the little Dr. Fairy said. She recognized Chen Guan. They had met briefly last night. Although she was somewhat curious about his experience, she didn't ask. After all, they weren't acquainted with each other. Chen Guan nodded and removed his outer garment, along with the soft armor underneath, revealing his clean and strong upper body. There was a hint of bluish-purple on his chest, and the claw marks on his arm were particularly prominent. At the same time, he added, I accidentally offended a fire fox. I'll go back tomorrow and capture it to roast. I remember its scent, so I'll definitely be able to find it. You hold grudges, huh? The fire fox is a second-order monster beast, and I've heard it doesn't taste good. It has a strange smell. While cleaning Chen Guan's wounds with tools, the little Dr. Fairy made small talk to avoid awkwardness. It's not holding a grudge, it's about finding a way to settle the score. That little thing looks very delicious. Just remove the strange smell, and it'll be fine. No one knows how to handle ingredients better than me. The little Dr. Fairy didn't respond and quietly rolled her eyes. Indeed, just as a dog will never consider itself a dog, those who hold grudges are the same. Chen Guan continued, You're treating these mercenaries at the Thousand Medicine House without charging any fees, right? I saw that one guy just slipped away without paying. The little Dr. Fairy smiled lightly and replied, That's right, we don't charge fees for treating mercenaries here. It's a rule. As for that guy, I'll settle the account later. The little Dr. Fairy carefully cleaned the wound and began to bandage it with her secret unique medicinal ointment. Without looking up, she said, It depends. Some of them will give gold coins, some will offer medicinal herbs as substitutes, and some even give monster cores. Anything is fine. Giving or not giving doesn't make much difference, as it's just a small gesture. Of course, if they want to use the medicinal herbs from Thousand Medicine House, that's another story. You're easy to talk to. No wonder they call you the little Dr. Fairy. I'm not at a disadvantage either. Generally speaking, what they give is more valuable than the consultation fee. And I often have to go to the Magic Beast mountain range to collect herbs, and they help me with that. Sometimes, they even help me test medicine for free. Chen Guan nodded slightly. He knew that the little Dr. Fairy's dream was to become an alchemist. Unfortunately, she didn't meet the conditions to become an alchemist, so she had to settle for being a physician. Physicians were also well liked, especially in a place like this. But for the little Dr. Fairy, who possessed the woeful poison body, it was somewhat underutilizing her talents. Not revealing his thoughts for now, the wound on his arm was soon bandaged, complete with a butterfly knot. It looked a bit strange, but when he moved slightly, he felt that it didn't affect his movements, so he let it be. Thank you. My name is Chen Guan. I'll probably have to trouble you frequently in the future. Putting on his soft armor, Chen Guan took out a new set of clothes and handed over 2 books that recorded various rare medicines and the experiences of physicians as his consultation fee. He had come prepared, knowing the little Dr. Fairy's preferences. As expected, the little Dr. Fairy glanced through the books and was instantly attracted to them. Even Chen Guan's curiosity about her possession of a storage ring was suppressed. Her entire focus was on the books, eagerly wanting to read them. These books are very valuable. It's a loss for me to accept them as a fee. Technically, I shouldn't take them, but they really fascinate me. Thank you. You deserve it. My immortal medicine, your poison, my waste paper, your treasure. Each item should be in the hands of someone who can make the best use of it. It's just a set of principles. Haha, it's the truth. Goodbye, I'll treat you to braised fire fox head next time. Quote. The little Dr. Fairy watched the young man leave and felt that he was quite interesting. He claimed not to hold grudges, but he was always fixated on that fire fox. Moreover, his background seemed extraordinary, as he even had a storage ring. A hint of curiosity arose, but it was quickly overwhelmed by her desire for the books. She closed the door and happily immersed herself in studying. A new day had arrived. Chen Guan purchased a batch of seasonings and cooking utensils in town before heading towards the Magic Beast mountain range once again. After bandaging the wound on his arm and taking a second-grade healing pill, the injury was already insignificant and wouldn't affect his combat power. Today's small goal was to reclaim his dignity, especially against that fire fox. He truly didn't hold grudges. Purchasing seasonings and cooking utensils was just for convenience. After all, the monsters in the mountains were either too large or too small. The fire fox was just the right size for a meal. No one could afford to neglect their hunger. So, by purchasing more ingredients, it would be like a constant flow of the Ganges River, right? Just as he entered the mountains, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared at the foot of the mountain. They seemed indecisive, as if they were contemplating whether or not to enter. Chapter 16. Temptation of Gourmet Food. Today, Chen Guan still couldn't find that cave, but he did encounter two fire foxes. Unfortunately, neither of them was the one from yesterday. After eating and drinking his fill, Chen Guan collected the two fire fox monster cores from the ground. His reason for killing fire foxes had gained another justification. Other monsters didn't have such a high drop rate. Without causing trouble for other monsters, Chen Guan headed straight to the area where the Crimson Ice Snake King resided. Just as he could remember the aura of the fire fox, the Crimson Ice Snake King could also recognize his aura. There was no need for Chen Guan to search, as the Crimson Ice Snake King emerged on its own accord from the dense forest, vowing to wash away yesterday's shame. However, Chen Guan was well prepared and in a much better state than before. He wouldn't be intimidated by it. Wielding a broadsword in his hand, he took the initiative to confront it. Using the Cloud Steps technique to dodge the foul venom, he unleashed his fierce attacks like raging waves. Each wave was stronger than the previous one. Starting from their first collision, where he was pushed back a dozen steps, their exchanges became more intense. By the 20th exchange, they were evenly matched. Of course, the consumption of his internal energy was astonishing, nearly depleting 1/10 of it. Fortunately, he cultivated a profound grade cultivation technique. If it had been a yellow grade 1, he would probably have been at the mercy of others after only 2 or 3 bursts of energy. Ha ha ha, come on. Having fought the Crimson Ice Snake King to a draw, Chen Guan was in a great mood. For him, this was the most suitable opponent, one that could bring him pressure but wouldn't completely overwhelm him. Every attack was made with the determination to kill it, never holding back. Such an opponent was truly rare. That's why Chen Guan temporarily abandoned his intention to immediately kill it, treating it as a whetstone instead. The battle between the two, with each attacking the other, lasted for nearly 2 hours. They took breaks more than once along the way, chasing each other from one end to the other, disturbing the area where the second-level monsters were active. As dusk approached, Chen Guan consumed a second-grade energy recovery pill and stopped engaging with the Crimson Ice Snake King. He headed towards the outskirts to escape. Goodbye, I'll come and play with you again tomorrow. The Crimson Ice Snake King pursued him for a while before giving up. Maybe it understood the young man's words, or maybe it was just tired. It could kill him tomorrow, no rush. As Chen Guan left the Magic Beast mountain range, he headed straight for Thousand Medicine House. After fighting for so long today, it was impossible for him to be completely unharmed, but luckily, they were all external wounds. He could treat them himself, but why not take advantage of the free physician? They were professionals, familiar with the displays and staircase. When the clearly uninjured Chen Guan wanted to go upstairs, several hot-tempered mercenaries were about to stop him. However, before they could make a move, a hand rested on their shoulders. "Young Master Chen is our esteemed guest at Thousand Medicine House." The manager, Chong, firmly held the mercenary's shoulder, exerting some force to show his determination. "Esteemed guest, this pretty boy, all right, since it's like this, I'll give Thousand Medicine House some face. Don't let me run into any trouble outside." Manager Chong chuckled and didn't say anything else. Flattery might backfire, but he was confident that he could ensure the young man's safety within Thousand Medicine House. On the other hand, Chen Guan, who was familiar with the surroundings, arrived at the clinic of the little Dr. Fairy. There were more people today, so Chen Guan had to wait for nearly half an hour until all the unrelated people had left. "Help me treat these external injuries, just apply some ointment. Take off your clothes. Did you really go find the fire fox?" Seeing Chen Guan's slightly disheveled appearance, the little Dr. Fairy had already guessed the outcome. "Of course, since I said I would, I had to do it. Unfortunately, I didn't find the one that injured me yesterday, but I found its two brothers. I roasted them all. Look, I saved one especially for you. Remember, I promised you yesterday that it's safe to eat. I've taken care of that strange taste." Seeing the young man actually take out a roasted fire fox, the corner of the little Dr. Fairy's lips twitched. She thought it was just a joke, but she didn't expect him to be serious. However, it looked so golden and crispy, seemingly delicious, which made one's appetite grow. "Cough, I'm not going to eat it. Fire fox has a strong gamey flavor that can't be washed away." Swallowing her saliva, the little Dr. Fairy averted her gaze and focused on treating the injuries. They were just minor external wounds that didn't even require bandaging. After cleaning them and applying some ointment, she quickly finished. "Today, I'll shamelessly freeload. I'll bring you something delicious next time. No need to be polite. I have to thank you for the notes you gave me. They've been very helpful." After seeing the young man off, the little Dr. Fairy returned to her seat. Looking at the roasted fire fox on the table, she couldn't resist extending her hand. "Is it really as delicious as he said? Just one bite." She tore off a piece of leg meat and savored it slowly. The rich aroma of the meat instantly bloomed on her tongue, and it really tasted fantastic. And it didn't have that strange taste. Unable to resist, she reached out again, but then stopped. Quickly, she got up and went to the door, peeking out to confirm that there was no one around. With a thud, she locked the door. The next day, Chen Guan ate, cultivated, fought the Snake King, and had his injuries treated by the little Dr. Fairy. He also brought her a steamed fire fox. The following day, they followed the same routine, but this time it was spicy braised fire fox. Then came the secret braised fire fox. Stir-fried fire fox. For more than 10 consecutive days, Chen Guan's daily routine was very regular, progressing on both fronts, and the rewards were not small. After more than 10 days of battling, Chen Guan had completely grasped the various techniques of the Red Ice Snake King. When he fought the Snake King again, he no longer felt the pressure he initially experienced and dealt with it with ease. This made him sigh. It was really not easy to find an opponent who could constantly challenge him. The same was true for the prince from the royal family, and now the Snake King. At the Thousand Medicine House, Chen Guan visited every day. Even though he hadn't sustained any injuries recently, he still went without fail. The various ways of eating fire fox were quite useful. Now, he and the little Dr. Fairy could be considered good friends. They enjoyed each other's company every time they met, and their conversations became more and more diverse. From the different ways of eating fire fox to the peculiar events on the Dou Qi Continent, and even to a certain mercenary becoming a bandit, they would joke about harmless topics. They both enjoyed this kind of atmosphere. However, the steward of Thousand Medicine House had some worries. Over the past half-month, the little Dr. Fairy seemed to have contracted a strange illness. Her appetite was poor, and she hardly touched the meals brought to her each day, which was very worrisome. It wasn't that he cared so much about the little Dr. Fairy, but she was also a valuable asset to Thousand Medicine House. If something happened to her, the business of Thousand Medicine House would suffer a significant decline, at least by 20%, not an exaggeration. How could he not be concerned? At the same time, in a certain inn, accompanied by a muffled sound, Chen Guan opened his eyes, radiating a brilliant light. I've finally reached the 4-star Dou Master level. Chapter 17. Pursuit. In fact, half a month ago, Chen Guan felt that he had already reached the limit of a 3-star Dou Master. He was just one step away from breaking through, and a gentle leap would allow him to achieve it. However, he always felt that his rapid cultivation speed had caused a slight instability in his foundation, so he resisted the temptation. He wasn't disappointed. After half a month of fighting with the Red Ice Snake King, Chen Guan solidified his foundation even further. Tonight, he couldn't suppress it anymore. He didn't even exert much effort, but as soon as the Supreme Heavenly Heart Refining technique was activated, he easily broke through. The sky was clear, and it was another day suitable for hunting fire foxes. Chen Guan entered the mountain as usual, but he felt a bit complicated inside. With his current strength, he was even closer to the Red Ice Snake King. It was no longer a match for him. If he continued to entangle with it, it would be a waste of time and wouldn't serve as a good training experience. But he was a sentimental person. After more than 10 days of battling, he didn't know how to handle the Red Ice Snake King. Should he steam it or stir-fry it? Cough, cough, or maybe he should see the Snake King's attitude. 2 men, one tall and one short, watched the young man enter the mountain, preparing to spend a boring day playing chess. They sighed in admiration. This kid is really a monster. What exactly is his relationship with the crown princess? Could it be that the emperor secretly? But his surname is clearly Chen. Could it be an alias? The short one had a curious mind. The tall one, who was more familiar with the rules of the officialdom, gave him a disdainful look. What's it to you? Had enough fun? Stop talking nonsense and set up the chessboard. It's my turn to start today. While the two enjoyed their leisurely time, Chen Guan had already arrived at the place where his old friend resided. The Red Ice Snake King had low intelligence, and even after nearly half a month, it still had the same way of appearing, straightforward and honest. Bang! Chen Guan swung his sword, but he only managed to strike 13 waves before the Red Ice Snake King couldn't withstand it anymore. Its massive body was sent flying, smashing several large trees and leaving a wound over a foot long on its body. It narrowly avoided being cut in half. This was the first time it had suffered such a serious injury since encountering Chen Guan. The Snake King was greatly surprised, its cold pupils widened, seemingly expressing its incredulity and the rising fear in its heart. Chen Guan firmly held the initiative and approached with a broadsword in hand. Stop fighting. I feel that your intelligence is higher than that of an ordinary Tier 3 magical beast. You should be able to understand some of my words. How about submitting to me? It's very easy for me to kill you now. In fact, before, it was just using you for practice. Chen Guan gave it a chance. Perhaps a small part of it was because of their old friendship, but what he truly valued was the value of this Snake King. It was a snake-type magical beast, a mutated red ice snake, with strength comparable to a 3 or 4-star Dou Master. In the Jia Empire, it would already be considered a skilled practitioner. Little did they know that even Xiao Yan's father was only a Dou Master. If he accepted it as a spirit pet, its effect on him would be average, but he could give it to the little Dr. Farrier Qing Lin. That's right, although he hadn't encountered that little girl yet, Chen Guan had already factored her into his plans. The triple jade green snake flower pupils had no less potential than the woeful poison body. With such a great help, only a fool would reject it. In his mind, Chen Guan arranged a place for the Red Ice Snake King, but embarrassingly, the other party had no intention of submitting. SS's 3 consecutive streams of venom sprayed out. Taking advantage of the moment when the young man dodged, the Red Ice Snake King suddenly erupted and shot towards the depths of the dense forest. Unable to defeat, but not necessarily unable to escape, a chase scene was once again staged. Unlike before, this time, it was the Red Ice Snake King who was fleeing for its life. Truly, fortunes had reversed. Its strong survival instinct heightened the Snake King's speed. Even though Chen Guan used the cloud steps, he was only slightly faster than it. The distance between them, about a dozen meters, gradually closed, but it wasn't something that could be caught up to in an instant. Feeling his pride wounded, Chen Guan mercilessly chased after it while continuously condensing sword qi, shooting out one after another. The attack power of the fleeting sword qi was not enough, but the Snake King couldn't afford to divert its attention to defend. It could only rely on its monstrous body to endure, resulting in one after another wounds on its body. Its scales were almost dyed with blood. These wounds weren't fatal, but they were tormenting, just like a small knife scraping against the butt, hot and painful. Knowing that the young man's speed was faster than its own, its not-so-clever intelligence told it that if it continued to flee, it would eventually be caught. There was only one place it could go to survive. Setting its direction, the Red Ice Snake King charged wildly and headed towards the depths of the Magic Beast Mountain range. Soon, the presence of Tier 3 magical beasts could be seen in the surroundings. They had already entered the area where Tier 3 magical beasts were active. Chen Guan furrowed his brows slightly, his speed decreasing slightly, but after a moment of thought, he continued the pursuit. A Tier 3 magical beast was equivalent to the level of a great Dou master. Chen Guan believed he had enough ability to save his own life. In his opinion, the Red Ice Snake King could at most reach this level. If it continued to go deeper, it wouldn't be fleeing for its life anymore, but rather becoming food for higher-level magical beasts. As it turned out, the Red Ice Snake King fled until it was close to an area with Tier 4 magical beasts, where it finally stopped and decisively plunged into a small lake. Is that it? Chen Guan stood by the lake, feeling that the Snake King was indeed not very clever. Relying on its ice attribute, the Red Ice Snake King might have some advantages in the water, but did it really think that it could overcome the gap between them like this? By diving into this lake, there would be no way for it to escape. He casually threw a pill into his mouth and sat on the lakeside, recovering his depleted Dou Qi while waiting. After a cup of tea's time, the lake remained calm. This indicated that there were no other magical beasts in the lake. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. The concept of territory was deeply ingrained in magical beasts. Even if there were other magical beasts, they would only be below Tier 3. With this judgment in mind, Chen Guan, who had great skills and a bold heart, resolutely dove into the lake. The small lake wasn't large, and although his vision was slightly affected, after a few minutes, Chen Guan had thoroughly explored it. But strangely, he couldn't find the Red Ice Snake King. He was certain that the Snake King hadn't resurfaced, yet it had mysteriously disappeared. This left Chen Guan extremely frustrated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guan once again submerged into the lake, meticulously starting a carpet-like search, determined to uncover the truth. Finally, after 7 breaths, Chen Guan found a clue. Hidden beneath a small slope on the right side of the lake's bottom was a stone door. There was a mystery hidden in the lake's depths. Chen Guan could basically confirm that the Red Ice Snake King had entered inside. Considering that the Red Ice Snake was originally a common first-tier magical beast, this one had mutated to become a 3-star. It could be considered a genetic mutation. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Chen Guan realized the significance. His excitement and anticipation grew, and he decisively pushed open the door and entered. If the Red Ice Serpent King could emerge unscathed, he had enough confidence. Chapter 18. Safely return, my friend. My name is Wang Yan, a resident of the Jia Ma Empire. I am a 3-star Dou master and currently serving the royal family. Some time ago, my not-so-bright partner, Wang Delang, and I received a secret mission from the princess. Well, there's really nothing I can't say about it. It's simply to secretly protect a young boy. The princess emphasized to us many times that if necessary, even at the cost of sacrificing ourselves, we must ensure his safety. After leaving the holy city, Wang Delang and I followed this boy named Chen Guan on the journey. Wang Delang is a big mouth and can't keep things to himself. He kept speculating about the boy's identity along the way, so I silently distanced myself from him. What no one knows is that I am also very curious. I have observed this boy countless times, but I still can't figure out what makes him special. Isn't it just because he's younger and better looking than me? Why does the princess value him so much? Perhaps Wang Delang's speculations are not entirely baseless. Of course, I would never say such things out loud. I have maintained a rational facade for 40 years, and I don't want others to know that I'm actually a complex individual. I'm glad I didn't make any rude moves because during the following month, I discovered that this boy is actually a monster. That day, when he returned from the Beast Mountain, covered in blood, Wang Delang and I were shocked, but fortunately, he was unharmed. The next day, he went again, and Wang Delang and I secretly followed him. We found that this boy was actually looking for trouble with a 3rd-level beast. What a reckless guy. At the same time, we also discovered that despite his Dou master strength, he could fight against a 3rd-level beast without falling into danger. He suffered some setbacks, but he always emerged unscathed. Damn, it was incredible. How old is he? He looks like he's 14 or 15 at most. Now I understand why he receives so much attention. In the following days, this guy went to provoke that beast every day. His combat experience improved visibly, and gradually, he even gained the upper hand. It was too unbelievable. Knowing that he was fighting that beast every day without danger, Wang Delang and I felt relieved and stopped following him constantly. After all, it was the princess's command. But it seemed like fate was playing a trick on us. That day, as usual, Wang Delang and I were playing chess to pass the time until it got dark, but that guy hadn't returned. I started to panic, feeling an ominous premonition. Old Wang, something seems off. Chen Guan should have come out even on the latest day, Wang Delang said, unable to sit still as night fell and the starry sky emerged. He dropped the chess pieces and spoke up. In my mind, I thought, did you just realize that? Yes, something seems wrong. Let's go and take a look. With that kid's strength, as long as he doesn't go further, nothing serious should have happened. The two of us hurriedly got up and plunged into the magic beast mountain, which loomed in the darkness like a primitive beast. Knowing the place where Chen Guan and the Red Ice Snake King usually have their dates, our destination was clear. With our abilities, we quickly arrived at the intended location. The scene was in chaos, and as they followed the traces on the ground, the expressions of the two men became increasingly grim. He went in. He really went in. As they ventured deeper, they entered the primary area where third-level beasts were active. How could he dare? Handling one might be possible, but dealing with a group was a different story. The only consolation was that based on Chen Guan's demonstrated strength, as long as he wasn't surrounded by third-level beasts, he should be fine in one-on-one battles. Another consolation was that since this boy received so much attention, the royal family might have provided him with means to protect himself. Following the traces, within a few minutes, the two men arrived at the small lake. At this point, all traces and auras completely vanished. Split up and search. Without much talk, Wang Yan gave the order, and they each went in a different direction. The beast mountain was vast, even in the area where third-level beasts were active. It took them most of the night to conduct a rough search. The result was evident. Looking towards the deeper regions, Wang Yan's expression turned extremely grim. Could he have foolishly ventured into the territory of fourth-level beasts? That was a place even they dared not explore. Delang, you go back and immediately report this to the princess. I'll try to go in and search. He might really be inside. No, I'll go search, and you deliver the message. I'm smaller and better at hiding, especially at night. Let's decide like this. It's not the time to be sentimental. Both of them declined, displaying their unwavering friendship in this crucial moment. Deep down, they knew that there was a good chance the boy had encountered trouble, but they didn't need to say it out loud. They were destined to shoulder the blame, but neither of them mentioned anything about taking the opportunity to run away. By entrusting this task to them, the princess had already demonstrated their absolute loyalty to the royal family. With their plan set, the two men swiftly took action. In Qingshan town, at the Thousand Medicine House. It was already time to close the doors and go to sleep, but tonight, it dragged on for a long time. The little fairy doctor stood by the bamboo window, gazing in the direction of the magic beast mountain, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Today, she hadn't eaten any fire fox meat, and her stomach was growling. Well, that wasn't important right now. What puzzled her was that the young boy, who came to visit every day without fail, hadn't shown up until now. Was he delayed or had he encountered some danger? It really made her uneasy. The little fairy doctor clasped her hands together, praying for her only friend for a moment, and then shook her head and returned to her seat, picking up her physician's notes and reading by lamplight. Sleep was impossible, her thoughts were unsettled. And her stomach was still growling. She felt embarrassed to go downstairs and look for something to eat, so she could only endure it for now. I hope you return safely, my friend. Chapter 19. Stirring Winds. The term, urgent for 800 miles, was insufficient to describe it, but even so, when Yao Yi received the message, it was already 2 days later. After reading the contents of the letter, Yao Yi exploded with anger on the spot. Gripping the long sword at her waist, she was filled with murderous intent and wished to tear Wang Yan and Wang Dalang apart. Taking a deep breath without bothering to explain, Yao Yi deviated from her duties for the first time and immediately returned to the palace with the letter. She needed to consult with Jia Xingtian. Watching Yao Yi depart, the soldiers in the training ground were as silent as cicadas in winter. They looked at each other, all feeling startled. It was the first time they had seen the princess so enraged. No one outside knew what Yao Yi and Jia Xingtian discussed, but many people witnessed the sight of the princess, clad in armor, leading nearly 20 people hastily leaving the palace on a flying beast in the vicinity of noon. Keen-eyed individuals recognized that even the vice commander of the Imperial Guard followed closely behind. Something major had happened. Everyone had this thought in mind. Because that vice commander, Wei Ping, was a genuine Dou King. Although he hadn't reached the top 10 among the strongest, no one dared to underestimate him. Now that even he was mobilized, it was evident how serious the situation was. What these people didn't know was that the lineup accompanying Yao Yi was even more extravagant than they could imagine. Apart from Wei Ping, who was a Dou King, the rest were at least 8-star Dou Greedmasters, but they couldn't be recognized at a glance. The foundation of the royal family was now partially revealed. Full speed ahead, don't worry about anything else. Yao Yi gave the order with a cold face. Both for official reasons and personal reasons, she wanted to reach the magic beast mountain as soon as possible. Chen Guan was only missing, not confirmed dead. In her heart, she didn't believe that Chen Guan would die so easily, or even say that he was cowardly. No one understood the young man better than her. Such a clever person, would he seek death on his own? She refused to believe it, even if it killed her. That's why she wanted to see him alive or at least his corpse. This time, she was determined to thoroughly search the outskirts of the magic beast mountain. Nolan residence. Nolan Jia, with a stern expression, lay on the bed and listened to Nolan Su's report. He was initially calm, but he exploded with anger when he heard Nolan Su asking if they should send someone to investigate. You're utterly foolish. The movements of the royal family, is that something you should investigate? If I hadn't been poisoned, your impulsive actions now would ruin the future of our Nolan family. Father, please calm down. I was just suggesting, but should we inform Yan Ran? Informing Nolan Yan Ran was a lie, while notifying the Misty Cloud sect was the truth. Nolan Jia felt exhausted. No need to bother with her. He understood what Nolan Su meant. It was nothing more than hedging their bets, but with such significant actions by the royal family today, did the Misty Cloud sect need to be informed by them? Mitre family. Tang Shan personally witnessed Yao Yi leaving with her group, and it was quite a spectacle. As a businessman, he keenly sensed that there might be profit to be gained from this situation. He immediately summoned an elder who possessed the strength of a Dou spirit and was known for his wit. Have someone gather information, and you can also join in the excitement. If the royal family needs assistance, you can offer help as you see fit. Use your judgment, I trust you. In the northern part of the holy city of the Jia Ma Empire, there were several floating mountains known as the Misty Cloud Mountains. The largest sect in power in the Jia Ma Empire, the Misty Cloud sect, was located there. At this moment, Elder Yun Ling, who had received the news, stood before Yun Yun and reported, seeking instructions. Send an elder to investigate the situation, but do not intervene rashly until the situation becomes clear. Understood, Sect Master. Watching Yun Ling leave, Yun Yun let out a sigh. Ever since she assumed the position of Sect Master, she felt several times more exhausted than before. There were numerous matters to handle, which consumed her mental and physical energy. She had insufficient time for cultivation, which resulted in her strength only increasing by 1 star after more than a year. Yun Yun wasn't infatuated with power. Taking over as the Sect Master was more about responsibility. Her innate indifferent nature meant that she wouldn't have any thoughts about the royal family, but she had to ensure that nothing detrimental would happen to the Misty Cloud sect. That was also her responsibility. Yet, it seemed that a little boat couldn't carry so many sorrows. People always had many moments when they were not in control of their own fate. Chen Guan probably couldn't imagine that his disappearance for a few days would have such a tremendous impact. A small butterfly flapped its wings, causing a stormy sea. All eyes were focused on the royal family. In a single day, the imperial capital began to feel a sense of hidden currents. Furthermore, this trend was intensifying. When Yao Yi arrived at the Magic Beast Mountain, met the Wang brothers, took over as the Lord of Qingshan Town, and gathered a large number of troops to begin the official search, many people couldn't sit still. Rumors spread that the royal family had discovered something valuable in the Magic Beast Mountain. The specifics were uncertain, with some saying it was the dwelling of a powerful individual, others claiming it was high-grade celestial treasures, and there were even rumors of a seventh-order beast egg. The gossip was difficult to discern, but it had to be said that the actions of the royal family were indeed deceptive. As a result, just a few days later, Tang Shan arrived, followed by Yun Sheng, a Dou king from the Misty Cloud Sect. Even the Lion King Yan Shi heard the news and came to join in the excitement. Who would have expected that a small town like Qingshan could gather so many powerful individuals in a single day? 4 Dou kings in total. Among them, 2 were even among the top 10 strongest. Yao Yi remained silent about this and sneered inwardly. She had never seen such enthusiasm from free labor. Unfortunately, she couldn't attract Yun Yun. Otherwise, they would have been able to conduct a more thorough search. But upon further thought, she felt it was only natural. After all, besides her, the royal family had only dispatched 1 Dou king to lead the team. In the eyes of those who considered themselves clever, they probably thought that there must be something good here, but its value would only be enough to entice those at the Dou king level. If there truly was an unimaginable treasure, it shouldn't be her who arrived, but rather Jia Xingtian. The search team moved quickly, especially with several Dou kings present. There were no magical beasts in the outer area that could stop their progress. Faced with such a large group of people, the only chance of survival for the beasts was to flee deeper into the mountains. However, the outer area was still very vast, and it would take a considerable amount of time to search through it. It is worth mentioning that Yao Yi did not excessively blame the Wang brothers. She was indeed angry at first, but she calmed down during the journey. Strictly speaking, the 2 brothers hadn't neglected their duties. Especially Wang Delang, who took the risk and ventured deep into the mountains in search. He nearly lost his life, but when Yao Yi arrived, he was still lying in bed. Qingshan town was still Qingshan town, but everything seemed different. The once loud voices of the mercenaries became as quiet as castrated men. They spoke in hushed tones, which contrasted greatly with their rugged appearance. Even the usually lively Wan Yao pharmacy became much quieter in recent days. Little Dr. Fairy had a day off and leaned on her fair chin, gazing at the Magic Beast Mountain from a distance. She had a vague guess that the commotion outside wasn't as complicated as it seemed, and it was highly likely to be related to the person who often brought her fire fox meat. When Yao Yi arrived, she happened to catch a glimpse of her face, which showed only eagerness, not the expression one would have when searching for mysterious objects. Of course, she wouldn't say these things to anyone. Deep down, she also hoped to find him. However, Yao Yi was the crown princess of the Jia Ma Empire. The fact that she cared so much sparked strong curiosity in little Dr. Fairy, who involuntarily engaged in similar speculation as Wang Delang. A prince, an emperor's illegitimate child, or perhaps a lover? Curiosity was brewing. As Qingshan town surged with excitement, the mastermind behind it all was currently sweating profusely in a hidden chamber beneath the lake. Chapter 20. Heavenly Puppet Sect, Shu Tianhe. With a sword, he beheaded the puppet in front of him, erasing the mark on it. Chen Guan leaned against the dim wall, gasping for breath. On the ground lay the remnants of a dozen dark puppets. Chen Guan glanced warily at the inner chamber and took out a bottle of medicine. He poured out a pill and swallowed it with a tinge of reluctance. The chi-restoring pill was a third-grade elixir that could quickly restore one's fighting spirit. Even he only had 5 of them. Reluctant as he was, he had no choice. The second-grade recovery pills on his body had been exhausted. After 7 days of continuous battles, Chen Guan had noticed a pattern. Every time he destroyed a puppet, he would have half an hour of rest and adjustment. The next puppet would undoubtedly be even stronger, so he had to stay in good condition. Let's rewind time to 7 days ago. That day, with excitement in his heart, Chen Guan pushed open the stone door at the bottom of the lake and, with a casual swing of his sword, ended the surprise attack from the Crimson Ice Snake King lurking in the shadows. He had given it a chance but didn't know how to seize it. Chen Guan wasn't going to hold back anymore. Besides, he was more curious about the opportunities here. He didn't have the time to waste with the Snake King. The interior of the stone door was pitch black. He took out several moonlight stones for illumination and tossed them into various corners. Although it was still dim, he could see the interior clearly. Inside was an empty chamber, not very large, about the size of half a football field. It looked like an empty tomb. A quick scan revealed an empty space, except for a stone table on the right side. It held various bottles and jars, materials and components whose purpose he couldn't understand, and several magic cores that had lost their effectiveness. With a light touch of his long sword, the material components that were still intact shattered into ashes. It was evident that this tomb had been around for a long time. Several bottles of pills had lost their efficacy and become useless. Only the largest jar contained a spiritual substance, a semi-filled jar of murky liquid that had a poor appearance and emitted a strong cold aura. It was just missing the words, "poisonous," written on it. Chen Guan sensed a familiar presence from it, similar to the venom spewed by the Crimson Ice Snake King. He had a vague idea of the reason behind the Snake King's mutation. 9 times out of 10, it was related to this substance. Unable to recognize what it was and not wanting to dwell on it, he packed it into his storage ring. Immediately, Chen Guan arrived in front of the inner chamber door and was thinking about how to open it when the door opened on its own. Accompanying it was a black shadow that launched an attack. Chen Guan's expression changed. It wasn't that the shadow posed a significant threat to him, but because he heard the sound of the outer stone door closing completely. With a sword strike, he repelled the shadow. Chen Guan turned to check the stone door, which was tightly locked. It didn't budge even when he pushed with both palms. Dismantle all the testing puppets to have a chance to leave. A barely audible voice reached Chen Guan's ears from inside. They're not even afraid of suffocating me alive, he grumbled inwardly. However, Chen Guan calmed down and roughly understood his situation. This was indeed an opportunity, and whether he could obtain it would depend on his abilities. The level of danger was unknown, but it should not threaten his life. Unable to resist, Chen Guan had no choice but to accept the arrangement. His gaze shifted to the opposite shadow, a humanoid puppet made from an unknown material. From the brief encounter, he felt that the puppet's strength was roughly equivalent to that of an early-stage Dou Grandmaster. Besides being slightly tougher, it didn't pose a threat to him. As he had expected, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had dismantled the puppet, revealing a completely ineffective magic core. This puppet was powered by a magic core. Half an hour later, another puppet emerged from the inner chamber. Its strength was noticeably stronger, but Chen Guan still didn't feel any pressure. The third one, the fourth one. After a pile of wreckage accumulated, just when Chen Guan was beginning to doubt their abilities, a puppet roughly at the level of a 5 or 6-star Dou Grandmaster appeared. Unlike the previous puppets, even with its head severed, it continued to move and didn't have such rigid movements. It seemed to possess a bit more intelligence. As he fought and explored, Chen Guan discovered the key. He had to erase the imprints within the puppets to completely destroy them. Starting from this puppet, Chen Guan fell into a tedious and exhausting battle, consuming both his mental and physical energy. Until today, he had used up several bottles of second-grade recovery pills on himself. The consumption of qi was a minor issue. Even without the pills, he could continue with the recovery from his profound rank cultivation technique. What worried him the most was the mental exhaustion. After swallowing a qi-restoring pill, his internal qi quickly recovered and became replenished. However, he still felt very tired. This was a manifestation of excessive mental fatigue, and Chen Guan was somewhat concerned about the next battle. After all, the previous puppet had already reached the level of a Dou Grandmaster. If it had consciousness, he would have had to use all his cards. The next puppet would probably be at the true level of a Dou Grandmaster, and Chen Guan was worried about his current condition. Half an hour quickly passed, and Chen Guan stood up, waiting for the appearance of his opponent. With a loud rumble, the inner chamber door opened. However, despite waiting for a long time, no puppet came out. Just as he was puzzled, a strange light suddenly appeared in the dark chamber. The braziers on the walls were mysteriously lit. "Come in, young man." It was that voice again. This time, it was even clearer, and Chen Guan could sense that the speaker was very old. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Guan stepped inside. The inner chamber was even smaller than the outer area, and a stone bed indicated that this was merely a resting place. The layout was extremely simple, and after circling around, Chen Guan didn't find anything peculiar. Everything seemed ordinary. On the stone bed sat a cross-legged skeleton, wearing a deep blue ring on its left hand. That was probably the only remarkable thing. While Chen Guan was silently observing, an incredibly ethereal ghost emerged from the ring. It was indeed an old man with white hair and a dignified appearance, reminding him of a movie called Mount Shu. The old man resembled the character by Mei. Surprisingly, perhaps because he didn't sense any malice, Chen Guan didn't feel fear at this moment. On the contrary, he had an intense urge to make sarcastic remarks. Grandpa Yao Chen was the old man hidden in the ring. And now this was the low-quality version of the grandpa in the ring. So, he was getting another one. Is the continent full of grandpas staying in ring? Your mental energy consumption is not small. Let us restore you first, then we can discuss other matters, the old man said. With a flick, an invisible light yellow dust flew from the ring towards the young man's forehead. Chen Guan felt a slight coolness on his forehead. His fatigued mind was like a long drought meeting refreshing rain, greedily absorbing the nourishment. His mental energy rapidly recovered at a terrifying speed. After half an incense stick's worth of time, Chen Guan's sense of fatigue completely disappeared. Not only that, he also realized that his condition had reached an unprecedented level of excellence. His vision seemed clearer, and he felt as if he were immersed in a comfortable hot spring, feeling extremely good. It was just a small benefit given by the sect I once belonged to. It's not worth mentioning, the old man replied calmly. If Chen Guan hadn't seen the corners of his mouth curling upwards, he would almost have believed it. Young man, let's get acquainted. I am Shu Tianhe, from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Chapter 21. Spirit Nourishment Powder, Puppet Master. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of it. Junior Chen. I've observed your performance, very impressive. Even in my era, there were few young talents who could compare to you. What's even more rare is your far superior soul perception compared to your peers. You're a good seedling. You overpraise me, senior. Chen Guan blushed a bit from the compliments. He was confident in his aptitude, but he didn't think he was the best. Putting aside other factors, such as the triple jade green snake flower pupils and the woeful poison body, these special constitutions couldn't be judged by common standards. And he was within the realm of common sense. Chen youngster, have you ever heard of puppet masters or puppetry? I dare not conceal it from you, senior. I have never heard of puppet masters. In the current Doupo continent, the only special profession still thriving is alchemist. As for other professions like artificers and spirit wine masters, their lineages have almost been severed. However, I do know that puppetry has been partially preserved. From what I know, there are still methods of refining sky demon puppets within some major powers. Heavenly Puppet Sect, Sky Demon Puppets. Chen Guan didn't know if there was any connection between the two, so he mentioned it specifically. Without receiving a reminder from the book, combined with the feeling he got after contact, Chen Guan relaxed his guard against this eccentric old man and gained a bit more trust. Mainly, he didn't have a choice. The old man seemed quite formidable, and if he had any ill intentions, could he really resist? He didn't have an overpowered plot device. He was just an ordinary person with relatively good talent. Upon hearing that only the alchemist profession had continued to be passed down, Shu Tianhe felt somewhat disappointed. But soon, he sneered with disdain. Sky demon puppets, they are just some obscure and unconventional techniques. They can't compare to true puppetry. The techniques of my heavenly puppet sect are far superior, yet they still haven't been recognized as orthodox. Puppet masters are a distinguished path. Even back the alchemists treated us with great respect. After all, no matter how extensive your connections are, you can't use them at any time. But puppets are different. Having a puppet crafted by my heavenly puppet sect gives you a sense of security. Shu Tianhe opened up like a floodgate, endlessly boasting about the wonders of puppetry. Have you ever seen such a talkative master? The young man's perception quietly changed. But it had to be said, it did sound very enticing. According to the old man, some advanced puppets could be refined to the point of being indistinguishable from ordinary people. They could speak, act independently, and possess formidable combat capabilities. They were full of spirituality, like real beings, making it hard to tell what was real and what was fake. In the current Doupo continent, saying such things would probably make no one believe it. It had already surpassed their comprehension. It truly is a masterpiece. I imagine that such puppets cannot be crafted by ordinary puppet masters. Senior, back then. You overestimate me. Although I had a spiritual realm soul at that time, I couldn't refine such godly puppets. Even gathering the required materials, which were of 9th grade quality, was difficult. According to the records of my heavenly puppet sect, only the first sect master succeeded. After that master passed away, outsiders regarded the godly puppets as the sect master until more than 1,000 years later when they discovered the truth. But by then, our new generation of sect masters had already grown up. Unfortunately, there is no everlasting heritage. When the imperial clan expanded, our heavenly puppet sect suffered heavy losses, and puppet masters were almost wiped out. In desperation, the sect master had to disperse the inheritance and escape. Only the sect master knew the method of refining godly puppets, but now that I have passed away, I'm sure it's gone. The true puppetry heritage will never be gathered together again. Shu Tianhe sighed with a hint of melancholy, but his sadness wasn't too deep. After enduring countless years, he had already let go of many things. However, even so, as long as you grasp the essence of puppetry, it will be enough to benefit you for a lifetime. Junior Chen, are you willing to join my heavenly puppet sect and inherit the path of puppetry on behalf of this old man? Finally, they arrived at the main topic. At times like this, only a fool would refuse, and the situation didn't allow him to decline. Chen Guan decisively bowed, expressing his response through action. Disciple Chen Guan pays respects to the master. Clinging to a thigh or anything else didn't matter to Chen Guan. He simply couldn't bear to see the other person, or rather, the soul, being left alone, enduring the torment of time in this sunless lake. Unfortunately, the desire for tranquility can't stop the wind, and the desire to care for loved ones can't make them wait. Chen Guan's filial piety was destined to be in vain. Shu Tianhe laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, get up quickly. It's a regret in this old man's life to find a successor before my soul completely dissipates. It's a pity I'm not a good teacher and can't personally teach you. All I can leave you with is some experience and a few low-value items from my lifetime. As if afraid that Chen Guan would change his mind, Shu Tianhe acted decisively, pointing a finger at Chen Guan's forehead and pouring the inheritance into his mind. Immediately, the ring on the skeleton's hand fell off and was presented to Chen Guan. After completing these tasks, Shu Tianhe's already transparent soul became even more ethereal, barely maintaining its human form. A massive amount of information flooded Chen Guan's mind. It included various puppet refining methods, experiences, and even a method for cultivating the soul. One could imagine how valuable this was, but at this moment, Chen Guan didn't have the inclination to examine it in detail. Holding the deep blue storage ring, one particular small vial made of special material stood out. Inside it were more than 10 faintly yellow powders continuously undulating. In the current Doupo continent, the value of this item was even higher than that of an ordinary 8th grade pill. Teacher, this should be spirit nourishment powder, which has a significant effect on the soul. Teacher, it's useless. Spirit nourishment powder is not omnipotent. It is indeed useful for maintaining and restoring the soul, but its main function is to nurture the soul and enhance the spiritual energy within. It is best to use it when you are about to touch the threshold of the spiritual realm. Using it in advance won't do any harm. When I was still alive and had a spiritual realm soul, it had limited effects on me. When I was young, thanks to the formula known by the Heavenly Puppet Sect, I managed to recruit an honorary 8th grade alchemist. As a result, I used quite a bit of spirit nourishment powder. After my death, I used a few more, but the effects became worse and eventually ceased. It's better for you to keep it. With it, you can enter the spiritual realm faster. The requirements for the soul in puppetry are no worse than those of an alchemist. Chen Guan felt a bit unwilling. The result was quite frustrating. He had just become a disciple, and his teacher was about to vanish without any mental preparation. If he had previously relied on him as a backing, now he genuinely respected him and wanted to keep him. When someone offers a drop of water, one should reciprocate with a gushing spring. This teacher had indeed done him a great favor. Teacher, I once read in a book that when the physical body of an alchemist is destroyed, and the soul is in a situation similar to yours, they can gradually restore their condition by absorbing qi. Teacher, why don't you try absorbing mine? When we get out, I can find the herbs to repair the soul. Good disciple, I'm already happy with your willingness. However, that method is useless for me. My soul should have dissipated long ago. These years have been filled with regrets, and I have tried every means to last until today. My soul has already become fragile, like a porcelain artifact that has weathered countless years. It would shatter with the slightest touch. There is no way to save it. You don't need to feel sad for me. I am already satisfied in this life. Now that even my last regret has been resolved, I can't complain about heaven's treatment. While I can still hold on for a few more days, you should start learning puppetry. I will give you some guidance and help you reach the 4th rank puppet master as soon as possible. Only then can you leave this place. Chen Guan looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. He saw Shu Tianhe's awkward smile and explained hesitantly, when my soul was still strong, I arrogantly left a mark outside. It was a test left for future disciples. At that time, I firmly believed that anyone who couldn't reach the 4th rank puppet master wasn't worthy of becoming the successor of my heavenly puppet sect and should not embarrass themselves outside. But I never expected that after so many years, besides you, only that little snake discovered this place. Shu Tianhe felt quite embarrassed. From a certain perspective, he had tricked his own disciple. He had left behind a mark that couldn't be undone when he wanted to remove it. It was quite awkward. Can't it be forcibly broken? I see that there are some puppets in the storage ring, teacher. Cough. The entire stone chamber was cast with celestial iron from the outer heavens mixed with refined copper. Without the strength of a Dou ancestor, it's almost impossible to forcefully break through. As for the other puppets, the strongest one can barely match a 3-star Dou emperor. So, that path is blocked. Unless you can quickly break through to the Dou ancestor level, there is no other way. Chen Guan opened his mouth but couldn't find words to respond to this eccentric teacher. All the arrangements, in the end, fell on him alone. The sadness in his heart was diluted by speechlessness. Teacher, you're quite leisurely. Cough cough, focus on your cultivation, disciple Chen. I have high hopes for you. With your soul's strength and the assistance of spirit nourishment powder, continuously improving your soul, it won't be difficult for you to reach the 4th rank puppet master. You'll be able to do it soon. Chapter 22, Chen Guan's first divine general, Iron Egg reports in. In the mountains, time knows no bounds, and the seasons have no sense of years. Imperial Palace, Jia Ma Empire. Unlike the usual quiet and orderly atmosphere, the palace was bustling today. Soldiers and maidservants were busy coming and going, surprisingly without anyone scolding them. It was all because they were preparing for tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony of the crown princess. The servants were quite happy. They would never experience such a lively event more than a few times in their lifetime. However, as the person at the center of it all, the crown princess sat in a pavilion, lost in thought, without a hint of joy on her face. On one hand, after the coming-of-age ceremony, she would have more responsibilities to shoulder. On the other hand, she remembered the scenes of the past. She still vividly remembered the day when the young man stood in front of her, looking impatient yet compelled to make a promise. But now, as the coming-of-age ceremony approached, where was that young man? Various factors affected her mood, making it difficult for her to feel happy, only infinite melancholy. Yao Yi even considered canceling the coming-of-age ceremony, but her status forbade her from doing such whimsical things. She wasn't an ordinary girl from an ordinary family, she represented the royal family. Not only must the coming-of-age ceremony be held, but it had to be grand. That brat should still be alive, right? Even Jia Xingtian had accepted the fact of the young man's death. Only she still clung to hope. Although Jia Xingtian had advised her many times and time passed day by day, Yao Yi began to waver. She let out a long sigh, a sigh filled with the endless worries of a young girl. Magic Beast Mountain Range. A year ago, the low-level monsters near Qingshan town on this side were almost wiped out, making this area appear desolate for a time. Fortunately, after a period of development, it gradually returned to its previous state. Those who didn't know about the initial incident would never have thought about it. On a sunny morning, in the area where 3rd-rank monsters were active, in a tranquil small lake, ripples suddenly appeared, scaring away several lucky monsters that were secretly drinking water. In the next moment, a handsome young man leapt out of the water, completely naked in broad daylight. Activating his Dou Qi, he vaporized the water on his body, put on a new set of clothes, and clearly felt that they didn't fit well. Even though he had only aged by 1 year, his body seemed to have experienced 3 or 4 years of time. Finally, after glancing at the place that had imprisoned him for a year, Chen Guan took out a strange piece of ice-red snake with a broken tail. It seemed to be pieced together from fragments. I have to thank you. Because of you, I was able to gain this opportunity. He lightly kicked it, and the red ice snake king immediately made a crackling sound as it dived into the lake. Chen Guan nodded in satisfaction. Although the appearance of this red ice snake puppet was not good, and its tail had been roasted halfway, it was his first completed product when he advanced to the 3rd rank of puppet master. It could exhibit the strength of around a 2-star Dou master. In this ignored small lake, it was enough to guard the underground stone chamber. Although he had already collected his teacher's remains, this place held a heavy sense of gratitude, and Chen Guan didn't want it to be destroyed by others. After arranging everything here, Chen Guan no longer delayed and quickly headed towards the outskirts after determining the direction. It had been a year. Yao Yi probably thought he had been swallowed by a monster. If he remembered correctly, tomorrow was Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony. Disregarding the possibility of monsters appearing in the vicinity, Chen Guan hurried along at full speed. The improvement in his strength gave him enough confidence. He effortlessly killed 2 foxfire foxes that were diligently trying to create the next generation. Throughout the whole process, the 2 foxes maintained peculiar poses. Soon, Chen Guan exited the Magic Beast Mountain range. After some contemplation, he decided to make a trip to the 1000 Medicine House. After all, they were friends, and they might have been worried about him. It was only proper to let them know, and it wouldn't take more than a few minutes. However, he was quite helpless when he found out that Xiao Yixian had gone into the mountains with the 1000 Medicine House's medicinal gathering team today. Chen Guan happened to encounter Chong Jinfu, the steward he had met a few times, in the shop. From him, Chen Guan learned that over the past year, the 1000 Medicine House had been doing well with the business he had instructed them, and there hadn't been any mistakes, earning the pharmacy quite a sum. Furthermore, to show their gratitude, Chong Jinfu had taken the initiative to reduce the price by 5 gold coins. Chen Guan didn't refuse, he would save money if he could. Only a fool would reject something that was practically given for free. He understood the other party's intentions, but it didn't matter. It wouldn't affect anything. Compared to that, it was even more surprising that the royal family hadn't interrupted the transaction despite his 1-year disappearance. The royal family was truly something. Moreover, he had willingly accepted their arrangements without any complaints. That's it then. I'll trouble Chong Jinfu with one thing. When Xiao Yixian returns, please give her these 2 things. Chen Guan took out the 2 foxes that had voluntarily rammed into his sword, hoping to extort money from him, as well as a recipe book that detailed 15 different ways to cook foxes. It was proof of friendship between him and Xiao Yixian. Chong Jinfu accepted the task but had a strange look in his eyes. That night, when Xiao Yixian returned and received the 2 foxes with their bizarre poses, she was also stunned. She couldn't sleep all night, wondering what this person meant. On the other hand, Chen Guan traveled day and night, receiving countless strange gazes. Finally, near noon, he arrived outside the imperial capital. Without resting for a day and a night, he pushed his speed to the limit. Chen Guan didn't feel tired at all, except for his sore buttocks. Because he was riding on a tier 6 puppet's neck, passers-by found it strange and watched for amusement, but only Chen Guan knew the horror of the puppet beneath him. Without exaggeration, with this puppet, Chen Guan was invulnerable within the Jia Ma Empire. The only downside was that the puppet couldn't fly. Because his teacher, Shu Tianhe, had created it with only one purpose in mind, to test his successor. He hadn't considered any other functions and made it hastily, resulting in this peculiar situation. But not being able to fly didn't mean it was weak. Chen Guan had tested it in the stone chamber several times, and it could jump very high, hitting its head on the ceiling like a bell, but it remained lively and unharmed. Its quality was outstanding. For this reason, Chen Guan specially gave it a name. Iron Egg, reporting for duty. Chapter 23, Advantage is mine. At this moment, inside the palace, when noon arrived, it was time for Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony. As the eldest princess of the Jia Ma royal family, her coming-of-age ceremony was naturally a significant event. Representatives from several major families in the Holy City, including Mitre Tengshan and Nalan Su, were all present. Some rapidly developing family forces within the empire were also in attendance. For example, the Northwest Mo family, which had recently established ties with the Misty Cloud Sect, sent their elder, Mo Cheng, to participate. However, at this moment, Mo Cheng was clearly not interested in the ceremony. His attention was focused on the members of the Misty Cloud Sect standing nearby. Evidently, in his mind, the position of the royal family was already inferior to the latter. Ironically, he looked down on the royal family, but he was eager to please his master, the Misty Cloud Sect, which held the royal family in high regard. Not only did the elder Yun Ling attend, but even Yun Yun herself personally came, giving them considerable face. In addition to the figures from within the empire, there were two individuals in the distinguished guest area who stood out and occasionally received icy gazes from others. They were the 9th prince from the Chu Yun Empire and his 3-star Dou Spirit Guard. Yun Yun had come today partly because she had received information about them in advance. Although the relationship between the royal family and the Misty Cloud Sect was becoming increasingly tense, that was an internal matter within the empire. In the face of external threats from various forces, both sides had reached a consensus and formed a united front. At least, that was the case for now. On the stage, accompanied by a long opening speech, the seemingly inconspicuous emperor of the Jia Ma Empire finally made his appearance and personally presented the gift to Yao Yi. Yao Yi, today, shed her heroic armor and donned a luxurious gown, showcasing her exquisite figure and outshining everyone present. Today, now, she was the sole protagonist. Looking at the queen like Yao Yi, not to mention others, even Jia Xingtian, Yu and the inconspicuous emperor himself felt somewhat dazed. She should be like this. But because many people involuntarily glanced at the emperor, not saying anything yet seeming to say everything, making the emperor feel a burning sensation on his face. The presentation of the gift concluded, and the only official business of the ceremony came to an end. What followed were entertaining performances, commonly referred to as a time for boasting, bantering, and watching performances. However, it was during this process that an unexpected incident occurred. The 9th prince of the Chu Yun Empire stood up with a wine glass in hand and approached the Jia Ma Emperor, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Even though there were several Dou kings present, and even 2 Dou emperors, one overt and one covert, the 9th prince remained unfazed. This was precisely the effect he desired. Your Majesty, I have come here on behalf of the Chu Yun Empire, uninvited. Celebrating the crown princess is one aspect, but besides that, I have a request to make of your Majesty. He used the word, request, but his face showed no signs of pleading. He even appeared rather perfunctory in his manner, not paying much respect. The Jia Ma Emperor's expression turned cold as he responded coldly. Speak, the Emperor said. If possible, he would have loved to drag this ungrateful fellow outside and chop him to pieces. However, the 9th prince's status was special, and he had to consider the matter carefully. Otherwise, it could potentially lead to immeasurable consequences, even war. The Jia Ma Empire's towering white jade pillar and purple gold beam, Jia Xingtian, was already old. If he couldn't break through to the Dou King level, he wouldn't have many more years left. Even the guardian beast, the Sea Jiao beast, was in poor condition. On the emperor's side, there was also the ever-vigilant Misty Cloud Sect. Among the 3 major families in the capital, only the Mu family could be considered loyal. The Nolan family was double-dealing and unpredictable, while the Miter family was always focused on their own interests. If a war were to erupt, it would be good enough if they didn't seize the opportunity to profit from it. Considering everything inside and out, it was evident that the royal family was in a precarious situation and couldn't withstand the ravages of war. The 9th prince was clearly aware of all this, which was why he dared to come so recklessly. He hadn't even informed his emperor father beforehand, intending to claim credit upon his return. As long as he was in the right, the Jia Ma royal family would never dare to touch him. Well, the reality was indeed as such. Your Majesty, to be honest, I have admired Princess Yao Yi for a long time. However, I had previously considered the issue of age and didn't bring it up. Now that Princess Yao Yi has come of age, I no longer wish to delay. Today, I have come to propose a marriage and hope that your Majesty can grant your benevolence. It is also for the benefit of our 2 nations. As such, I offer 1 million gold coins and a total of 10 5th-grade elixirs, the 9th prince said. The earlier part was still acceptable, as there were often proposals of marriage between major empires, although most ended in failure. However, when the list of gifts was announced, the scene instantly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. 1 million gold coins sounded intimidating, but when you considered that a low-level storage ring alone cost at least 100,000 gold coins, the problem became significant. Compared to the identity of Princess Yao Yi, this gift list was outrageously cheap. It was a blatant humiliation. The atmosphere in the venue instantly turned tense, especially among those loyal to the royal family. If looks could kill, the ninth prince would have been torn to shreds. The Jia Emperor's chest heaved with anger. He was a weakling, so weak that he didn't even deserve a name. He was weak for not producing a crown prince who could bear the banner, and weak for lacking formidable strength. But he had his dignity. Just as the Jia Emperor was about to risk a confrontation with the Chu Yun Empire to teach them a lesson, Yao Yi, today's protagonist, stood up and stopped his decision. As the person directly involved in experiencing such humiliation, she should have been furious. However, at this moment, Yao Yi behaved extraordinarily, not showing any signs of anger. Instead, her face revealed an undisguised sense of delight. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't that she enjoyed being treated this way by others. It was just that she had received a tremendous surprise and now had a simpler way to handle the situation. Approaching the ninth prince, who was shorter than her, Yao Yi looked down at him. You want to marry me? Isn't it obvious? I have admired the crown princess for a long time. The ninth prince looked at Yao Yi with a disdainful gaze, assessing her from head to toe. Initially, he had only come here with the intention of humiliating the Jia royal family and then returning to claim credit. However, seeing Yao Yi's captivating appearance after she had taken off her armor, he actually developed some thoughts. As they say, he was swayed by appearances. Suppressing her disgust, Yao Yi said, "All right, but you must know my temperament. Show me your strength and impress me." "Oh, how do you propose?" he asked. "This is the Jia royal family's territory, and I won't intentionally make it difficult for you. I'll find a 16-year-old opponent for you. If you can defeat him, I will agree to this marriage proposal. If not, then go back and improve yourself in your mother's womb." The Jia Empire holds paper tigers in the lowest regard. Yao Yi deliberately added a few years to the opponent's age. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince didn't immediately agree. In fact, although he wasn't favored, he was still considered talented among the princes and princesses of the Chu Yun Empire. At the age of 24, he had already reached the level of a 6-star Do Grandmaster with the resources provided by the royal family. He had confidence in himself, but when Yao Yi proposed the challenge, he couldn't help but feel that it wasn't that simple. That unknown opponent they had never met must also be a genius. However, considering the age, even having a Do Master at 16 was already an ambitious thought. Thinking about the 4th grade Beast Strength pill and the 3rd grade Windwalk pill he had on him, both of which could enhance his combat power, the ninth prince shamelessly made a request. "In that case, I also have a condition. I can use the elixirs and similar items that I have on me." It was all for the sake of safety, not to be embarrassed. After all, he only had one life. His principle was that he could take risks, but he had to be confident. Being confident meant enjoying the game, while lacking confidence meant courting death. Yao Yi turned her head and looked at the young man who had already stepped onto the edge of the square. Seeing him nod, she agreed. To his surprise, the ninth prince became even more confident after seeing the youthful face of the young man. "Are we fighting to the death, or should we stop when someone admits defeat? Personally, I'm not used to friendly sparring. I can't hold back. Depends on you. We'll take it as an agreement." "Ha ha ha, good, let's begin then." The ninth prince didn't know where Yao Yi's confidence came from. That young boy appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, but people on the Dou Qi continent matured quickly, especially during their teenage years. With his keen eye, he could be sure that the boy was definitely not 16. "In this battle, the advantage is mine. I will surely win." Chapter 24. Spare a life or not to spare a life. When the ninth prince was about to set the rules, Chen Guan also approached Yao Yi. He had rushed to the palace and coincidentally witnessed the infuriating scene. Any loyal member of the Jia Empire would be furious after seeing it, let alone Chen Guan, who had a close relationship with Yao Yi. Pushing his way to the front of the crowd, Yao Yi immediately noticed him when she looked over, and Chen Guan made a gesture in response. Even though more than a year had passed, their tacit understanding remained intact. Yao Yi quickly understood Chen Guan's intentions, and that's how the current situation came to be. It must be said that she had great trust in Chen Guan. "Remember to spare a life," Yao Yi whispered. This wasn't the place for catching up on old times. They needed to deal with the matter at hand first. The Jia Empire faced internal and external troubles, and the situation was serious. However, solving it was quite simple. They just needed someone who could bear the heavy burden. By the time Chen Guan returned, these problems would no longer be significant. He should have grown enough before Jia Xingtian's time was up. Yao Yi had confidence in this, and so did Chen Guan. Because of this, they had fewer concerns. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. Soon, the square was cleared, leaving only Chen Guan and the ninth prince standing apart. At this moment, 90% of the crowd's attention was focused on Chen Guan. They wanted to see where Yao Yi's confidence came from, but there were only a few who could truly discern it. Kid, consider yourself unlucky. With these rules, I am invincible in your eyes. Remember to have a better life in your next reincarnation. The ninth prince's Dou Qi infused armor covered his entire body, and his aura as a 6-star Do Grand Master was fully displayed. Those with strong abilities could sense that his aura was not inflated. Putting aside everything else, he did possess some talent. The lion fights the rabbit with all its might, and although the ninth prince looked down on the young man, he attacked without any reservations. He moved first, aiming to strike the boy's throat and kill him in one blow. However, as fast as he attacked, the speed at which he was sent flying back was even faster. The sudden change in the situation stunned everyone. He rose and defeated him in one move. What more needed to be said? Feeling the aura released by the young man, Middle Tengshan couldn't help but stand up from the VIP seating area, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, the Mo family, the Nolan family, and even Yun Yun couldn't hide their amazed expressions. However, Yun Ling, sitting next to Yun Yun, flashed a trace of killing intent. 12 or 13 at most, but already a Do Grand Master. Compared to that, those so-called geniuses they had seen before seemed like clowns in an instant. This royal family hides so well. Unconsciously, many people's gaze towards Emperor Jia Ma underwent a change. He may be a bit cowardly, but his thoughts ran deep, and he shouldn't be underestimated. What they didn't know was that Emperor Jia Ma's surprise was no less than theirs. Indeed, Yao Yi's decision was the right one. On the field, Chen Guan no longer concealed his aura and coldly approached the ninth prince. Who dares to claim invincibility? Are you worthy? You're also a Do Grand Master. Ignoring his mockery, the ninth prince, who managed to get up, exclaimed in disbelief. In an instant, he understood. He was the one who had fallen into Yao Yi's trap. He didn't have time to curse. Taking a deep breath, the ninth prince put on a solemn expression and without hesitation, took out 2 pills and swallowed them. The Windflow pill, a 3rd-grade pill, temporarily enhances the user's sensitivity to wind attribute energy between heaven and earth, thereby increasing their speed. The Beast Strength pill, a 4th-grade pill, as the name suggests, greatly enhances strength. With the 2 pills in his stomach, the ninth prince's aura instantly soared, nearly doubling his combat power. The powerful effects of the pills gave him the confidence to turn the tide of battle. You are strong, but the one who will have the last laugh will be me. Schwantian Ice Wheel, die. This guy actually had a rare ice attribute. The intermediate level profound ranked combat technique, Schwantian Ice Wheel, was activated. A disc of ice about 2 zhong in size roared toward the young man, causing even the scorching scene to feel a bit moist. Its power was indeed formidable. However, for Chen Guan, it still posed no threat. His broadsword flashed, and with the force to split Mount Hua, it brought forth a deep red sword qi, slashing directly at the ice wheel. This simple and unadorned move had long been ingrained in his bones. On the VIP seating area, Yun Yun and the others were still feeling the lingering shock. Only they could see that in that instant, the young man had actually executed 7 consecutive strikes. It was just that the speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch. Even Yao Yi, who was in the best mood, was surprised. She didn't have the same level of power as Yun Yun, so naturally, she couldn't see the intricacies of it. Instead, she focused more on the color of the young man's Dou Qi. Deep red Dou Qi. It seemed that he had cultivated a higher rank technique. Perhaps it was related to his disappearance for the past year. Sizzle. The clash between ice and fire generated a strong physical reaction as soon as their attacks made contact. The large ice wheel only lasted for an instant before completely shattering. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The momentum of the boundless vast sea continued unabated, carrying astonishing killing intent towards the ninth prince. Under normal circumstances, the ninth prince would definitely have a hard time avoiding this strike. However, at this moment, with the boost from the Windflow pill, his speed greatly increased. His body technique activated, narrowly dodging the attack. Just as the ninth prince was shocked and prepared to engage in a hit-and-run battle relying on his speed, a hand suddenly fell on his lower dantian. The next moment, a vast and condensed Dou Qi surged into his body, completely destroying his foundation. Under the powerful perception of his soul, the so-called speed was nothing but self-deception. Like a deflated balloon, the ninth prince was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. The intense pain spread throughout his body, but compared to the physical agony, the ninth prince found it even more difficult to accept the fact that he had been crippled. "I told you, you're unworthy." These 5 words were like pouring oil on the fire, completely shattering the ninth prince's defense. He lost his rationality. "You crippled me. How dare you cripple me?" As if he couldn't feel the pain, the ninth prince managed to stand up despite his severe injuries and approached with heavy steps, continuously shouting and questioning in anger. "Take another step, and I'll end your miserable life." Chen Guan gave a warning. But the ninth prince, who had already lost his sanity, couldn't listen anymore. He continued to approach without caring, as if he was determined to demand an explanation. A gentleman's promise weighs as heavily as 1,000 caddies. Chen Guan kept his word, and without hesitation, he swung his long sword. The speed was actually quite slow, but for the ninth prince, who had lost his reliance on Dou Qi, it was like the Reaper of Death, inescapable. At the critical moment of life and death, the ninth prince finally regained some clarity. With a pale face, he shouted, "Save me." The guards who followed him were about to take action, but they were somehow firmly suppressed in their seats by someone in the VIP seating area. It wasn't until this moment that the suppression was completely released. The Dou spirit had reached the stage where Dou Qi could condense into substance, greatly enhancing all aspects of strength. With his speed, it was possible to save the ninth prince. However, his hope was shattered. A figure suddenly appeared in his path, launching a fierce punch that not only forced him back but also left him with serious internal injuries. It was an underhanded sneak attack. When he stopped and looked back at the scene, his lord had already been nailed to the ground by a long sword, blood splattered within 5 steps. Chen Guan retrieved the rank 4 puppet and glanced at the guard. Seeing that he showed no signs of immediately seeking revenge for his lord, still in a daze, he couldn't be bothered with him. The royal family would take care of him. In any case, Chen Guan was satisfied. He had vented his anger, and he returned to Yao Yi's side, receiving a slightly charming glare as a reward. Yao Yi was speechless. She had said to spare a life, but he ended up reaping the life. These were completely different concepts. She seriously doubted that Chen Guan had done it intentionally. But since things had come to this point, she couldn't be bothered to say more. After all, in her original plan, the ninth prince would only have a few more days to live. "Sis, you look really beautiful today." With eyebrows as picturesque as mountains, eyes filled with the passage of time, sitting close to the world's dust, untainted by mundane garments, having experienced all the worldly affairs, a celestial visitor in human form. No matter how flattering your words are, you won't be able to evade what happened over the past year. Yao Yi knew his intentions and hummed in response. Chen Guan's smile froze. All right, it was a waste of words. Chapter 25, Harvest. While Chen Guan and Yao Yi whispered to each other, the gazes of many others remained focused on the young man, their thoughts varying. A teenager in his teens who was already a Dou Grand Master, and not just at a basic level. Killing the ninth prince of the Chu Yun Empire was as easy as slaughtering a chicken. This young man had the potential to become a Dou Emperor or even a Dou ancestor. He didn't hesitate to take action and showed great initiative. Although Yao Yi's instructions earlier were light, those who were above the level of a Dou king could still hear them clearly. For a while, the important figures from various sides began to contemplate the impact Chen Guan's appearance would have on them. At least 10 people had several hundred different thoughts and concerns. As for Chen Guan himself, he didn't care about what these people thought. Since he had stepped forward today, he had already considered the consequences. It was merely a transition from behind the scenes to the forefront. With his wings gradually growing, he now had the capital to face challenges within the territory of the Jia Ma Empire. Of course, being infuriated by the ninth prince was an undeniable reason as well. Having stayed with Yao Yi at the ceremony for more than half an hour, Yao Yi finally gave him a signal and took the lead in leaving the scene. Chen Guan breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit. Well, he admitted that he overestimated his thick-skinnedness. Being stared at and scrutinized by these people made him feel like a monkey in a zoo. This ceremony was truly boring. Following behind Yao Yi into the palace, it was somewhat unexpected that Yao Yi did not go to their favorite pavilion for a conversation. Instead, she went to a small warehouse at the back. After waiting for a moment, Chen Guan caught up with Yao Yi at the entrance of the warehouse. Yao Yi opened the warehouse door, revealing box after box of yellow lotus essence. My obedient little brother, can you explain to me if you're planning to monopolize the market for yellow lotus essence? Using the innate secret technique of women, ear-tugging, which had a terrifying power, even a peerless little invincible like Chen Guan couldn't escape from it. Acting like it hurt a lot, Chen Guan awkwardly explained, yellow lotus essence is useless. It's just a cover-up. What I really want is blood lotus essence. However, that stuff is quite rare, and unfamiliar people are likely to mistake it for yellow lotus essence. So I bought more, just in case I can find some bargains. By the way, sis, arrange for a few people to inspect each piece. Make a cut in each one. Yellow lotus essence is red inside. See if there's any harvest. As for the rest, put it in the national treasury or throw it into the Mitel auction house to save space. Seeing the painful expression on the young man's face, Yao Yi's anger dissipated quite a bit. Rolling her eyes, she tacitly understood. All right, I can accept this explanation. I won't hold your extravagant behavior against you. At most, it would only result in a loss of around 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins, which was not enough for the royal family to be concerned about. They could afford it. Leaving the warehouse, the two returned to the pavilion. Yao Yi took out a pot of tea and fiddled with it herself. Tell me about your experiences in the past year. You can choose what you want to share. After saying that, Yao Yi added another sentence. From the aura displayed by the young man today, Yao Yi could easily guess that he had encountered some opportunities. Although she was curious, she wasn't going to pry into all his secrets. They were now siblings, family, not jailer and prisoner. After drinking a cup of tea poured by the imperial crown princess herself to moisten his throat, Chen Guan slowly began to recount his experiences of the past year. In reality, it wasn't as complicated as Yao Yi had imagined. For the past year, his range of movement was limited to a small stone room. Chen Guan didn't conceal the fortunate encounters, but he selected only some of the things he could currently disclose to her. There was no need to mention other things for now, such as the ability to create rank 8 puppets after becoming an 8th rank puppet master, or the fact that with exceptional conditions, a puppet master could even cultivate divine puppets. These things were too distant for the current Gamma Empire, so there was no need to bring them up. To think about reaching the level of a Dou ancestor or even a high-ranked Dou saint without even reaching the level of a Dou emperor, isn't that like wanting to run before learning how to walk? This time, Chen Guan gained a lot from his opportunity. In terms of physical items, there weren't many. He obtained an iron egg, a rank 6 puppet, 7 rank 5 puppets, and 16 rank 4 puppets, corresponding to Dou Emperor, Dou King, and Dou Spirit levels, respectively. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, excluding the Yun Shan, his current combat power was not inferior to that of the Misty Cloud Sect. If you added the support of the royal family, I truly have the advantage this time. In addition, there were some strange and rare materials. Chen Guan estimated that once his level improved, it should be enough to refine a Dou ancestor level puppet. There were 14 grains of spirit nourishment powder. He had used 6 grains and had 8 grains remaining. There was a set of advanced wood attribute earth rank techniques in martial arts. This was what Shu Tianhe, his teacher, had cultivated in the past. It was extremely valuable. Unfortunately, it didn't match Chen Guan's attributes. It was visible and tangible, but he couldn't use it, which was quite frustrating. There were 2 low-level earth rank techniques with water and fire attributes. There were a total of 7 low-level earth rank martial arts techniques, with only one of them having a fire attribute. Chen Guan hadn't had time to practice it yet. These were all the physical gains, and although the quantity was small, the value was considerable. Oh, there was also a jar of contaminated ice spirit cold spring, which was the source of the mutation of the Crimson Ice Snake King from back then. Chen Guan learned about it after inheriting Shu Tianhe's experience and insights. The Ice Spirit Cold Spring was also considered a high-grade spiritual object, but it was stored so carelessly that it got contaminated. Only his advanced Dou semi-saint teacher could do such a capricious thing. Apart from the physical gains, the most valuable treasure was Shu Tianhe's lifetime experience and insights in puppet refinement. By inheriting this treasure trove, Chen Guan might be able to reach the level of his teacher and touch the threshold of a 9th-rank puppet master. The reason why it was said, might, was due to the limitations of materials. Those ancient materials were not easy to find nowadays. Moreover, Chen Guan also discovered an embarrassing fact. With his current conditions, he could only refine, and have the opportunity to refine, those puppet types that his teacher mentioned, which were considered unconventional. It was quite embarrassing, but due to the limitations of the environment, Chen Guan couldn't do much about it. Aside from inheriting Shu Tianhe's lifetime experience and insights in puppet refinement, the most precious thing was the cultivation method for soul refinement and the method he had specifically inquired about for producing spirit nourishment powder. It should be noted that this thing had already been lost to the world. If this news were to spread, countless alchemists would go crazy for it. Undoubtedly, this was an astonishing treasure trove, but how to develop and utilize it still required further consideration. In any case, without the level of an 8th-rank alchemist, it would be impossible to refine spirit nourishment powder. Puppet Master, it's quite intriguing. Puppets are rarely seen nowadays. With your promotion to a 4th-rank Puppet Master, you were able to escape. Doesn't that mean that given enough time and resources, you could create an army of Dou spirit level on your own? Yao Yi couldn't help but exclaim. As someone who had been active in the military for years, no one understood what this meant better than her. You could say that, from now on, we already have the initiative when dealing with the other major empires. If it weren't for the recent years being too tight on time and unable to afford any waste, I would have wiped out the Chu Yun Empire and let them know that the times have changed. The Chu Yun Empire truly had a path to destruction. As she listened to his words filled with killing intent, Yao Yi felt warm in her heart. After all, this younger brother of hers had finally become the pillar of the family. What she didn't know was that Chen Guan's grudge against the Chu Yun Empire wasn't solely because of today's events. Alright, I will handle this matter. For now, focus on your cultivation. Your own strength is the most reliable. Don't neglect one thing for the sake of another. In terms of you disappearing this time, I won't hold it against you since you've given me such a pleasant surprise. But Yue has been complaining a lot this past year. You didn't give her any news, and she's been mad. Just now at the ceremony, she didn't even bother to acknowledge you. Deal with it yourself. Chen Guan smiled awkwardly and nodded. He had indeed neglected Xiao Yu, which wasn't fair. Mainly, he hadn't expected such an incident to occur. He had left without leaving any messages, and for over a year, there had been no news. It was inevitable for the little girl to feel that he didn't consider her a friend. If she didn't get angry, then she wouldn't be Yao Yu. But Chen Guan wasn't worried. He had long anticipated this situation, so he prepared a countermeasure in advance. Don't worry, I have prepared a gift that you won't be able to refuse. And of course, there's one for Sister Yao Yi as well. As he spoke, Chen Guan took out a few things from the storage ring around his neck. Chapter 26, Angel Investor. What is this? Looking at the faint yellow dust in front of her, Yao Yi felt that her knowledge was not enough. She had read many ancient books, but none of them mentioned this elf-like dust. Spirit Nourishment Powder. It's very beneficial for soul enhancement, increasing spirituality. With it, the possibility of entering an enlightened state during our cultivation will increase. I've been busy studying puppetry for the past year, but my cultivation hasn't fallen behind, and this dust is the main reason. It's a great thing, but wouldn't it be a bit of a waste to use it on me? Yue, who loves alchemy, should be more suitable for it, Yao Yi admired. Anything related to the soul was not ordinary. Little did Yao Yi know, Elder Nolan concealed the poison mark he obtained from the 7 illusory green spirit saliva, which had a miraculous effect on the soul, as if it were a treasure, fearing that it would be discovered by others. However, his little scheme could only deceive ordinary people. The major families in the imperial capital, including the royal family and the Misty Cloud Sect, were well aware of it. It will only have value if it's put to use. Sister Yao Yi, you can use it. As for that little girl, I prepared something for her a long time ago, and I also have one for Elder Jia. Chen Guan had already planned the distribution when he was at the bottom of the lake. He was closely connected to the royal family now, so he didn't mind giving back to them. Moreover, from a certain perspective, it was also a way to enhance his own strength. Yao Yi and the others didn't have particularly outstanding talents, but the spirit nourishment powder could enhance the soul, which could be considered as a slight boost to their talents. After all, with a stronger soul, everything became easier. He had a deep understanding of this. The fact that he reached the 4th rank puppet master within a year was ironclad proof. So this thing was not only useful for alchemists. It's just that alchemists could fully harness the benefits of a powerful soul. Yu was already a little genius alchemist. Giving her a grain would undoubtedly bring great benefits. Perhaps in the next alchemy competition, she could compete with Xiaoyan. After all, the little girl had been studying alchemy for several years in advance, while Xiaohuahua was still struggling with the 3rd stage of Dou Qi every day, but Yu was already striving to become a 2nd-grade alchemist. With the assistance of the spirit nourishment powder, Yu's future was promising. As for Jia Xingtian, his considerations were similar to those of Yao Yi. By enhancing Jia Xingtian's soul strength, the possibility of breaking through to the Dou ancestor level would be higher. That's good. Giving up such a good thing, I would still feel reluctant. Yao Yi didn't refuse any longer. Since everyone else had already used it, there was no need to be falsely modest. A certain inconspicuous emperor, how do you use it? It's simple. Chen Guan held the spirit nourishment powder between his index finger and gently touched Yao Yi's forehead. It was like snowflakes landing and immediately merging into her body. Yao Yi didn't expect it to be so effortless. She quickly closed her eyes and carefully felt it. It took a while before she opened them again. How does it feel? At first, it felt like the whole body was hot, like drinking a bowl of icy water that cooled me down. Soon after, it felt as comfortable as soaking in a warm spring. Yao Yi gave her answer, almost using the wrong words and blushing on her face. Chen Guan laughed mischievously. He could understand that feeling very well because he had used more than just one grain. I had already sent one to Elder Jia, and I'll go see you later. I'll visit Elder Jia tomorrow. Chen Guan didn't mention the possibility that the spirit nourishment powder might increase Jia Xingtian's chances of breaking through to the battle sect level. He didn't want to raise too much hope and cause greater disappointment. From his perspective, even with the assistance of spirit nourishment powder, it would still be very difficult for Jia Xingtian. After all, he was too old and had limited aptitude. If he could have broken through, he would have done it long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. To fulfill his dream, he could only rely on future pill concoctions. He could try making a breaking dough pill for him. I will pass it on. By the way, do you have any leftovers of this thing? Don't misunderstand, I'm not an insatiable person. I just have a suggestion. Maybe you can meet President Fama. He has been stuck at the peak of a 5th-grade alchemist for many years. If you can lend him a hand, you will owe him a great favor, and in the future, you'll have a 6th-grade alchemist at your disposal. Of course, besides the benefits for you, it's also advantageous for our royal family. From sister, this is just a suggestion. Arrange it as you see fit. Don't hesitate because of what I said. Chen Guan's heart stirred. He hadn't considered this point before. Now that he heard Yao Yi's suggestion, it did seem very promising. Knowing more information, he still trusted Fama's character. The friendship of a 6th-grade alchemist held significant weight in this northwestern region. The rapid development of the Misty Cloud sect relied heavily on the role of Pill King Guhei. If Fama advanced to the 6th grade, Guhei's position would definitely be affected. Whether he was willing to be called Pill King would become a problem. This indirectly weakened the Misty Cloud sect and strengthened the royal family. Good idea. Originally, I planned to use the remaining 5 grains of spirit nourishment powder for something else, but it's no problem to share one. Chen Guan approved Yao Yi's suggestion. It was a win-win situation, so there was no reason to refuse. Does it greatly affect your plans? Not really. Chen Guan shook his head with a smile. Originally, he planned to use the spirit nourishment powder as a bargaining chip, hoping to exchange it for the flame mantra from Medicine Elder, or perhaps even adding Han Feng's soul. He didn't believe that the old fellow wouldn't be tempted. After all, it was all a matter of trade. The difference between 5 grains and 4 grains was not significant. The flame mantra was something he absolutely wouldn't give up. It was a way out. Now, Chen Guan's self-confidence had grown too much compared to when he first arrived on the Dou Qi continent. He no longer had such an obsession with cultivating the flame mantra. With the gradual accumulation of his foundation, he had confidence that he could grow and eventually refine that emperor-grade heavenly pill. It was no longer an impossible task. It's good that it doesn't affect your plans. Is this puppet the one you used to stop the ninth prince's guards? Yao Yi looked at the puppet that Chen Guan took out alongside the spirit nourishment powder. She was quite curious and lightly tapped her fist against it. It washed and felt like a piece of iron. It's not that one. This is a 5th rank puppet. It doesn't make a sound until it's activated, and once it does, it's astounding. It can erupt with strength comparable to a 6-star Dou King. Sister Yao Yi, you can infiltrate its central control with your soul perception and leave a soul imprint to make it recognize you as its master. There's no more reliable guardian than this thing. A 6-star Dou King. But aren't you only a 4th rank puppet master? This was left by my teacher, not something I refined myself. Sister Yao Yi, you can keep it. I still have several puppets on me that are not inferior to it. They are enough for me to use. Saying that, Chen Guan took out all the puppets from his body, except for the first divine general iron egg, and glanced over them, proving that he really didn't lack this one. Yao Yi's expression became complicated. She saw it, a total of 7 5th rank puppets and 16 4th rank puppets, equivalent to 7 Dou Kings and 16 Dou spirits. This strength, apart from the royal family and the Misty Cloud Sect, could sweep the Jia Ma Empire. It was too much, the shock she felt was too great. In just one day, it felt like they had experienced an entirely different world. They no longer needed to worry about other empires, not even the Misty Cloud Sect, which was right beside them. Suddenly, it seemed less threatening. Their previous worries were gone. And all of this was because of the brother in front of her. The surprise you brought me this time is too big, it's almost frightening. Yao Yi shook her head in awe, then smiled. I suddenly thought that the Mitre family claims to be the best at investment and making money, but compared to me as your investor, they are weak. From now on, this princess will be the empire's #1 investor. Half of the pressure on her body disappeared within a day, and Yao Yi felt relaxed all over. Even her speech had a playful tone that she had never had before. Unfortunately, someone next to her was not giving her face, and a single sentence almost broke her defenses. I remember that it was Elder Jia who brought me back. Could it be that I remembered wrong? Chapter 27. Purple Cloud Wings, Assassin. 1 year is neither long nor short, but it is enough time for many things to happen. After finishing his own story, Chen Guan also inquired about the situation outside. He had returned in a hurry and didn't have time to gather detailed information. He thought that the situation wouldn't deviate much from the original story, but Yao Yi's answer surprised him. There's nothing much to say about the other things, but there's something you might be interested in. After you disappeared, I received some news and led a group of people to search the Magic Beast mountain range. Unfortunately, we searched for almost a month and found nothing. At that time, I couldn't help but suspect that you might have been swallowed by some monster. Because our royal family's actions were quite significant, the Misty Cloud Sect and the Mitre family couldn't sit still. They thought we had discovered some kind of opportunity and joined in. Later, even the Lion King Yan Shi came to join the fun, and the search party became even larger. I thought at that time, well, free labor is not to be wasted. I'll just cooperate with them and put on a show. But what I never expected was that after searching for half a month, we actually stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter. It should be the remains left behind by a Dou King or Dou Emperor level expert. It was a stroke of luck. I almost thought that our royal family had really obtained the information in advance. Yao Yi spoke with a smile, finding the situation quite amusing. Chen Guan was momentarily stunned, suspecting that the fortuitous encounter they found was most likely the cave discovered by little Dr. Fairy in the original plot. Upon careful thought, it didn't seem surprising. With so many people searching the mountain, it would have been even more unusual if they hadn't found anything. Was the harvest significant? It was average. The remains in the cave were still valuable, but because we didn't anticipate the presence of people from the Misty Cloud Sect and the Mitre family, they will definitely take a share. In the end, each family will make a small profit. That's understandable. What did they find inside? Chen Guan nodded and casually inquired. The other things were not important, but he didn't want to miss the chance to obtain the fragment of the purifying demonic lotus flame map. He had chosen Qingshan Town as the location for his training precisely because, in addition to honing his strength, he had set his sights on that fragment and little Dr. Fairy. Unfortunately, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and some unexpected circumstances arose. There were some medicinal herbs, gold coins, a scroll called 7-Colored Poison Manual, an intermediate-grade profound-level flying combat technique called Purple Cloud Wings, and an advanced-grade profound-level combat technique called Roaring Lion's Song. That's basically it. Oh, and there was a useless incomplete map. They assumed that our royal family had obtained the information first, and I didn't explain, so during the distribution, our royal family had the first pick. In the end, I chose the rarer, Purple Cloud Wings. It's fortunate that you came back in time. If you had come a few days later, I might have started cultivating it. Now, I'll give it to you. It will enhance your self-defense capabilities, and I can rest assured. Yao Yi didn't hide anything and made arrangements for the Purple Cloud Wings. The Purple Cloud Wings was a rare flying combat technique of considerable value. However, as Chen Guan had said, no matter how great its value was, it would only be useful if it was put to use. Yao Yi rarely left the imperial capital, so there weren't many places where she could make use of the Purple Cloud Wings. It would be more practical for Chen Guan. Her train of thought was reasonable, but Chen Guan didn't really have much need for the Purple Cloud Wings. If it was before he obtained the inheritance from Master Shu Tianhe, he definitely wouldn't refuse. But now, it was simply useless to him. Apart from being able to show off a little when flying, satisfying his vanity, it had no practical use. After hearing Chen Guan's reasoning, Yao Yi's expression turned strange, probably also thinking of that scene. However, she didn't insist any further. Our royal family took the Purple Cloud Wings, the Roaring Lion's Song, went to the Misty Cloud Sect, and each family copied a portion of the 7-Colored Poison Manual as compensation. The useless incomplete map was given to the Miter family, and the remaining gold coins and medicinal herbs were divided among the Miter family and Yanxi. Look, this is the importance of background. Even though Yanxi was an experienced Dou King, he only got a small share in this distribution of opportunities. The incomplete map went to the Miter family. Chen Guan knew he had to make a trip there. Suddenly, he remembered a person. He wondered if Yafei had already gone to the Wuen City at this point. Upon careful calculation, it seemed about right. After all, in another 2 years, Xiaoyan would reappear in the world. It's fine. The distribution is quite reasonable. Later, let someone copy a portion of the 7-Colored Poison Manual for me. Why do you want that? I read through it once. It mostly contains methods for concocting various poisonous and miraculous medicines, as well as some anecdotes. But it's still good to broaden your horizons. Yao Yi replied. Chen Guan simply explained, I have a friend who would probably be quite interested. The little Dr. Fairy from Qingshan Town. You know about that too. Well, even though I'm in the imperial capital, I'm well aware of all the big and small things about you. I heard that someone used to visit Thousand Medicine House every day before they disappeared. When I went there, I took a look specifically. She's indeed a beautiful girl with ideas. Shall I bring her back for you? Oh, she's getting proud now. Chen Guan rolled his eyes at her. But in his heart, he thought, you only see the surface, just the first layer. I, on the other hand, have reached at least the 5th layer. It's not like that, we're just friends for now. I don't know what the future holds. We'll see how things go. After talking with Yao Yi for a long time, discussing important matters and trivial matters, it was over an hour before Chen Guan got up to leave. He had successfully pleased the crown princess, but there was still a little princess waiting for him. Just as he was thinking that he had a busy day, Chen Guan saw a familiar guard outside the palace. The guard was walking back and forth at the entrance, acting very suspiciously. Thinking of the cause of his untimely death mentioned in the second farewell letter, Chen Guan's smile faded, and he caressed the storage ring on his hand as he walked towards the guard. The Chu Yun Empire, Assassin. Chapter 28. Jia Jia Jia. As the young man approached, the guard quickly stopped and stepped aside to make way, saluting respectfully. Greetings, young master. Chen Guan nodded slightly and walked absent-mindedly past the guard. But even when he reached the corner and was about to disappear, the guard remained motionless, continuing to wander back and forth. Could I have been mistaken? Chen Guan couldn't help but doubt. After some thought, he felt that the probability of the assassin sent by the Chu Yun Empire was unlikely. Until today, he hadn't entered the public eye, and not everyone in the palace knew him. It was highly unlikely that news of the assassination of the 9th prince had reached them so quickly, and the assassin was already in position. If the Chu-Yun Empire had such capabilities, they would have already unified the northwest region. What are you doing? Unable to figure it out, Chen Guan walked back and directly asked. A hint of embarrassment flashed across the guard's face, appearing puzzled. Young master, I have been punished by the little princess to stand here. Why did she punish you? It was another strange and peculiar punishment. It was indeed the little princess. Just 15 minutes ago, after the adult ceremony of the crown princess ended, the little princess returned, seemingly angered by someone. She was not pleased when she saw me take my left foot forward, so she punished me to walk back and forth in front of the crown princess's palace 200 times. Chen Guan, alright, it was just a misunderstanding caused by that mischievous little girl. I understand. Where is she now? The guard showed a hesitant expression. Just tell me, I promise she won't mind. The princess said not to tell you that she went to the alchemist guild, and she especially didn't want me to tell you about her liking gifts. Chen Guan was speechless. Okay, I got it. You can go back now, stop wandering around. Acknowledging his words, Chen Guan changed direction and walked toward the palace gates. The guard hesitated for a while but ultimately didn't dare to listen to him, faithfully completing the punishment given by the little princess. After all, he had been guarding the gate for 7 years and still hoped for a promotion. He couldn't leave a bad impression on the little princess due to deceitful behavior. The holy city and the palace were like two different worlds, separated by walls. Aware that today was the Grand Princess Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony, the most heated topic on the streets was who attended the ceremony, listing one important figure after another. I saw the master of the Misty Cloud Sect, Yun Yun, accompanied by the elder personally attending. The aura of the sect master is much stronger than that stern-faced expert I had seen before. She is elegant and noble, like a goddess in the world. The royal family really gained face this time. What stern-faced expert? That's Elder Nolan. But speaking of it, Elder Nolan hasn't been seen for a long time. Even at the crown princess's coming-of-age ceremony today, it was the clan master Nolan Su who attended. The Mitre family's clan master also attended. I heard that representatives from other empires also came. One by one, the gossiping crowd enthusiastically shared their tidbits, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere, the eternal backdrop of the holy city. The young man passed through, not interrupting, not commenting, and even if he heard someone boasting, he didn't reprimand. The Alchemist Guild, located on the south side of the holy city, was not large in size, much smaller than the 3 major families, and its architecture was relatively low-key. However, the people coming and going had a completely different temperament. They held their heads high, as if they wanted to wear their guild insignia on top of their heads. They raised their chins higher than anyone else, unable to hide their arrogance. Just because they were alchemists. The status of alchemists didn't need further explanation. Their noble status led to an extreme self-confidence. To be honest, it was quite infuriating. Many people grumbled in their hearts, but not a single one dared to act on it. As the guild that gathered most of the empire's alchemists, it was an absolute behemoth. Even the 3 major families, let alone the royal family and the Misty Cloud Sect, were unwilling to easily offend them. This was Chen Guan's first time here, and he could only say that their arrogance was not unwarranted. It seemed that even the guards at the entrance had adopted this habit, carrying a trace of arrogance towards non-alchemists who visited. Chen Guan wasn't interested in their attitudes. He took out a whistle and blew lightly a few times. In less than half a minute, a small girl with a happy face came running down. When she saw the young man, she quickly restrained her expression and tried to appear cold. Chu Yushan, what are you doing here? I've told you so many times, don't call me Chu Yushan. Chen Guan had black lines on his forehead, looking exasperated. Since their first meeting, this little girl had always called him that. Even after she learned about his relationship with Yao Yi and his real name, she didn't restrain herself. Instead, she became even more delighted. Seeing Chen Guan at a loss for words, Yao Yu smiled proudly. The resentment in her heart had lessened considerably. She thought she had won a small victory, unaware that Chen Guan had long seen through her actions. It was just that he chose to ignore it and let her play her role as much as she wanted. Bratty kid, it's easy to toy with you. Why are you here? Is your teacher around? I came to pay a visit. Did you come here specifically to visit my teacher? Of course not. I'm here to find you, and visiting your teacher is just a side matter. Chen Guan teased as he followed behind her. No need to emphasize it repeatedly. I won't forget your gift. I'll give it to you after your lesson is over. With you leading the way, the path was naturally unobstructed. Even when they reached the second floor, a few officials of the guild took a quick glance but didn't stop them, indicating that this little girl held a special position within the alchemist guild. The royal family's little princess, the apprentice of the guild president, had few equals within the Jia Ma Empire. Teacher, this is Chen Guan, my sister's good brother. He came to pick me up and also to visit you. Entering an alchemy room together, Yao Yu behaved much more obediently, taking the initiative to introduce. That's right, he is my sister's good brother, not mine. I haven't forgiven him yet. In addition, she didn't acknowledge the sibling relationship between Chen Guan and Yao Yi. If she did, wouldn't that mean she had to change her address and call him brother? Compared to that, she was more accustomed to calling him Chu Yushan, keeping her relationship with her sister separate. Chen Guan, greetings to President Fama. We've already met at the palace. You surprised us old folks. You are an outstanding young man. Take a seat nearby for a while, and after I finish teaching UAA today, we can have a good chat. Fama praised him, and it wasn't empty flattery. The content he was going to teach today was not profound, so he allowed Chen Guan to listen in. It's my honor. In the slightly dim alchemy room, the elder patiently imparted the art of alchemy to the girl. Sitting beside them was a handsome young man, focused and attentive, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, in a hidden chamber in the misty cloud sect's rear mountain, two figures were engaged in a conversation in the dimly lit room. However, the sounds coming out didn't resemble those made by carbon-based beings. Jia, Chapter 29, Yun Shan, Rebuilding the Former Glory, Our Duty Cannot Be Evaded. Yun Shan's face appeared aged, with gray hair covering his head. He and Jia Xingtian were people of the same era. Their levels were also quite similar, both stuck at the threshold of the Dou Emperor, feeling frustrated. Without an opportunity, it would be difficult for them to surpass the barrier of the Dou Emperor in their lifetime. The end was approaching. Yun Shan had devoted a great deal of effort to Misty Cloud, and he was unwilling to die like this. Rebuilding the former glory is our duty. He wanted Misty Cloud to become a dominant force in the northwest region, renowned and respected. Yun Shan noticed the apprehension the royal family had towards Misty Cloud, but honestly, he had no interest in controlling the Jia Ma Empire or anything similar. He didn't possess the ambition of Yunlang. The aspirations and original intentions differed between Yun Shan and the royal family, they could coexist. However, Yun Shan's entire focus was on breaking through the Dou Emperor. He didn't want to be distracted by sect matters, and his disciple Union had a mild personality. Under the guidance of ambitious elders like Yunlang, the relationship with the royal family became increasingly tense, making it seem like Misty Cloud was on the verge of rising up at any moment. Yun Shan, think carefully before answering. You only have one chance. Across from Yun Shan, a figure shrouded in a black robe, blending with the already dim secret chamber, making it difficult to discern their facial expression. Sinister and eerie, that was Yun Shan's impression of this person. Yun Shan could imagine that the soul hall mentioned by the person was probably not a force of righteousness. I need some time to think. Yun Shan did not immediately agree. Deep down, he didn't want to get involved with these unsavory forces. It went against the principles of Misty Cloud. However, he didn't outright refuse either. He wanted to delay and see. During this time, he would give it his all to break through the barrier of the Dou Emperor. If he succeeded, he wouldn't need to pay attention to these shady characters anymore. He would tell them to go as far away as possible. Otherwise, it could serve as a backup plan. In simple terms, the Soul Hall was his contingency option. He felt like an old scoundrel. I hope you make a wise decision. You don't have much time left. Something interesting happened in the palace today. You probably haven't received the news yet. The royal family secretly nurtured a genius, not older than 15, but already possessing the strength of a Dou Grandmaster. In battles of the same level, there is no match for him. The people in the northwest region are short-sighted and don't understand the significance. I can clearly tell you that as long as that kid doesn't die prematurely, becoming a Dou Emperor is inevitable. Moreover, with enough opportunities, there is hope for him to become a Dou Venerate. Dou Venerate, even in my Soul Hall, is an extraordinary figure. At that time, I don't think I need to say more. Considering the current relationship between Misty Cloud and the royal family, it's questionable whether you can survive. I'll give you 3 months to consider. It's true that my soul hall does need an eye in the Jia Empire, but it doesn't have to be you. That's all I have to say. The protector of the soul hall analyzed the pros and cons straightforwardly, displaying talents akin to those of a pyramid scheme leader. Persuasion +1 Yun Shan's face grew serious, and he didn't even notice when the protector of the soul hall left, indicating the turmoil in his mind. Indeed, what was said had breached his defenses. At the same time, he became even more wary of the soul hall. They actually had experts of the Dou Venerate level. With such power, they still hid like rats in a sewer, afraid to show themselves. What kind of outrageous deeds were they involved in? On the other side, Chen Guan had been listening for almost half an hour. Finally, the lecture by Yu concluded, leaving him overjoyed, like a child weighing only 80 caddies, 40 kilograms, much to Fama's helplessness. His gaze shifted to the young man and he noticed that the young man was paying more attention than Yu, the legitimate student. There is no harm without comparison. Yu, go assist in refining a batch of power accumulating pills to consolidate your foundation. The teacher wants to have a chat with Chen Guan. Yu's smile froze, unable to hold back pouting. She glared at Chen Guan, as if saying it was because of him that she had extra work. She grumpily went downstairs. Chen Guan shrugged, I have nothing to do with this. Young friend, what do you think of our alchemist guild? After Yu left, Fama took out tea utensils and brewed tea, casually starting a conversation. Chen Guan quickly took the tea and, after considering his words, replied, they are very proud, and they also have the right to be proud. Alchemists are indeed on a different level compared to ordinary people. It's the same in the Jia Empire, and I believe it won't be much different in other places. Ha ha ha, young friend's evaluation is quite objective. Those who are proud are also mostly beginners. They are blinded by their identity as alchemists and have a habitual disregard for others. Fama laughed, expressing a sense of disappointment and loss that he couldn't conceal in his words. The path of alchemy, the deeper you delve into it, the more you can feel its complexity and grandeur. This path can reach the heavens. Even I, in my old age, have only understood a glimpse of it. It's likely that I won't be able to advance to the 6th rank in this lifetime, which is a great regret for me. But what disappoints me even more is that there is no successor in the guild. The champion of the previous alchemy conference, Guhe, is now known as the Pill King, but he is also reaching the end of his road. The possibility of breaking through to the 7th rank is not great, and even if he does, it will be after 100 years. Moreover, he doesn't have a strong sense of belonging to us. So, despite the large surface scale of the guild, in reality, Chen Guan silently brewed tea and listened. Being able to be a sounding board for these important figures was also an honor. However, he was curious as to why Fama was telling him all this. They had only met for the first time, setting aside the previous ceremony. Wasn't this getting too personal? Senior is overly concerned. Talented individuals will always emerge in every generation. In the previous alchemy conference, there was a Pill King, and in the next one, there might be another one. Leaving that aside, Yu's talent as an alchemist is quite good, she's just mischievous by nature. As a prophet, Chen Guan knew that Fama was unnecessarily worrying. The next one, Xiao Yan, now that was truly a remarkable individual. Compared to the Pill King Guhe, Xiao Yan was far more impressive. Hehe, I hope so. Yu is indeed good, it's not difficult for her to surpass me in her lifetime. Your cultivation talent is astonishing, unmatched in the empire. However, the tediousness of cultivation can inevitably lead to weariness. To be frank, when you made your move at noon, I sensed that your soul intensity was extremely high, even surpassing mine by a small margin. With such soul perception, if you were to pursue the path of an alchemist, I'm afraid your progress would be terrifyingly rapid. After circling around the topic for a while, Fama finally got to the point. There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his gaze, as if he was on the verge of poaching someone from the royal family. However, he didn't want to miss out on a good talent, so he approached the topic indirectly. It couldn't be helped, he had his reputation to consider. Fortunately, the Alchemist Guild had always refrained from interfering in the Empire's affairs, and Jia Xingtian shouldn't bear any grudges for this. The only thing he was unsure about was whether the young man possessed even a trace of wood attribute. Chapter 30. Refusing to take a master. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Guan couldn't help but understand what Fama meant. He truly envied those with poor talents who didn't have to go through this kind of torment. Unlike him, constantly torn. I understand your intentions, senior. It is true that I possess a trace of wood attribute and have the potential to become an alchemist. Chen Guan learned about this when he was at the bottom of the lake, from Master Shu Tianhe. He had never undergone any testing before. Seeing the increasingly intense fervor in Fama's pupils, Chen Guan felt overwhelmed. Without waiting for Fama to say those words, he quickly explained, I hope senior understands that although I am curious about alchemy and will study alchemical arts, due to certain special reasons, I cannot devote all my energy to it. I can hardly spare a day in a month for learning. So, senior's kind intentions. Naturally, this statement was somewhat exaggerated, but it conveyed Chen Guan's thoughts. Cultivation was always his top priority. In addition to that, he would never abandon the puppet technique passed down by Master Shu Tianhe. Alchemy was practical, and he would definitely make time to study it. But with a solid foundation in spiritual power, in the current prevalence of alchemy, alchemy seemed simpler to him than the puppet technique. Therefore, in the future, it was certain that he would spend much more time on the puppet technique than on alchemy. In the eyes of others, it might give the impression of neglecting the proper path. Fama naturally had no idea about his thoughts. Upon hearing that Chen Guan didn't value his talent as an alchemist, Fama felt his liver ache with anger. With such a formidable soul perception, not focusing on alchemy was truly a waste. Taking a deep breath, Fama proposed the minimum requirement. Spend 10 days each month studying alchemy, and I will take you as my disciple. I guarantee that before you turn 20, you will reach at least the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. You have to think carefully. The identity of an alchemist is highly useful. Just look at Guhei as an example. I am also the guild president. Once you agree, you can freely use the medicinal materials of my guild for practice. Moreover, I am a Dou Emperor powerhouse. With me as your master, you can walk sideways in the Jia Ma Empire without any problems. Not willing to let go of this good talent, Fama had started using benefits to tempt him, something he had never done before. Chen Guan silently thought to himself that he could already walk sideways. I am very grateful for your appreciation, senior, but I truly cannot spare that much energy. Having 1 day free in a month is already extremely rare for me. I can only disappoint senior's kind intentions. Are you bargaining at the market? 1 day, why don't you just learn it in your dreams? Fama angrily stroked his beard, feeling extremely irritated. Even with his status, he was still being treated so humbly, and even faced rejection. If this got out, it's likely that no one in the Gamma Empire would believe it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He completely lost his demeanor as a Dou Emperor powerhouse and appeared more like a furious parent, berating the young man incessantly. Wasting a rare talent, utterly foolish. If you were my blood descendant, I would kill you today. Blah blah blah. Fama scolded incessantly like pouring beans just to vent his frustration. Rather than being angry, what he felt more was a mix of frustration and disappointment that the young man was wasting his talent. It was like a passionate collector who suddenly discovered his most cherished and sought-after masterpiece being used as a tablecloth. At this point, restraining himself from taking action was already a sign of self-control. Chen Guan stood silently on the side, not daring to interrupt. This was also the reason why he clarified things in advance. He knew the benefits of becoming Fama's disciple very well, and he was also tempted by it. But what would happen after he became his disciple? Rather than letting Fama be angry every day and ending up with mutual resentment, it was better to make things clear in advance. Fama scolded until his mouth was dry, and Chen Guan timely handed him a cup of tea. After downing it in one gulp, Fama finally calmed down and regained his distinguished demeanor. Let's get to the point. You came to the Alchemist Guild today, it's not just to visit me, right? I assume you came to bring Moon along as well. Fama didn't waste any time, he wanted to send the young man away as soon as possible to avoid getting irritated. Chen Guan nodded awkwardly and took something out of his spatial ring. By a fortunate coincidence, I once obtained about half a jar of ice spirit cold spring. However, due to improper preservation by the previous owner, it has been contaminated. So, I would like to ask Senior for help in purifying it or, perhaps, removing its corrosiveness. Ice spirit cold spring, it's true, the preservation of this is really careless. I will take care of this matter, but you should be mentally prepared. After it is purified, the remaining amount will be greatly reduced. You'll probably only have enough to fill 2 or 3 bottles. Looking at the jar in front of him, Fama shook his head with regret. If it were a normal circumstance, he would have probably cursed at the waste of such a good thing being contaminated. But today, with Chen Guan's matter in front of him, he suddenly felt that the ice spirit cold spring wasn't worth mentioning. I understand. Also, the rules of the Alchemist Guild must be followed. This spirit nourishment powder can be given as compensation. I hope it can lend a helping hand to Senior's advancement to the 6th grade. Fama maintained a calm expression. He didn't really want any compensation, he just wanted the young man to disappear from his sight as soon as possible, as he found his presence irritating. However, when Chen Guan described the miraculous uses of the spirit nourishment powder, Fama was moved. He was currently at the peak of the 5th grade alchemist. With just one more step, he could reach the 6th grade. If he used this dust, he was 100% certain that he could break through to the 6th grade and fulfill his long-cherished wish. This compensation was indeed heavy, very heavy. Even if the ice spirit cold spring had to be purified and its quantity reduced, adding 10 or 100 more wouldn't compare to the value of the spirit nourishment powder. Fama was strongly tempted. Below the 8th grade, no alchemist could remain composed when faced with the spirit nourishment powder. However, even so, he didn't lose his rationality. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Is this your own decision, or is it the decision of the royal family?" If it was the latter, he could only reluctantly give up. Fortunately, today the young man who had made him itch with hatred finally gave him the answer he wanted. "It's mine. It has nothing to do with the royal family." Upon hearing this, Fama breathed a sigh of relief. He only knew that Chen Guan had some relationship with the royal family, but he didn't know the specifics. However, from the friendship between the young man and the 2 princesses, it was clear that they were good friends. Good friends, in the end, were still friends. He could slightly lean towards the royal family later, considering the favors Chen Guan had shown him. It wouldn't be considered a violation of his principles. Unfortunately, he underestimated the twists and turns in the situation. Looking deeply at the young man, Fama followed his inner thoughts. "I will accept this spirit nourishment powder. Come to collect the ice spirit cold spring tomorrow afternoon." It was enough to remember the favor in his heart, there was no need to mention it repeatedly. Chapter 31. The Fall of the Great Barren Star. Originally, Fama had planned not to see this kid anymore, and if they did happen to meet, he wouldn't say a word to avoid feeling heartbroken. Who would have thought that just after making such a vow in his heart, he would break it himself? Sigh, it was all because he had given too much. Chen Guan wasn't surprised at all. Meeting Fama was basically within his expectations. If the other party had refused even the spirit nourishment powder, people would say he had quit drugs, and Chen Guan would believe them. Coming downstairs from the 2nd floor, he saw Yu in the lobby on the 1st floor, surrounded by onlookers while alchemy was taking place. The praise and admiration were overflowing like a tide. "Ha, the vanity of this brat." The consolidation pill was a 1st grade pill with a moderate difficulty level. With Yu's current level and the assistance of a specialist, it should have been easy to handle. However, due to her distracted thoughts and wondering what the 2 upstairs would say, she didn't control the heat properly. The medicinal materials instantly turned into a pile of ashes, some of which even landed on her face. The little fair-skinned girl instantly turned into a small tabby cat. The others transformed into expressionless ninjas. Although the scene was quite comical, for them, it was a common occurrence that they had experienced before. However, it was the first time Chen Guan had witnessed it, and he couldn't help but laugh. The little tabby cat turned her head in anger. When she saw that it was him, she immediately pounced on him, grabbing his arm and biting it. Chen Guan didn't feel much pain from the bite, but he looked at the soot stains on his clothes and face with disgust. Alright, so she treated him like a towel to wipe her face. "Stop messing around. Go and let your teacher know. It's time for us to go back." Yu's face turned slightly red. She was still feeling embarrassed about her earlier blunder. When she realized that he didn't mention her failed alchemy, she felt relieved and quickly headed upstairs. Brushing off the soot stains from his sleeves, Chen Guan suddenly realized that if he had really become Fama's disciple just now, wouldn't he have to address this girl as senior sister? That was a close call. He almost ended up with her sitting on his head forever. Chen Guan felt even more convinced that he had made a wise decision. Yu quickly returned, and the two of them didn't linger any longer. Bathing in the lingering twilight, they walked towards the palace, playfully teasing each other along the way, their shadows stretching long in the sunset. "Where's my gift? I prepared 3 items for you. Which one do you want to see first?" "The second one." "Huh, what is this?" "Puppet wings. They can make you fly. They're disposable but can take you quite far." "How far is quite far?" "About 20 meters. Quote. Having frolicked all the way, when they returned to the palace, the little girl no longer had a trace of unhappiness. She was in high spirits, feeling like the whole world was colorful. When it came to coaxing children, Chen Guan was a professional. After escorting her back to the palace, Chen Guan continued his cultivation. Among the gifts for Yu, besides the flashy and somewhat useless second-grade puppet wings, the other 2 items were similar to those for Yao Yi, consisting of spirit nourishment powder and a protective puppet. The only difference was that Yu's puppet was at the Dou spirit level. Chen Guan didn't differentiate between them, as giving a Dou King level puppet to Yao Yu would be a waste. Whether in the palace or the alchemist guild, no one was safer than her. The next day, Chen Guan emerged from his cultivation state, feeling that he had taken another step towards the 3-star Dou Grandmaster level. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Although the Earth rank low-level technique was only low-level, compared to the mysterious ranked, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Currently, even though he hadn't had the chance to cultivate Earth-ranked Dou techniques, he had become more enduring. That was the most obvious improvement. Getting off the bed, Chen Guan took out a pile of materials from his storage ring that had been used countless times and were almost unusable. He began his daily study of puppetry, immersing himself in it and finding it hard to pull away. It was close to noon when Yao Yi came to call him, interrupting his immersion. "I have good news for you. Your batch of yellow lotus essence made a profit. Your luck was good, you found 6 blood lotus essence within it." "So many?" Chen Guan was somewhat surprised. "Didn't you keep track of how much you purchased yourself? Although blood lotus essence is hard to come by, it couldn't withstand your indiscriminate purchasing." It seemed to make sense. Indeed, as long as you had capital, many difficulties could be easily resolved. The two of them arrived at the back mountain. Yao Yi stopped and said, "You can go in by yourself. I need to take care of some matters in the army today." The 9th prince of the Chuyun Empire dying in Jia Ma was a matter that needed to be wrapped up. She just didn't mention these troublesome affairs. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. He had been to this place before and was familiar with it. Seeing Jia Xingtian at the usual spot, Chen Guan carefully observed him and felt that he looked slightly younger. This was a change that came from the depths of his soul. Apparently, the spirit nourishment powder had some effect. "Elder Jia, have a seat. We haven't sat down like this and had a good chat in over a year. Every time I see you, I can't help but feel lucky. Going to the city of Wutan back then was the right thing I did in this lifetime." Jia Xingtian said with a smiling face. Chen Guan didn't feel out of place either. He sat on the ground and looked at the small lake in front of him, replying with the same nostalgic tone, "Being brought into the palace by Elder Jia is also my luck." It was quite interesting. Every time he met Jia Xingtian, their conversations were mostly about boasting and self-deprecating in business. It had always been like this, unable to be as open as he was with the 2 sisters. Perhaps, this was the generation gap. Today was no different. After boasting for a while, Chen Guan finally mentioned the main topic and handed over a scroll. Earth-ranked mid-level Dou technique, the fall of the Great Barren Star. In addition to the complete set of techniques and skills that Jia Xingtian had left behind, Chen Guan had obtained a total of 7 Earth-ranked Dou techniques. 4 of them were of the wood attribute, while the remaining 3 were of fire, earth, and ice attributes. Among these 3, only, the fall of the Great Barren Star, was a mid-level Earth-ranked technique. It had to be said that Jia Xingtian had been very lucky. Taking the scroll and glancing at it a few times, Jia Xingtian couldn't hide his shock. He knew about Chen Guan's fortunate encounters, but he didn't expect him to obtain such a precious Dou technique. If it weren't for considering Chen Guan's feelings, he would have been unable to resist asking for more details. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, Jia Xingtian looked in the direction of the Misty Cloud sect with renewed confidence. Next month is the annual Disciples, Competition at the Misty Cloud Sect. Are you interested in joining the fun? I also want to confirm whether that old fellow from Yunshan is dead or not. Chapter 32, 6th Grade Beast Flame. The weather cleared up, the rain stopped, and now you think you're capable. Obtaining a mid-level Earth-rank Dou technique, Jia Xingtian was feeling a bit elated. Chen Guan pondered for a moment but decided not to dampen his enthusiasm. Besides, he wasn't sure when Yunshan had started making contact with the Jia. We'll see when the time comes. Oh, by the way, Elder Jia, I have something to ask for today. I want to obtain a flame from the abyssal Sea Jiao beast. Although Chen Guan said it to Jia Xingtian, his gaze was directed at the small lake in front of him. With his peak venerate level soul perception, he could clearly sense a domineering power hidden within the lake. It fluctuated in strength, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and its state was unstable. Without needing to think, Chen Guan knew that it was the guardian beast of Jia Ma's royal family, the abyssal Sea Jiao beast. Despite coming to this back mountain numerous times, he had never seen the appearance of this guardian beast. Do you want it now? Jia Xingtian asked. Tomorrow, I'll go to the alchemist guild in the afternoon to retrieve the ice spirit cold spring. It'll be safer to drink a sip before obtaining the beast flame. Haha, there's no need to go through so much trouble. With us here, it won't be difficult for you to refine the beast flame. Of course, you will definitely face some hardships. Jia Xingtian shook his head and laughed, finally finding a sense of superiority in front of this young man. Having an outstanding junior was both luck and a source of annoyance. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't fully appreciate the aura of being a Dou Emperor powerhouse. Today, he finally had the opportunity to show off. The abyssal Sea Jiao beast has accumulated many hidden injuries from fighting alongside our royal family for many years. Its condition is not good now. If it exerts its full power, it will only sustain a few more injuries before its condition deteriorates. Currently, most of its time is spent in deep sleep, slowing down the spread of its injuries. If it weren't for its inability to continue fighting due to its condition, relying solely on the Misty Cloud Sect wouldn't have become a major concern for our royal family. Jia Xingtian recounted the situation of the guardian beast. Chen Guan nodded in understanding. In fact, he had known about it for a long time. Not only that, he also knew that the royal family had come up with a solution to heal the abyssal Sea Jiao beast's hidden injuries. A mid-grade level 6 pill, elemental bone building pill. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients were already prepared. The only thing lacking was a mid to high grade level 6 alchemist. There was no need to mention Ji Yuhe. Regardless of the Misty Cloud sects and the royal family's stance, Ji Yuhe had only recently been promoted to the 6th grade and was still considered a newcomer. Among the same grade of alchemists, the difference between a newcomer and a veteran who had immersed themselves for countless years was immense. With Ji Yuhe's current level, entrusting him with the task would most likely be a waste of the medicinal ingredients. Old buddy, wake up. Accompanied by Jia Xingtian's call imbued with Dou Qi, the surface of the small lake began to churn violently, like boiling water in a pot. Soon, a huge serpent-shaped demonic beast appeared in Chen Guan's line of sight. Chen Guan observed it carefully. This was his first time seeing a 6th grade demonic beast. Even though the beast didn't intentionally emit its aura and had a wounded body, it still exerted significant pressure on him, like standing beneath a slanted wall. The abyssal Sea Jiao beast also observed the young man. When it occasionally woke up before, Jia Xingtian had not missed the opportunity to mention him. Now, seeing him in person, the beast realized that he indeed surpassed all the people it had encountered before. You old man, why did you wake me up? I can't make a move now unless it's the final battle. Otherwise, don't bother me. The abyssal Sea Jiao beast spoke with a loud voice, slightly dissatisfied. Jia Xingtian didn't beat around the bush and immediately mentioned Chen Guan's need for the beast flame. Are you an alchemist? The abyssal Sea Jiao beast looked at the young man. A high-grade beast flame held considerable value. Whether used for alchemy or puppet refinement, it could play a significant role. Furthermore, it could enhance combat strength, as it was also a means of battle. Chen Guan nodded in agreement. As an alchemist, as long as he had hands, he could do it. I also know a high-ranking alchemist within the empire. If you give me some time, I should be able to ask him for help in refining some pills to heal your hidden injuries. Can he refine a mid-grade level 6 pill? Jia Xingtian was even more excited than the abyssal Sea Jiao beast. He didn't even ask who the person was, saving Chen Guan the trouble of explaining. He can. Ha ha ha, good, Chen kid, to be honest. After talking for a while, Jia Xingtian ultimately gave him 3 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the elemental bone-building pill, along with the prescription. Feeling hopeful for recovery, the slightly grumpy abyssal sea Jiao beast was also pleased with the result. The atmosphere was harmonious, and the matter of obtaining the beast flame became simple. With the assistance of Jia Xingtian and the abyssal sea Jiao beast, Chen Guan didn't even feel much pain. He easily refined the flame. Opening his palm, a dark blue flame rose in Chen Guan's hand, crackling and exuding intense heat. Even from a distance, one could feel its ferocity. Combat technique +1. Thanking Jia Xingtian and the abyssal sea Jiao beast, Chen Guan left with satisfaction. He didn't need to worry about the elemental bone-building pill for now. He would keep it in mind and bring it up when he was ready to meet with Xiao Yan and his master. The abyssal sea Jiao beast, equivalent to an 8-star Dou Emperor after its hidden injuries were healed, would be a considerable boost. Mitre Auction House. In the luxurious hall, there was a pervasive sense of wealth. That was Chen Guan's first impression upon arrival. The spacious hall was already filled with people, bustling and lively. Whether all of them came with genuine intentions to participate in the auction was unknown, but Chen Guan had heard enough lewd comments and whispers along the way, not much different from the description of Wuen City in the original work. LSP, everywhere. TN. Slang for love-sick puppy. Chen Guan arrived halfway through the auction, which didn't quite follow the usual procedure. However, Mitre Auction House was a place for making money, and with enough gold coins, the procedures were as flexible as a prostitute. He found a position toward the back and set his gaze upon the cheongsam-clad young woman on the stage. Despite her young age, she exuded an enchanting and graceful aura, able to raise the prices of auction items with just a few words. Ya Fei, she was truly remarkable. Knowing how to use her own advantages was also a kind of wisdom. If this woman were in his hometown, she would definitely be a capable businesswoman who could navigate the market with ease. It was a pity that being born in the world of Dou Qi Continent meant it would be difficult to reach a bigger stage without cultivation talent. The next item up for auction is a fragmentary map. I believe many of you have heard of it. A year ago, the royal family, Misty Cloud Sect, Mitre family, and others jointly explored the Magic Beast mountain range and discovered a powerful ancient cave. This fragmentary map was obtained by my Mitre family during the exploration. After being appraised by our clan leader and elders, it is highly likely to be related to an unparalleled secret. If it weren't for our Mitre family primarily engaging in business, we would hesitate to auction it. Ya Fei, let's move on quickly. You said the same thing 2 days ago at your auction. I remember this map was bought by a dumbass a few days ago. Why couldn't they figure it out and returned it to be auctioned again? Bang, the sound of a fist hitting a face. What are you doing? I am the dumbass you were talking about. Chapter 33. Tension, another day of reminiscing about Hai Bodong. In a VIP room on the 2nd floor of the auction house. The room offered a wide view, overlooking the entire hall, as it was constructed with special materials that prevented people from outside seeing in. At this moment, Mitre Tengshin was standing by the window, observing a young man in a green robe below, carefully watching his every move. From the young man's keen interest in observing the princess, to eventually bidding on the fragment they had studied countless times, Tengshin noticed it all. Moreover, he discovered that the young man seemed particularly fond of magical cores. In this auction, there were 11 magical cores, and he bought them all, spending nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. All these actions left Tengshin puzzled. If it hadn't been for witnessing the young man's stunning performance at the coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, he might have just considered him a spendthrift who enjoyed collecting magical cores. But now, Tengshin couldn't help but speculate whether there was more to it. He keenly sensed the young man's joy when he acquired the fragment. This made him wonder if the royal family had discovered more information about that fragment. To be honest, for a moment, Tengshin regretted not taking back the fragment, but in the end, he decided to let it go. Is Ya Fei assigned to Wuen City? When was she supposed to leave? Returning to the clan chief, she is leaving in 3 days. This will be Ya Fei's final auction to host, the attendant replied. Delay her departure by 2 months. Inform those elders to keep an eye on our younger generation during this period. If they do anything that brings shame to the family, they can't blame me for being ruthless. Understood. After making casual arrangements, Tengshan left. Obviously, Chen Guan's scrutiny of Yafei gave him some strange ideas. It was a phase of youthful admiration, and perhaps with more encounters, sparks might fly. If things were to develop in that direction, he wouldn't mind giving them a little push. Of course, this push was entirely different from what Yao Yi had mentioned before. Chen Guan was naturally unaware of the old fox's thoughts. Not long after Tengshan left, Chen Guan handed over the items and left the auction house without any reluctance. His goal had been achieved, and there was no need to waste time here. He appreciated beautiful women just like any normal man, but he wasn't impulsive enough to let it interfere with his business. Instead of admiring Yafei's grace here, he now wanted to go to the Alchemist Guild and retrieve his ice spirit cold spring. That was something directly related to improving his strength. The Alchemist Guild. After meeting with Fama, Chen Guan found out that he had been deceived. Purifying the ice spirit cold spring is quite troublesome. I can only make small progress every day, so it'll probably take about 10 days to complete. Come by in the afternoons during these days and help me supervise your studies as well, Fama insincerely said. He didn't look directly at Chen Guan, still harboring resentment despite Chen Guan accepting the reality now. Chen Guan nodded, not minding. It was just about 10 days, and during his daily cultivation, he would mostly be with the two sisters anyway, so there was no other place for him to go. The schedule continued like this for several days, and Chen Guan also noticed Fama's intentions. Fama would often take the opportunity to explain some basic alchemy to him and demonstrate the charm of alchemy in front of him. It was apparent that Fama still harbored some unwillingness deep inside and attempted to spark Chen Guan's interest in this way. At the very least, he wanted to lead Chen Guan onto the path of becoming an alchemist. With such exceptional talent, if he couldn't even refine pills, he felt like he would be struck down by the heavens. Chen Guan took Fama's teaching seriously and listened attentively, but he always refused when Fama asked him to try his hand at alchemy. He could feel Fama's eager anticipation, but he couldn't bear the pressure and didn't want to be chased after every day. In the blink of an eye, the 10-day period had passed. This afternoon, Chen Guan was in the alchemy room on the first floor, watching Yao Yu show off her achievement of refining a top-grade revival pill. Suddenly, Fama walked in. "Here are your ice spirit cold spring and blood lotus pill." After saying that, he handed 2 items to the young man and then left, feeling tired. "Destroy them if you want." Chen Guan didn't mind and solemnly put away the 2 items. During this time, he came to the Alchemist Guild every afternoon. In addition to accompanying the little girl and listening in on lectures, he also often interacted with other alchemists, asking about and reading many of the guild's collected books. Fama thought he had changed his mind and was willing to share everything with him. Unfortunately, Chen Guan was just seeking more information about absorbing and refining heavenly flames. And indeed, there were quite a lot of records on the topic. After all, heavenly flames were treasures that everyone desired, especially alchemists. With a dream in mind, people would work hard towards that dream, racking their brains to figure out how to tame and refine the foreign fire if they encountered one. Although most of these ideas were desperate attempts with an extremely low success rate, it had to be acknowledged that these people were talented and their minds were truly remarkable. According to these ancient books, the success rate of refining heavenly flames through fire attribute Dou Qi was higher than with other attributes, which was easy to understand. In addition, the level of one's techniques, strength, and even soul realm and physical strength were all relevant factors. Refining heavenly flames was undoubtedly a long-lasting battle. If the techniques being practiced were too poor and the Dou Qi within the body couldn't sustain the consumption, resulting in insufficient gains to offset the losses, it would inevitably end in failure. Understanding the importance of strength, if one's strength was sufficient, they could even forcibly suppress the foreign fire. Xiao Yan's ancestor, Xiao Zan, was an example of this. As for the soul realm, the higher it was, the easier it was to endure that kind of pain, and the same applied to physical strength. These were all personal conditions. Putting aside these aspects, external objects could also be used to assist and increase the chances of success. Just like the ice spirit cold spring in Chen Guan's hand and the blood lotus pill that Fama incidentally refined, which were 2 of the 3 essential items provided by Yao Chen to Xiao Yan in the original work. Strength, soul realm, and techniques. Chen Guan summarized his advantages. Compared to when Xiao Yan refined the green lotus core flame, he could be said to be the difference between a toy gun and a Gatling gun. Even then, if he failed to refine heavenly flame, then he would truly lose face. Now, he only lacked the acceptance soul. Thinking of this item, Chen Guan felt somewhat helpless. The royal family didn't have it, and surprisingly, the alchemist guild didn't either. Instead, Fama informed him that Misty Cloud Sect had a collection. Based on Chen Guan's guess, the item from Misty Cloud Sect had probably already fallen into the hands of Ji Yuhe, which was quite troublesome. Ji Yuhe had long been eager for the Yun Yun and heavenly flames. Sighing, Chen Guan made up his mind, it seems I can't avoid this checkpoint of Misty Cloud Sect. Chapter 34, Seeing Yun Yun Again. The imperial capital was never short of topics. While the excitement of the crown princess's coming-of-age ceremony had not completely subsided, it was time for Misty Cloud Sect's annual disciple competition. The elder, Yun Ling, was in charge of all matters, and the scale and grandeur of the event were getting larger. Though it didn't match the grandeur of Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony, it was not far behind. The major families of the Holy City and the Alchemist Guild were all invited to attend as spectators. Inside the palace, Jia Xingtian and Chen Guan were sitting in a royal carriage, heading north to Misty Cloud Sect. Both of them had their own purposes, but as Jia Xingtian was visibly excited and eager, Chen Guan couldn't help feeling a bit anxious. Elder Jia, we are going there to observe, not to fight. Please restrain yourself. It's best not to resort to violence if you can avoid it. Don't worry, no one understands courtesy better than this old man. Jia Xingtian replied full of assurances, but his expression showed no signs of restraint. He seemed no different from a primary school student, who listens to the teacher's advice with one ear and lets it out the other. Chen Guan sighed, it's hard for me to feel at ease with you acting like this. He had tried to advise him many times, but it was useless. At this moment, in Chen Guan's eyes, Jia Xingtian appeared quite childish and immature. After a month of intense training in the Fall of the Great Barren Star technique, Jia Xingtian finally had some achievements. It was understandable that he was feeling a bit overconfident at this moment. However, they still needed to be restrained. Yunshin was not to be feared. Based on the original timeline, he had certainly not broken through the Dou ancestor barrier at this time. The real concern was the soul hall lurking in the shadows. Why are you so concerned about Misty Cloud Sect? You've mentioned it to me over 10 times already. This doesn't seem like your style. Jia Xingtian seemed unlikely to change his mind without a reason. Chen Guan was quite helpless. This old man usually appeared amiable in front of him, but when he became stubborn, he was genuinely stubborn. What he didn't know was that in their younger years, Yunshin, Jia Xingtian, and Hebedong were evenly matched competitors. Among them, Hebedong always ranked last, while Yunshin and Jia Xingtian traded wins and losses. It was similar to how just a few years ago, Ji Yuhe had a unilateral view of him, seeing him as a lifelong rival. Now that he finally had a chance to win, it was hard for him to hold back. Even if it took the strength of 9 bulls, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Chen Guan had never experienced this feeling before, so he couldn't fully empathize. After hesitating several times, Chen Guan temporarily restrained himself from telling him about the matter with Soul Hall and casually fabricated a reason. To be honest, Elder Jia, when I saw Yun Yun at the coming-of-age ceremony, I was amazed by her beauty. I fell for her at first sight. If you have a falling out with them, it'll be hard for me, and besides, I want to exchange for the acceptance soul with Misty Cloud Sect. Love at first sight? Chen Guan nodded. Jia Xingtian sneered, indicating that he didn't believe it. Is it really love at first sight, or are you just saying that? I don't really know you well enough. Isn't the acceptance soul the more important goal? Indeed, the acceptance soul was the main objective. It's important to you. Yes, it's very important. Chen Guan nodded earnestly. Places like Jianan Academy and Blackhorn Domain might offer a chance to find acceptance soul with a little more effort, but Chen Guan didn't want to waste too much time. When he calculated, he realized that it had been less than 2 years since Xiao Yan made his debut. The plot was about to officially begin, and he needed to grow as much as possible. Jia Xingtian nodded slightly, and the excitement on his face subsided a bit, replaced by a trace of regret. Oh well, I can always beat up Yunshin next time. The distance between the Holy City and Misty Cloud Sect was not far. After about half an hour, the carriage arrived at the military camp stationed at the foot of Misty Cloud Sect's mountain. Yao Yi, whom they hadn't seen for 3 days, was there. Unfortunately, when Chen Guan and Jia Xingtian arrived, Yao Yi was supervising the beheading of some people with a cold expression and an aura of killing intent. He slightly restrained himself when he saw them approaching. This was the first time Chen Guan had seen him like this, and he couldn't help but show a curious expression. Yao Yi didn't hide anything and explained briefly, "These past few days, I've been preparing to bring back a group of people to the imperial city. Unexpectedly, we found 7 or 8 spies among them, from the surrounding empires. The spies from Chuyun claimed to be from Mulan, and the ones from Mulan claimed to be from Chuyun. They were blaming each other, but none of them were clean. We occasionally found spies before, but not nearly as many as now." Evidently, the major empires were puzzled by the recent unusual activity of the Jia Ma Empire. Chen Guan suddenly realized and showed a slightly strange expression. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just find them quite amusing." Chen Guan wouldn't tell Yao Yi that he had been too focused on the letter and had simply believed that the assassins mentioned in it were from the Chuyun Empire, without considering the possibility of framing. It was a bit embarrassing. Yao Yi was busy, so Chen Guan didn't disturb her and let her handle the carriage. Then, he strolled with Jia Xingtian to the Misty Cloud Sect on foot. By deliberately slowing their pace, when they arrived at Misty Cloud Sect, it was almost noon. People like Tengshan and Nalan Su had already taken their seats, and the competition was about to begin. They had timed their arrival just right. Based on Jia Xingtian's identity, Yun Yun, the master of the sect, personally stood up to greet him. Wearing a simple and elegant smoke blue dress, she exuded a refined and noble aura, as pure and beautiful as an orchid, unaffected by the dust. As she walked, her eyebrows were as tranquil as autumn water, and her jade-like skin seemed to accompany the gentle breeze. Undoubtedly, she was the center of attention in the entire venue. "Haha, Sect Master Yun, there's no need to be so polite. Your teacher and I are old friends. Today, we came out just to relax a bit and chat together." Before the other person could speak, Jia Xingtian had already made arrangements for himself and pointed to the empty seat beside Fama. Yun Yun felt somewhat helpless, but she still responded with a polite smile and spoke with tactful words, as delicate as an orchid. "Please, Elder Jia." Jia Xingtian left without paying any attention to Chen Guan, even revealing a teasing smile before leaving, as if saying, "Here, since you like her, take this opportunity to make the most of it." Chen Guan could only laugh and cry. He was on his own now. "Chen Guan, meet Sect Master Yun." Chen Guan, you can sit here with Yanren and the others. They've been curious about you for a long time. Let them see what kind of person you are and broaden their horizons." Chen Guan humbly nodded and walked over to sit with the younger generation. Now was not the time to discuss serious matters. He would inquire about the acceptance soul matter after the competition ended. He probably spoke about himself to them. As soon as Chen Guan sat down, the gazes of Nalan Yanren, Lu Ling, and the others fell on him, observing him carefully. Even though their teacher had personally told them, Nalan Yanren still found it hard to believe that someone who was only a few years older than herself was already a Dou Grandmaster. His talent made her feel immense pressure, and she unconsciously tightened her long sword resting on her knees. Sitting a little further away, Lu Ling was also curious, but compared to Nalan Yanren, he still carried an air of arrogance. So what if he was a genius? He wasn't even an alchemist. Even if he became a Dou King or Dou Emperor in the future, he would still have to show respect to them, the alchemists, in the end. Lu Ling had blind confidence in himself and showed a somewhat insincere smile to greet Chen Guan. He wouldn't be so foolish as to say his thoughts out loud. At this moment, a sense of crisis struck Chen Guan from above and from the side, reminding him of the scene when the red ice python targeted him for the first time. He turned his head suddenly. Chapter 35, Nalan Yanren. Misty Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, Yun Ling. At first glance, Chen Guan recognized him from their previous encounter at the adult ceremony. When Yun Ling saw Chen Guan looking at him, he didn't avoid the gaze and responded with a smile that seemed to carry some deeper meaning, making him look like a cunning snake. Behind Yun Ling, there was another familiar face, Mo Cheng, the Grand Elder of the Mo family. They were apparently engaged in a telepathic conversation while also observing the young man. Chen Guan had a feeling that their conversation was about him, and it didn't seem like a good one. He subtly activated his mental power and pondered for a moment, but he didn't dare to eavesdrop openly. The people present were all powerful enough to sense any intrusions. The others might not notice, but Fama and Guhei above were definitely capable of sensing it. They also responded with meaningful smiles, keeping their thoughts to themselves. However, what Chen Guan absolutely didn't expect was that his recent actions conveyed a mistaken understanding to someone. Mo Cheng happened to catch his gaze when his mental power surged, and he suddenly felt a moment of confusion in his mind. It took him several moments to regain his senses. What kind of eyes were those? Mo Cheng's heart trembled. He never imagined that the reason for this situation was Chen Guan's mental power far exceeding his own. He immediately dismissed the correct answer, thinking that he had discovered a pair of peculiar pupils. Clear words need no explanation, he came up with a bold idea. He wanted Chen Guan's eyes. Looking at Jia Xingtian, who was chatting with Fama on the opposite side, the immense powerlessness was frightening. However, thinking about Yun Ling in front of him and Misty Cloud Sect behind him, Mo Cheng also felt that there might be some room for maneuver. That's our Misty Cloud Sect's Grand Elder, and the one behind him is Mo Cheng, the Grand Elder of the Mo family in the northwestern Salt City. Mo Cheng has always held the Grand Elder in high regard. A cold voice entered Chen Guan's ears as Nalan Yanran took the initiative to introduce them. Apparently, she had been paying attention to the young man's actions and thought he was curious about these two people. Nalan Yanran had some reservations about Yun Ling and Mo Cheng. Despite being the sect master, her teacher was not shown much respect by these two. While Yun Ling's attitude was tolerable due to his seniority, Mo Cheng's behavior was too much. When he saw their teacher, he would simply give a perfunctory salute, acting like a lackey to the Grand Elder. Although Nalan Yanran had only recently become his disciple, Yun treated her with great care, and their relationship was excellent. They were not only teacher and disciple but also like sisters. As a staunch supporter of the sect master, she naturally found it hard to have a good impression of these two. Thank you, Chen Guan nodded and expressed his gratitude. Mo family, they were nothing more than insignificant characters, there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Only Yun Ling had some strength, but he was a person of limited intelligence. In the original trajectory, Misty Cloud Sect had a miserable fate, and 99% of it was due to this guy. If not for him, after Xiao Yan regained his face, the 3-year agreement would have basically come to an end, and they would have been unrelated thereafter. Unfortunately, Yun Ling's actions, driven by his strength, dragged the entire Misty Cloud Sect into the mire. If it were Yun Shan instead, Chen Guan suspected he would have had the urge to kill him. He was truly a rat's nest that spoiled the whole broth. No longer paying attention to Yun Ling, Chen Guan looked at the martial arena ahead. With a lengthy speech and encouragement from an elder coming to an end, the disciples' grand competition finally began. The disciples of Misty Cloud Sect were divided into 3 categories: outer disciples, inner disciples, and direct lineage disciples. The grand competition was also divided into 3 stages accordingly. The outer disciples' matches were unremarkable and lacked excitement, hardly impressing the guests present. However, the battles between inner disciples were much more thrilling. They were all above the level of ordinary fighters, and the clashes of various attributes and combat techniques were dazzling and mesmerizing. Overall, the level was decent, showing the vigorous and thriving trend of Misty Cloud Sect. Chen Guan glanced at Jia Xingtian diagonally across from him and noticed that the old man's smile had diminished significantly. After the competitions between outer and inner disciples concluded, it was time for the matches among the direct lineage disciples. This was the most anticipated part for everyone, as these direct lineage disciples might not have high strength at the moment, but each one of them was groomed to be the future backbone of Misty Cloud Sect. Nalan Yanran made her appearance during this stage. As Yun's direct lineage disciple, she undoubtedly became the center of attention. Unfazed by the pressure of being watched by everyone, Nalan Yanran performed remarkably. With her 9-stage Dou Qi, she consecutively defeated 6 fellow direct lineage disciples of the same level before having to retreat due to exhaustion. This battle was enough to make Nalan Yanran's name remembered by everyone present and uphold her reputation as the sect master's direct lineage disciple. Hearing the enthusiastic praise from the crowd, Nalan Su laughed heartily, feeling immensely proud. Even the sect master Yun, sitting at the main seat, wore a satisfied smile. Like spring breeze and evening glow, her expression was dignified and beautiful. Nalan Yanran had already formed Yun's demeanor. After her performance, she immediately turned her attention to her teacher, completely ignoring her own father, who was even more proud of her on the other side. When she saw her teacher smile, she beamed with joy, feeling extremely happy. After returning to her seat, Nolan Yanran inexplicably asked the unfamiliar young man beside her, "How did I perform?" She found it hard to believe the rumors about Chen Guan, but she trusted her teacher and might not have realized that she had subconsciously taken catching up to him as a goal. So she was curious about his evaluation of her. "You were stunning, and your future looks promising," Chen Guan replied, speaking in a way that pleased people, since good words were free. Indeed, Nolan Yanran did perform well, and there was no point in comparing herself to him. However, to Chen Guan's surprise, his high praise not only failed to make Nolan Yanran happy, but it seemed to irritate her. "Are you mocking me?" Nolan Yanran turned her head, her expression cold. Chen Guan felt baffled. He thought, "I said nice things, and you're still unsatisfied. Do you want me to mock you arrogantly so that you'll feel satisfied? Do you have some kind of issues?" He wondered. Not wanting to bicker with her, Chen Guan distanced himself and headed toward Yun Yun's area. The grand competition was practically over, and it was time to discuss serious matters. Being ignored, Nolan Yanran tightly gripped her sword, feeling a mix of anger, shame, and various emotions. She had never felt so wrong before. Especially when she clearly heard the young man mutter, "Stupid bitch," as he left. She almost lost control on the spot. Her resentment soared, and in an instant, the young man had become the top person she needed to educate in her heart. Chen Guan had no idea about her thoughts, and even if he did, he wouldn't care. Presently, Nolan Yanran was still a bit naive and idealistic. When she encountered something unsatisfactory, she was prone to extremes, and she had a somewhat arrogant attitude, thinking highly of herself. Only Yun Yun's tempering could control her. In simple terms, she hadn't yet experienced the harsh realities of the world. Chen Guan could understand but didn't like it. He preferred the company of mature and considerate women like Yao Yi and Yun Yun. At this point, Chen Guan solemnly declared that he had no impure thoughts about Sister Yao Yi, nor did he hold grudges about the jokes from the past. Really. Chapter 36. Politeness. The grand competition was different from the coming-of-age ceremony. After the official affairs concluded, people couldn't sit around and chat leisurely to bond with each other. Moreover, with the sect master being a woman, the guests felt even more reluctant to linger. Thus, after the grand competition ended, the guests bid their farewells one by one and returned to their own homes. However, there were a few guests who lingered a little longer. For example, Nolan Su, who was earnestly advising his daughter on the side. Also, Chen Guan and Jia Xingtian were among those who had something to discuss. "Young sect master, may we have a moment to talk? Chen Guan has something to discuss with you," Jia Xingtian spoke, and naturally, Yun Yun wouldn't refuse. "Please, this way," Yun Yun gestured, leading the way to the side hall. Chen Guan followed, but he noticed that Jia Xingtian remained standing in his original position. "Haha, you can go talk to her yourself. I'll wait here and enjoy the scenery. It's been many years since I last came to Misty Cloud Sect," Jia Xingtian said with a chuckle. Chen Guan thought he was joking about the conversation they had on the way here, so he didn't pay it much attention. He rolled his eyes in response and proceeded to follow Yun Yun into the side hall. Perhaps considering his identity and displayed talent, Yun Yun, as the sect master and a Dou Emperor powerhouse, did not underestimate Chen Guan. After they took their seats, she politely had tea served to them. After dismissing the tea-serving disciple and closing the door, they exchanged a few polite remarks before Chen Guan broached the main topic. "Do you have a acceptance soul?" Chen Guan silently nodded. Since he had specifically come to Misty Cloud Sect to seek it, there was no need to pretend he didn't care. Besides, Yun Yun wasn't a fool, so it would be pointless. Upon hearing his request, Yun Yun didn't immediately reply. She remembered something that Jie had mentioned before, which was that the biggest use of acceptance souls was to create a special space within one's body to store unique objects. For example, heavenly flames. If Jie hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have known this obscure knowledge. Now that Chen Guan sought the acceptance soul, she couldn't help but wonder if he had the same intentions as Jie. "Your information is accurate. We do have a acceptance soul in Misty Cloud Sect. However, since you know about it, you must also know how precious it is, equivalent to a 6th grade pill. What are you willing to exchange for it?" Yun Yun inquired. 10 4th grade vital essence pills, 4 5th-grade restoration pills, and 1 dragon power pill. Chen Guan made a tentative offer. This was not a low price, considering the rarity of the acceptance soul. However, as he expected, Yun Yun shook her head and rejected this exchange. It was reasonable because with Zhe He around, Misty Cloud Sect was even more abundant in pills than the Imperial family. In other aspects, the two were also comparable, and what the Imperial family could provide, Misty Cloud Sect could almost certainly match. Chen Guan silently contemplated another plan. He had many valuable items on him: Spirit Nourishment Powder Formula, Earth-grade combat skills, soul cultivation techniques, puppet techniques, and so on. However, the value of these items far exceeded that of the acceptance soul, so it would be foolish to use them for an exchange. When seeking help from others, he could accept some losses, but he didn't want to be taken advantage of. Just as Chen Guan was feeling somewhat conflicted, Yun Yun spoke up. I have an idea, but before we proceed, I want to know your true relationship with the Imperial family. This time, it was Chen Guan's turn to shake his head. Since they had already reached this point, he knew what Yun Yun was going to say next. He couldn't cut ties with the Imperial family now, so there was no need to continue discussing it. Yun Sect Master, my second proposal is to exchange a Dou King level puppet with you. This is the most valuable thing I can offer. This puppet was obtained by me through a fortuitous encounter, going through countless hardships and near-death experiences. Its creator is undoubtedly a genius who can shock the world. Not only can it perfectly display the strength of a 2-star Dou King, but its body is sturdy and difficult to damage, comparable to that of a demonic beast. What's even more important is that it possesses high intelligence after being controlled, able to follow simple commands, like this. Chen Guan took out a puppet, blew it fiercely, and had it pour tea for both of them. During negotiations, it was natural to present things in the best light, so he wouldn't tell Yun Yun that the puppet couldn't fly. It is indeed a valuable item, but there's only one Dou King level puppet. Yun Yun was already interested. A puppet with the strength of a 2-star Dou King, and one that obeyed orders, was not low in value. Yun Sect Master, you are overthinking it. To have such a divine puppet is already a great fortune for me. If I hadn't made up my mind not to leave the Imperial capital in the next few years and likely not face many dangers, I wouldn't have brought it out for exchange. It's my last line of defense. If I were Nolan Yanran, you wouldn't want your disciple to encounter danger without any resistance, right? Chen Guan stood up, putting on an appearance as if he would leave if she disagreed. This was a trick he had learned from bargaining with market vendors when buying groceries. Yun Yun sat above him with a strange expression. Throughout their conversation today, her perception of the young man had been repeatedly refreshed. From a once-in-a-century genius youth to a little liar who couldn't blush when lying, and now he was coming up with various clever strategies. You are you, and Yanran is Yanran. What do you mean if you were? However, she had to admit that his tactics were working. Yun Yun's thoughts were successfully led astray, and she somewhat understood his intention to keep one puppet as a last resort. All right, since you are so sincere, I will give face to the Imperial family. One Dou King level puppet and one Dou Spirit level puppet in exchange for the acceptance soul. Chen Guan looked up, feeling surprised and astonished. Hasn't the acceptance soul been given to Zhe He yet? He thought that Zhe He would also be involved in this transaction, and he would have to pay some price at that time. Unexpectedly, it was so straightforward. Well, not exactly straightforward, but compared to what he estimated, it was much easier, and the cost didn't reach his bottom line. What Chen Guan didn't know was that Fama only knew that Misty Cloud Sect had one acceptance soul in their collection, but didn't know there were two. Worried about any changes, Chen Guan immediately took out 2 puppets and erased his soul imprint in front of Yun Yun. Yun Yun was not a procrastinating person either. After asking Chen Guan to wait for a moment, she left the side hall alone and returned a few minutes later. Trading money with goods, she successfully controlled the Dou King level puppet. The transaction was successfully completed. Just as the young man was in a good mood and was about to chat for a bit, suddenly, a burst of laughter spread throughout Misty Cloud Sect. Ha ha ha, old Yunshin, I knew you weren't dead. Have you made any progress in these years? Let's have a match. Inside the side hall, Chen Guan's face froze as someone's assurance from noon still lingered in his ears. No one knows manners better than me. Chapter 37, Little Scammer. Words were spoken at noon, a fight occurred in the afternoon, and a person left in the evening. Unfortunately, Chen Guan didn't get to witness it himself. Because the back mountain was a vital area for Misty Cloud Sect, Yun Yun asked him to stay put. Even the disciples of Misty Cloud Sect only heard the commotion and could only imagine the battle happening on the back mountain. At first, Chen Guan was quite worried, but after a long time without seeing the intervention of the Soul Hall, he stopped paying too much attention. It was only when night fell, and Jia Xingtian returned triumphantly from the back mountain that he had the appearance of someone who had just come out of a spa, with only shuang, comfortable, missing from being written on his face. Chen kid, I didn't intentionally ruin your plan. I was honestly enjoying the scenery in the back mountain. It was old Yunshin who took the initiative to come out, and I just gently knocked on the door of his secret chamber. Besides, I estimated the timing. You should have finished your business before taking action. It's also a way of helping you show your skills. After all, having the strength to back up your words is essential for negotiating business. Without the strength to back you up, it's just one-sided exploitation. Tisk tisk, Chen Guan didn't realize that Jia Xingtian could talk like this too. You didn't use Earth-rank Do techniques, did you? Of course not. I'm not a fool. I won't easily reveal that unless I'm in a crisis. That's good. The two of them quickened their pace and chatted all the way, quite satisfied with their visit to Misty Cloud Sect. At the same time, inside Misty Cloud Sect, Pil King Ji Yuhe was in his room contemplating the information he obtained from his casual chat with Yun Ling, tapping his finger lightly on the armrest. 2 knocks on the door were heard, and with permission granted, Elder Mo Cheng, who hadn't left yet, walked in. Elder Mo Cheng, I have been informed by the Elder that you want to exchange a batch of precious medicinal materials for a blood ignition pill. I have agreed to this, but I hope you won't waste my pill. The blood ignition pill was a 5th grade pill. After taking it, one's strength could be greatly increased for a short period, making it one of the favored cards to collect for Do Spirit and Do King rank practitioners. Even a Do Emperor could gain a 1-star increase in strength. Below, Mo Cheng was a bit stunned. When did I ask for a blood ignition pill? Why don't I know about it? Fortunately, he wasn't genuinely foolish and soon realized what Ji Yuhe meant after pondering over his words. Yes, please rest assured, Pil King. I will definitely make full use of its value. When a pie falls from the sky, you can't afford to miss it. Although he knew that both Ji Yuhe and Yun Ling had their own intentions, it didn't matter. He was happy to accept this opportunity. As the saying goes, one willing to fight, one willing to endure. Having received a blood ignition pill, Ji Yuhe glanced in the direction of the holy city through the windows, finding an excuse for himself in his heart. I was only cooperating with Yun Ling to win over the hearts of Misty Cloud Sect's disciples. I wasn't aware of anything else. 3 days later, in the Imperial Palace. Early in the morning, Chen Guan came to bid farewell to Yao Yi. Now that everything was ready, he couldn't wait to go out and experience the world. Although the imperial capital was safe, there was always a lack of urgency, and he couldn't experience the baptism of blood and fire. To speed up his growth, Chen Guan had to go out and seize opportunities. With his decision already made, when he met Yao Yi, Chen Guan didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Yao Yi was sitting at the desk, engrossed in dealing with matters. After hearing Chen Guan's words, she raised her head to look at him. I agree, but you can only leave after breaking through to the 3-star Do Grandmaster level. Understood. Chen Guan nodded without any hesitation. His straightforwardness made Yao Yi unable to understand. From her knowledge of him, once the young man made a decision, it was challenging to change his mind. She felt very puzzled. Fortunately, her confusion didn't last long. In less than half an hour, Chen Guan returned, but this time, he had already become a 3-star Do Grandmaster. Yao Yi dropped her goose feather pen without paying it any attention, and with one hand propping up her exquisite chin, she doubted her life. I'm such a fool, I should have thought of this earlier. Looking at the slightly smug youth, Yao Yi turned her head away. Go away. Since you have grown stronger wings now, I can't control you anymore. In the past, she could forcefully suppress him with her strength, but now, she wasn't even a match for him. Actually, deep in her heart, she wasn't too worried that the young man would encounter too much danger. He had quite a few aces up his sleeve. It was just that she felt somewhat reluctant. Chen Guan didn't listen to her and boldly went over to sit opposite her, daringly using his hand to turn Yao Yi's head back. Sister, don't worry, I promise I won't get into trouble this time. At most, within a year and a half, no, a year, I will be back. The usual rule, a letter every half-month. Yao Yi rolled her eyes at him, not refusing and accepting the condition. Just take care of yourself. The royal family can help you less and less now. Do everything within your abilities. By the way, bring Wang Yan and Wang Delang, the two brothers, with you. You can leave the troublesome matters to them on ordinary days, and they can also assist you in some tasks. Can I trust them? No problem. They were the ones who protected you after you disappeared in the Magic Beast Mountains. After you went missing, Wang Delang risked his life to search for you. Of course, for matters that are too important, it's always good to be a bit cautious. Chen Guan nodded seriously and accepted the arrangement. If Yao Yi hadn't mentioned it today, he wouldn't have known that some people almost lost their lives because of him. Although it was their duty, Chen Guan noted this favor and felt less hesitant to bring them along. Understood, that's it then. I won't go to Jia Lao's place. Sister, please tell him that I will bid farewell to the Alchemist Guild and you before leaving directly. Yao Yi nodded and watched the young man leave. Chen Guan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, Yao Yi, have someone from your side sweep through the Mo family in Yancheng. They have some dirty business going on, and it's disgusting to look at. Okay, Yao Yi didn't ask much. She knew Chen Guan's temperament well. Since he said so, the Mo family must have done something deserving of annihilation. As for the reason and all that, give her 5 minutes, and she could come up with dozens or even hundreds of them. After arranging everything, Chen Guan didn't linger anymore. He went to the Alchemist Guild, bid farewell to Yu and Fama, met the Wang brothers at the city gate, and then left directly. During this month, although the common people rarely heard about Chen Guan, the major forces were paying extraordinary attention to him. Sure enough, as soon as he left the city, all the major families received the news. Mitre Tang Shan frowned and asked his steward, "What is Yafei doing?" The steward replied, returning to the tribe leader, "Yafei is currently hosting an auction." That's right, an auctioneer naturally had to take their job seriously. Tang Shan had nothing more to say. The anticipated spark didn't happen. Even after that, the kid didn't come back to Mitre Auction House. It made his little scheme seem so unnecessary. Fortunately, it was just an idle move, and there was no surprise. It wasn't too disappointing. In Misty Cloud Sect, Yun Yun was watching a peculiar duel in the martial arts field. One side was a Dou King Elder, while the other side was an iron lump. The scene was somewhat strange. The 3-star Dou King Elder couldn't do anything to the puppet, but at the same time, the puppet couldn't pose any threat to him either. Relying on Dou Qi to transform into wings, the Elder occupied the high ground, and the puppet could only hop and jump to launch attacks. And to be honest, it jumped really high, but it looked quite comical. The more she watched, the more she felt like she was being tickled and almost laughed out loud. Just at that moment, Yun Yun received a letter, and after glancing through it, she was so angered that even with her cultivation, she clenched her silver teeth and couldn't help but curse out loud. Didn't he say he wouldn't leave the imperial capital for a few years? You little trickster. Chapter 38. The Righteous, Gang Fight. On a night far from the holy city, 3 individuals left the main road and chose to camp and rest inside a small mountain named Clear Breeze. One tall and one short man set up tents while the handsome youth sat on a rock, reading a tattered notebook illuminated by the campfire. It wasn't anything valuable. In the past, Chen Guan had no interest in reading. However, since arriving in the Dou Qi Continent and to better integrate, he read many books. Gradually, he began to enjoy the feeling of silently enriching himself, so he would take out the book to read when he had nothing else to do. "Young master, you can rest now," Wang Delang approached and said softly. Actually, he found it somewhat strange. With their status, there was no need for them to endure such hardship. Half an hour further down the road, they would reach a city. Wouldn't the comfortable beds in an inn be better? Chen Guan nodded, put away the notebook, stretched lazily, and walked towards his tent. "Get some rest. Tomorrow, we need to speed up our journey," he instructed before entering the tent. Tonight, Chen Guan's mind was not focused on cultivating as usual. Instead, he was anticipating something else. Late at night, just when Chen Guan thought he had been waiting in vain, a hidden aura entered the radius of 100 meters, immediately detected by his spiritual power. "He's here," Although Mo Cheng had concealed his aura extremely well, he couldn't escape Chen Guan's detection with his spiritual power and recognized his identity. To be honest, Chen Guan was a bit disappointed that only Mo Cheng had come. He thought the Misty Cloud sect would also get involved. During the day, when he left the imperial capital, he sensed that many people were monitoring him. What a fuss for nothing. Mo Cheng's strength was on par with Wang Delang and Wang Yanyan, both being 3-star Dou spirit. However, with a series of aces up his sleeve, he was confident he could deal with the two brothers quickly. If there were no other factors interfering, Mo Cheng would have liked to play a game of cat and mouse for a while. But he couldn't take the risk, given the two people instigating him from behind. He had to abandon his twisted idea. Moreover, to ensure a decisive victory, he had already taken a blood ignition pill in advance. At this moment, he had the confidence to fight anyone below Dou King level. With such a surge in strength, he also chose to launch a sneak attack late at night. He had no idea how he could lose. Mo Cheng put on a mask and confirmed that the Wang brothers were still cultivating. He suddenly launched a fierce attack, moving at an astonishing speed towards the target tent. However, during this process, Mo Cheng's left arm experienced spasms, and his body slightly trembled. A fierce dark energy emanated, shattering his sleeve. His left arm was fully exposed to the air, with veins popping up, like small snakes wriggling, and it weirdly enlarged and thickened. His normal nails grew rapidly, becoming jet black and sharp. It no longer looked like a human arm but more like a forelimb of a demonic beast. Blood surged, making the arm turn red, exuding a powerful sense of strength. Die! Mo Cheng didn't hold back and unleashed a fierce strike with his breaking mountain arm. He knew the target had a puppet at the Dou spirit level. He had seen it during Yao Yi's coming-of-age ceremony. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that the target would be crushed into minced meat. With this strike, he intended to destroy the puppet and severely injure the target at the same time. Dare you! Stop! Black silver encirclement. The sudden change awakened the two brothers nearby, who immediately yelled to interfere. Wang Delang, who had faster movements, approached at full speed, while Wang Yanyan activated his Dou skill to assist. As partners for decades, they had an extraordinary tacit understanding. Despite that, the gap in strength remained enormous. Mo Cheng's speed was too fast at this moment, and they were still a step behind. Stab! The tent burst under the compression of Dou Qi energy. When they finally saw the scene inside the tent, both Mo Cheng and the Wang brothers were dumbfounded. Bang 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 bang! In the blink of an eye, the collision occurred more than 10 times, and Mo Cheng's lethal strike was effortlessly dissolved. He was sent flying more than 20 steps before stabilizing his footing. With a forceful shake of his left arm, he freed himself from the entwining black vines. Without bothering to address Wang Yanyan, Mo Cheng looked over to the target's tent, puzzled. They saw the youth sitting there, seemingly unaffected by what just happened, calmly drinking and pouring himself. He seemed completely at ease, totally out of sync with the current atmosphere. 7 puppets stood guard around the youth, like door gods, exuding a formidable and murderous aura, leaving no room for any mistakes. This scene left not only Mo Cheng but also the two brothers, who had been focused on protecting their young master, not knowing what to say. Sensing the intense pressure from the 7 puppets, the two brothers couldn't help but cast a glance at the masked assailant. To their surprise, there was a hint of sympathy in their eyes. They also found it inexplicably funny. "Young master, are you okay?" The two brothers hurriedly approached and asked through the puppets. "I'm fine. Come, let's continue drinking and watch the show." With a thought, the 7 puppets suddenly rushed forward, cutting off Mo Cheng's escape route and surrounding him, launching a righteous group attack. Under the night sky, the 3 of them enjoyed their drinks by candlelight, while not far away, an exciting performance took place, creating a warm and harmonious scene. Mo Cheng was indeed strong, with the enhancement of the blood ignition pill and breaking mountain arm. At this moment, the Douling level puppets on Chen Guan couldn't compare to any of them. However, there was strength in numbers. Facing the attacks of the 7 puppets, Mo Cheng could only barely protect his vital points. From time to time, he would get hit, emitting harsh screams. As long as the core and mental imprints of the puppets remained intact, their assault would be endless. In contrast, Mo Cheng's strength was limited by the effects of the blood ignition pill, and the Dou Qi in his Dou crystal was rapidly depleting. The 3 spectators of the battle already foresaw the outcome. Without any surprises, in the blink of an eye, Mo Cheng began to weaken, and his strength declined rapidly. He could no longer withstand the relentless group attack from the 7 puppets and could only passively endure the beating. Seeing Mo Cheng's breath barely hanging on and his life hanging by a thread, Wang Yanyan opened his mouth, wanting to suggest not killing him immediately, interrogating him first, and then sending him off. However, Chen Guan showed no intention of stopping the puppets, and he only recalled them after witnessing Mo Cheng being beaten into a pulp. In Chen Guan's eyes, the situation was already clear. He had no special constitution, and Mo Cheng had no reason to attack him, risking offending the imperial family. The only reason Mo Cheng attacked him today must be because someone else was behind it. Coincidentally, Chen Guan knew who the old man belonged to. The only surprising thing was the strength Mo Cheng displayed, which clearly came from consuming a 5th-grade pill, the blood ignition pill. The aftereffects were easy to identify. A 5th-grade pill was not an ordinary commodity, even within the Misty Cloud sect. Without the permission of the sect master, it was unlikely that Yun Ling would secretly use it. Perhaps someone else had given Mo Cheng the pill. As for Mo Cheng obtaining such an opportunity himself, Chen Guan didn't quite believe it. If Mo Cheng had a blood ignition pill as his trump card, he would have used it long ago when Xiao Yan came knocking on his door in the original plot. Therefore, aside from Yun Ling, both Yun Yun and Ji Yu He were suspicious. From the bottom of his heart, Chen Guan leaned more towards the latter. After all, the matter of him going to the Misty Cloud sect to exchange for the acceptance soul was not difficult to investigate. And for an alchemist who was eager to obtain a heavenly flame, they would never let go of any possibility. Chapter 39. The Girl by the Lake. Mo Cheng had not returned that night, and there was no news from him in the following days. Whether it was Yun Ling or Ji Yu He, they had already guessed the outcome. They appeared indifferent on the surface, but only they knew what they were truly thinking in their hearts. Especially on the 4th day, the imperial family used thunderous means to sweep away the Mo family in Salt City, making the two of them unable to help but speculate if this was a warning from the royal family to them. Many people turned their attention to the Misty Cloud sect. Regardless of the righteousness of the imperial family's actions and the exposure of the Mo family's dirty deeds, which resulted in a public outcry, it was also a blow to the face of the Misty Cloud sect. As the saying goes, when you beat a dog, you have to look at the owner. This statement was thoroughly demonstrated on the Dou Qi Continent. But unexpectedly, the usually face-conscious and outwardly dominant elder Yun Ling had not expressed any opinions this time. He simply replied to the outside world with Yun Yun's words. For people like the Mo family, who acted evilly under the banner of the Misty Cloud sect, just let the imperial family know next time, and my Misty Cloud sect will personally clean up, giving everyone an explanation. To this, Yao Yi replied simply, "Oh, okay." On the other side, Chen Guan and his 2 companions had returned to the Magic Beast Mountain Range, a place with deep memories. "Young master, here's the fire fox you wanted." The 2 Wang brothers each brought back their prey, a bit puzzled. Was this thing really that delicious? When they were protecting the young man last time, they had noticed that he seemed to have a special fondness for fire foxes. It was indeed a strange quirk. As 2 3-star Dou spirit, they were already top experts in the Gamma Empire, surpassing more than 99% of the people. Originally, the 2 Wang brothers thought they were quite powerful, but ever since they saw the spectacular performance of the Mo family elder a few days ago, they realized that being a Dou spirit wasn't as impressive as they had thought. There was always someone stronger. If they were somewhere else, it would be fine, but following the young man, they had absolutely no room to display their abilities. The only thing they could do was to help out with some chores. Chen Guan smiled as he accepted the fire fox. "Thank you for your trouble." Skillfully slaughtering, skinning, deboning, and marinating the beast, placing it on the prepared charcoal fire, the fragrance wafted in the air in no time. The entire process was so skilled that it made people wonder if he had done this before. The 2 brothers exchanged a glance and found that they seemed to be a bit redundant even in helping out. "Big brother Wang, you don't need to accompany me tonight. After eating, go to the town and buy more things we can use in the desert. I'll find you at the inn after I'm done with something." Putting away a roasted fire fox, Chen Guan headed straight to Qingshan town, making his way directly to Thousand Medicine House. The 2 brothers nodded silently, fully aware of his intentions. Being young was really great, it made them recall the girl by the lake in Wuen City back then. "Old Wang, I wonder how Xiaowu is doing now." I regret more and more that I retreated at that time, otherwise, that guy surnamed Tang wouldn't have benefited for nothing. The last time I saw her, even the child was able to walk. Do you regret it too? I know you had feelings for her back then. Wang Yan shook his head, he was a cold-hearted man. You really don't regret it? Wang Delang said disbelievingly. Why did you let her go? Wang Yan replied, I just feel that she has become more charming. Thousand Medicine House. Chen Guan first found the manager who he had met a few times before and informed him that he would no longer continue purchasing the Yellow Lotus essence. Originally, he had planned to continue as agreed and didn't mind if Thousand Medicine House made a little more profit for another month. However, the manager was more understanding than he had anticipated and immediately said that they could stop anytime. Since he insisted, Chen Guan let it be. Climbing to the second floor, Chen Guan saw at a glance that Xiao Yixian's clinic was full of people. He didn't go up to join the crowd, instead, he took out the 7-colored poison manual and read while waiting outside. From the grumbling conversations of these mercenaries, he also learned the reason why so many people were here. It turned out that last night, the Wolf-Head mercenary group had a small-scale clash with the Lion mercenary group. Shaking his head slightly, Chen Guan didn't care about it. In the original work, the Wolf-Head mercenary group was just a stepping stone for Xiao Yan, a minor antagonist. But for Chen Guan, they hadn't provoked him, and even Xiao Yixian hadn't had any conflicts with them because she hadn't encountered that cave. So, everyone coexisted peacefully. Under these circumstances, he had no interest in wasting his energy on meaningless matters. There were too many mercenary groups like this in the Gamma Empire, and almost none of them were truly clean. They were like weeds, impossible to completely remove. Cutting them would only lead to more regrowth. This was the law of survival. In this world, the kind-hearted could not survive, so there was no need to be overly worried about it. Returning his attention to the 7-colored poison manual in his hand, it wasn't the first time Chen Guan had read this book, but now, he had deeper insights and more feelings from it. For example, some of the poison formulas in it made him feel like they were similar to alchemy recipes. For a few poisons, he even felt that with some adjustments to the formula, they could be turned into medicinal pills, poisonous ones, of course. Or if he replaced the ingredients with those with opposite properties, after careful research, it might become a good pill with decent effects. It didn't cost anything to imagine, so Chen Guan let his thoughts run wild, coming up with all sorts of strange and bizarre conjectures. In the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed, and the mercenaries had all finished their visits. Xiao Yixian stretched lazily as she walked out, making people worried that she might accidentally break her slender waist. When she saw someone still sitting outside, she quickly put her hands down and resumed her calm and peaceful appearance. Are you Chen Guan? As she was about to inquire, she saw the young man raise his head, and she instantly recognized him, revealing a happy smile. It's delightful to have friends from afar. Under her influence, Chen Guan also laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally relaxed. Xiao Yixian gave him a different feeling from others, a mix of surprise and joy upon their first meeting and a continuous sense of excitement when they spent time together. Perhaps, this was because they were each other's only friend. Are you coming here to practice again? Xiao Yixian casually asked as she led the young man into her clinic. Chen Guan felt completely at ease, quickly pulling a chair and sitting down even faster than Xiao Yixian did. He took out the prepared dinner. No, I'm going to the Tager Desert. I specifically changed my route to visit you. How about that? Good friend material, right? Sitting across from each other, Xiao Yixian skillfully took out a shiny dagger from a drawer and began to divide the food. Clean and neat, in less than a minute, she had prepared 2 plates of fox meat. She picked up a piece with her hand and savored it deliciously. It was the familiar recipe and the familiar taste. What are you going to do in the Tager Desert? To seize opportunities. It sounds dangerous. I heard that the Snake People clan resides there. Are you going alone? Didn't Princess Yao Yi send someone to protect you? By the way, I was curious when you disappeared last time, what's your relationship with Princess Yao Yi? As if all women were naturally inclined to gossip, Xiao Yixian, who was usually quiet and ladylike, now spoke so much at once, revealing a glimpse of this trait. She's my sister. Biological sister, not biologically, but she's like a sister to me. Whether her curiosity was satisfied or for some other reason, upon hearing this answer, Xiao Yixian felt quite content. the meat in her mouth seemed even more delicious. Chapter 40. Woeful Poison Body. Happy times are always fleeting. After chatting for a while, as the night grew deeper, Chen Guan turned to more serious matters. Last time, my sister and her group searched a mountain and found a cave. From there, they obtained a scroll of a poison manual. I also took a look when I couldn't sleep, and the more I read it, the more I felt that you might like this poison manual. Taking the gift, Xiao Yixian flipped through it briefly, and unsurprisingly, she was deeply drawn in. This poison manual was even more precious than the medical notes that Chen Guan had given her before, and she couldn't put it down. Well then, I won't be polite. Thank you, I really like it. No need to be polite. It's meant to be yours, Chen Guan replied with a double-meaning smile. Seeing her delighted expression, Chen Guan hesitated a little. He didn't really want to bring up such a heavy topic. But then he thought, since he had already given her the poison manual, and knowing Xiao Yixian's personality, she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without reading it thoroughly. So, knowing in advance wouldn't make much of a difference. Look at the information at the end. Nodding, Xiao Yixian turned to the last page, curious about the young man's intention. However, when she saw the information about the woeful poison body, her expression changed uncontrollably, and her smile gradually became forced. The woeful poison body has a thin, colorful hidden line on the abdomen, which grows with the concentration of poison within the body. When this line extends to the heart position, it is the most powerful moment of the woeful poison body. At the same time, the owner of the woeful poison body will also suffer from the agony of the venom devouring their own body. If it were just her own suffering, she might be able to bear it. But what Xiao Yixian found hard to accept was that when the woeful poison body was activated, anyone who touched her would die instantly. As the toxins accumulated in her body, once they reached a certain level, they would erupt uncontrollably. At that moment, life would be extinguished within thousands of miles, causing a disaster for the entire Dou Qi continent. These descriptions reminded her of some painful memories. Her greatest dream had always been to become an alchemist. Unfortunately, she didn't possess the conditions to become one and could only settle for being a physician. But fate played a huge joke on her by giving her the woeful poison body, something she couldn't control. One day it would be activated, and when that happened, she wouldn't even be able to continue as a physician. Instead, she would become a feared poisonous woman. I'm sorry for telling you this cruel fact so early. Actually, I had some selfish intentions. Watching Xiao Yixian's face gradually turning pale, Chen Guan apologized softly. She was such a kind-hearted person. If he hadn't intervened, Xiao Yixian could have lived happily for over a year before being troubled by the woeful poison body. No worries. How did you know I have the poison body? Did you spy on me? Closing the poison manual, Xiao Yixian forced a smile, playfully asking to ease the heavy atmosphere in the room. Chen Guan's gaze slightly dodged. Once when you stretched and yawned too much, I accidentally caught a glimpse. Cough, it was pure accident. Xiao Yixian rolled her eyes at him, and a blush crept up her cheeks, which made her pale face look much better. Seeing this, Chen Guan took advantage of the moment and continued, don't worry too much. I've read many ancient books, and although the woeful poison body is frightening, there are ways to resolve it completely. We can completely control it, and in doing so, it won't have any negative effects on you. Instead, it could become a great asset for you. Really, can it really be controlled? Even though she tried hard to appear more relaxed, she couldn't help but focus on the young man, her words slightly trembling, her gaze filled with anticipation and anxiety. Chen Guan didn't hesitate and nodded confidently. From what I know, there is a method of using poisonous elixirs that can control the poison body. Although the process is somewhat complicated and requires many rare ingredients as supplements, luckily, I have clues for all the required items. With some planning, it should be achievable. There are a few other plans that I'm not entirely certain about, but they can be considered as backup options. For instance, the nether poison fire might have an effect on the woeful poison body. Of course, this was just Chen Guan's speculation, and he had no absolute certainty, but it could serve as a backup plan. Seeing that the young man spoke quite relaxedly and confidently, Xiao Yixian's inner tension eased a bit. You make it sound easy, but if I'm not mistaken, the auxiliary materials required are not something an ordinary person can obtain. It's only because you have the support of the royal family that it's possible. Royal family, thank you for your trust in me. You're going to such great lengths to help me. Don't tell me you're only doing it out of a desire to help others. How should I repay you? Chen Guan chuckled and vaguely replied, aren't we friends? Xiao Yixian smiled, saying nothing, and watched him continue. While she acknowledged the relationship the young man mentioned, she still remained skeptical about it being the entire reason. Stared at by her, Chen Guan blushed and spread his hands, honestly confessing, okay, let me be straightforward. I do have some other intentions. I might face powerful enemies in the future, and there will be times when manpower alone won't be enough. Although I'm confident, I can't handle everything myself. So, I need some partners to help me, which will make things easier. The potential of the woeful poison body is enormous. In the future, you won't be limited to the Emperor and Dou ancestor levels. With such great potential, do you think I'd let you slip away? Xiao Yixian nodded slightly. This reason seemed quite credible. From Chen Guan's perspective, she would probably do the same. She had already accepted this mutually beneficial relationship between friends, and her expression remained calm as she continued to inquire. What else? Deep down, she seemed to want to hear more reasons, even though she herself wasn't sure why. Unfortunately, that was the extent of it. Shaking his head, Chen Guan said, that's about it. I don't want to involve too much that could affect our friendship. Some not-so-glorious thoughts were certainly unavoidable. After all, it was human nature for men. But it was definitely not suitable to say those things directly to someone's face. Staring at him for a few seconds, Xiao Yixian was helpless as Chen's acting today seemed to backfire. He didn't reveal any flaws that could let her see through him, so she could only grumble in her heart and change the topic. You tell me what those poisonous elixir items are. I'll keep them in mind, just in case we get lucky and come across them someday, saving you the trouble. Sure, it requires at least a 7th grade demonic core of a poison scorpion dragon beast, along with body transformation saliva and 3 different types of unusual flames. As he finished speaking, Xiao Yixian looked at him with a doubtful gaze. Are you sure we can really obtain these things? She wasn't familiar with body transformation saliva, but she could imagine from the other 2 items that they must be precious and rare. A 7th grade demonic core. That's a beast at the Dou ancestor level. And those unusual flames, she had only read fragments about them in books, and she hadn't heard of anyone in the entire Jia Ma Empire having them. And she needed 3 different types of them. Chapter 41. Best Training Partner. It's understandable that Xiao Yixian would show such an expression. Even if it were replaced with another Dou ancestor powerhouse, there would be no guarantee that they could handle it absolutely without having seen the script beforehand. Aside from the relatively easy difficulty of obtaining a 7th grade demonic core of a poison scorpion dragon beast, the other 2 items truly required significant luck. Don't worry, I have some insider information, and the likelihood of success in planning is high. At worst, we can try the backup plan. I won't hide it from you. This time I'm going to the Tagore Desert to obtain a heavenly flame. Is it dangerous? One has to endure hardships to become strong. We don't have overwhelming backgrounds, and if we want to become stronger, we naturally need to face these life and death trials. But I'm well prepared, so you don't need to worry about me. Although I want to improve my strength quickly, I won't throw my life away in vain. I cherish my life more than anyone else. Chen Guan laughed heartily. It was his response to her and also a declaration to himself. Xiao Yixian fell silent for a long while before nodding. Thank you. In the past, she never had much desire for strength. Her biggest dream was to become a skilled alchemist. But today, a seed of wanting to become stronger had been planted in her heart. She actually wanted to accompany him to the desert. After all, the heavenly flame was essential to resolving her poison body, and she didn't want the young man to endure hardships alone. But considering her current strength, going there would be more harm than help. She suppressed her impulsiveness. Among friends, there's no need to say thank you. Then I wish you success in achieving your wishes. I'll wait for your good news. Xiao Yixian's smile was bright, trying not to give the young man any pressure. Chen Guan nodded. He was determined to obtain the green lotus core flame. You stay in Qingshan town for a while. After I return from the desert, I'll help you unlock your poison body, and then you can leave with me. Okay. She agreed so readily that Chen Guan was a bit surprised. He had thought he'd need to persuade her more. However, this made things easier. Seeing that Xiao Yixian seemed somewhat absent-minded after learning about the woeful poison body, Chen Guan understood that she needed some time to adjust her mindset. He didn't linger any longer and took his leave. Xiao Yixian remained seated, watching him leave. Unable to maintain her smile any longer, she rested her arms on the table, gazing at the wall, lost in thought, not wanting to do anything. The impact today was too great, her mind was in turmoil, and she needed some peace and quiet. The night passed without a word, quietly spent in cultivation. The next day, Chen Guan bid farewell to Xiao Yixian and then set off without holding back, rushing towards the planned destination, Rock Desert City. He changed into more convenient combat attire, discarding his luxurious blue robes. After 2 days of travel, he finally arrived. Young master, we've arrived at Rock Desert City. This is already the border of our empire, and due to its proximity to the Tagore Desert, the station forces are quite strong. There is a Dou spirit powerhouse presiding over the city lord's mansion, and the mercenaries in the city are quite active, constantly engaging in battles with the Snake People tribe. They are not to be trifled with. However, for us, there's no threat. Rock Desert City, Chen Guan muttered softly to himself, feeling somewhat speechless. Young master, Rock Desert City is not far from here. It's even closer to the Tagore Desert, and the station forces are stronger there. General Huang Yaipeng, a Dou Wang powerhouse, is in charge as the city lord. If you need to use him, we can invite him with the crown princess's order. He won't refuse with that, but we can't delay him for too long due to the special geographical location of Rock Desert City, in case the Snake People tribe takes advantage of it. The Wang brothers earnestly provided relevant information, finally finding a role to play. Chen Guan nodded and began to arrange things after a brief consideration. You both go directly to Rock Desert City and help me find a young girl named Qinglin. She should be the one. She's not very old and is the descendant of the interaction between the Snake People and humans. Remember this characteristic, and it shouldn't be difficult to find her. You can also use the influence of the city lord's mansion, but be careful not to scare her. I'll handle things here and come find you later. Chen Guan couldn't recall clearly whether Qinglin's name was original or given by Xiao Yan, but it didn't matter much. Rock Desert City wasn't that large, and with the help of the city lord's mansion, finding a little girl with such a distinctive feature shouldn't be difficult. The Wang brothers nodded and took their leave after paying respects. They now had a clear understanding of their role and could only help with these minor tasks. They also wanted to protect Chen Guan, but unfortunately, they had more desire than capability. If they encountered real danger, Chen Guan would probably have to lend them a hand. Having seen this master, the two brothers felt considerable pressure. After seeing off the Wang brothers, Chen Guan didn't hesitate any longer and walked into Rock Desert City. The temperature here was much higher than in the interior of the empire, and both the buildings and the attire of the passing mercenaries had significantly changed. Some were shirtless, others wore headscarves, and there were even some with wheat-colored skin and dressed in revealing mercenary outfits, giving off an exotic feel. Chen Guan looked around and casually slapped down a hot female mercenary who tried to make a move on him, quickly learning about the map shop with considerable reputation, Ancient Maps. As rumored, the shop was eerily quiet, physically cold. Upon entering, one could clearly feel the temperature drop, and Chen Guan seemed to understand why so many people liked teaming up with Hebadong. Who could resist having a walking air conditioner beside them? Ahem, just kidding. The shop was very quiet, with no one other than an old man engrossed in drawing maps. No one greeted him even as he came in. Chen Guan knew the other's identity very well, and with the connection between the imperial family and Fama, he could easily achieve his goal using a simpler method. However, he didn't do that. No other reason, he just felt like having a fight. There was no better opponent than Hebadong for honing his skills. With Dou spirit strength, he was right within Chen Guan's acceptable range. Moreover, there wouldn't be any subsequent trouble, and it might even make the other party take him more seriously. A win-win situation for free training, and Chen Guan loved that. He pretended to search for maps, and soon he found what he needed: 2 detailed maps of the Tagore Desert and a partial map of the Green Lotus Core Flame mixed among them. The only difference was that this partial map was half the size of the one he obtained before. Sly old fox, how much in total? 500 gold coins for both maps. Put down the partial map, it's not for sale, Hebadong replied without raising his head. Chen Guan seemed as if he didn't notice and casually weighed the maps in his hand. Are these maps genuine? Unfortunately, Hebadong had never seen a person haggling over a melon like Chen Guan and wouldn't indulge him in this play. Seeing that he still hadn't put down the partial map, Haebadong finally raised his head. A freezing aura quickly spread, and a faint mist began to fill the shop, greatly reducing visibility, along with a strong oppressive feeling. Put down the maps and leave. I won't say it a third time.